Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest.
Hello.
And thank you, Mike. Um, you're very well lit today. You got good lighting there. I don't know.
Now, I have to tell you, we had a problem getting started, and I had this fancy camera, and there's about 3 million settings for it.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay.
I must have got 1.3 million of them wrong or something. So,
Now, before I get into the topic that I want to discuss, which is of course, something I've been talking about, as many of us have, for the past 5 or 6 years, which is the election of 2020 and how it was
shut
stolen.
off TikTok.
Because I
Shut
think
off.
there's some developments on that. And by the way, we're not on TikTok because they still forbid this. I want to ask you a little bit about California politics.
Oh,
I got a chance to see the debate with the Republicans and Democrats, and both Republicans, I think, look pretty substantial. And I also
well,
think that the
of course.
mayoral candidate in Los Angeles, this guy looks pretty good. What's going on?
Well, okay. We'll talk about Spencer Pratt first.
Yes.
He's got no campaign staff.
Mm.
He's got no fundraising to speak of. But he figured out a way to create these videos and speak well. And you have to understand, I don't know what's going to happen with this because he's not part of any organized party. But on the other hand, you got to realize that he's running against people who are corrupt, awful. To give you an idea, and the viewers will appreciate this. Mayor Bass, despite being the incumbent over half the city burning down, still has the gall to run. And it said the LA Times, although it wasn't an official editorial, it was some stupid letter that, she didn't do very well, but, she was the incumbent, so what the heck? Somebody on the city council, I'm purposely forgetting her name, Ramon something, was supporting Bass. This is great. Supporting Bass until the day before she could declare herself. And now she's running.
Aha. She's the one I saw, I think, on the debate.
Yeah.
And the two women were awful.
It's horrible. It's absolutely sickening. But you got to bear in mind that there are people, not just women, there are people who think that electing a woman is so important that it overrides everything. And that
are people over that by now? I mean, women have been in office now for 30, 40, 50 years. There's nothing new. It's kind of the novelty of it seems to have gone.
Well, but the novelty was the original novelty that, women are always oppressed. The fact that they haven't been oppressed for God knows how long doesn't seem to matter. The narrative hasn't changed. Okay.
Yeah, we have the same thing in Massachusetts with Maura Healey and Michelle Wu. They get elected because they're women and because they're left wing. And, she's hiding what's essentially like a $15 billion deficit, which has never happened in the state before. And the people here voted to have a full audit of the state house and of the governor's office. And they elected a woman, actually a woman, good woman, to be Solicitor General to conduct the audit. And they were not letting her do it.
Yeah.
Because the bottom line is that they spent probably most, if not all of that money on supporting illegal aliens and housing them, feeding them, giving them cash, giving them benefits. And it's insane. I mean, what is the possible justification for it? Weird. I mean, even I'd ask left wingers. I mean, there's no virtue here. These are not poor people. Most of them are young men, and I've seen them out there. I mean, I've driven some of them. I mean, they're well fed, they're well dressed, they're just grifting off the system. I don't even blame them. I blame the state for giving it to them.
Well, let me say something that might be controversial, but shouldn't be. One of the only arguments against women's suffrage, unfortunately, are coming true. And the fact is that none of the degenerate social programs would ever have been put into place absent women voting. And,
Right.
a small number of soy boys that went
Right.
along with them. So what's interesting, it was in my latest piece, is that Gen Z is starting to wake up to this.
Yeah, younger people. I've seen it.
You will have, and I know we don't have to do this tangent right now, but you will find now a lot of channels on YouTube that are, let me be polite, questioning the whole feminism movement and how women have been destroyed and so on. But a couple of facts are coming out now. But for gerrymandering and fraud, which you're going to be talking about,
Right.
and women voting, the Democratic Party wouldn't exist. I don't think anybody can argue against it.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole thing is based on a huge, massive theft. A huge plundering of the public monies. I mean, obviously Minnesota is a classic example.
Yeah.
And this guy Tim Walz, who came out of nowhere, he wasn't even a Minnesota citizen. He flew in from Nebraska. Suddenly shows up. Nick Shirley has made this point when he uncovered the fraud in Minneapolis, that he was unknown. He was picked by Harris to be the running mate. The next day, he coughed up something like $15 million, which is unprecedented historically for that much money for any candidate. And the question is, where did he come up with that money? Well, we know what's going on with the Leering Center and all this, buckets of cash being flown out of the country to Somalia. I mean, obviously, there must be a link there. So you have this massive fraud, and now they're actually they're trying to put in a law saying that Nick Shirley would be banned from covering. You know what I mean? Here he is, this independent journalist.
Yeah, shoot the message.
Yeah, there's going to be a gag order that you can't talk to him, and that you're not allowed to investigate these things. I mean, it's gotten that bad.
Well, when I was writing more about healthcare back in the day, and we had talked about that years ago, even I, the world-class cynic, was shocked to discover that way more than half the money spent on healthcare is fraud.
Oh,
there's
yeah.
some aspects up to 70%. Okay.
It's a huge, and we don't even have to talk about all the science grants that pour out, and then when RFK starts to take that on, he's cutting, science, right?
Well, that's a very good point you make, because when I said 70%, I mean out and out fraud. Now, if you want to redefine fraud to include what I have called in many articles white man's welfare, which is paying for all these useless research projects, you're in a whole new ballgame.
Well, it's all money that goes into helping preserve this elitist, kind of infrastructure that really started during the Wilson administration. Part of the 16th Amendment, which is direct taxation, was tax exempt status for these so-called foundations and nonprofits, so they could park all of their money into these things, hire these layabout sons and daughters of these multi-billionaire leftists, so they can have some kind of a job, and after they graduate college and after they get phony degrees that also were put in place to give them credentials. And then, they used a lot of the lobbying efforts to influence government to then kick in public money. They have whole departments at colleges, how to get grants, how to raise money, how to write these things. And it's become this massive, huge, rotten, corrupt system.
Oh, right. I mean, it took on a life of its own, really, starting in the late 50s, early 60s, where the idea that, we're competing against the Ruskies and whatnot, so we've got to pay for quote unquote research. And if the public had any notion of how you could cut 2/3 of the NIH budget, and it wouldn't hurt anything.
Of course.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and we could go into other things like the Department of Education. Something like, what is it, 420 billion with a B dollars a year. Do you think that has actually done anything to educate a single child in this country? They could take maybe a fraction. Maybe it's like, I would say maybe, I'm being generous to say 10%. I'd say probably more like 5% of things that they might do that could have some value and roll it back into another agency. They don't need, I mean, Marco Rubio brought this up when he deep sixed USAA, USIA. I mean, I remember he was being grilled in Congress by that scummy senator from Maryland, the one with the cocktail party with the Maryland man outside in El Salvador. I'm ashamed that I had ever voted to endorse you. And Rubio shot right back, goes, I'm proud of the fact that you didn't. Shows I'm doing a good job. And then he went on to list all of the expenses that USIA was paying for. It was like circumcisions in Kenya, and there's this garbage. I mean, it's like, it's absurd. And
well,
so,
I mean, you talk about the Department of Education, and now we're raiding fraud. I guess. I suppose you can make a point that if you put X number of monkeys in research laboratories, they may come up with something useful. But I defy anyone, and contact this show. I defy anyone to name one thing the Department of Education has done except create thousands of jobs for bureaucrats.
Well, that's just.
I have very good friends in the LA School District, and it turns out that there's an entire facility in downtown LA devoted only to complying with federal BS. It's a whole center, the Bimini Center, that's the name of the street. And what they're doing is producing reports. Now,
Plus, they have their PR firms, they've got the consultants, they've got all this money pouring into like quasi-public agencies and subcontracted to private people that surround these things like bees around on honey. I mean, I look, even I could speak to this a little bit. When I ran for Congress, people started to like buzz around. They wanted to get on we could do marketing, we could do PR, we could do this. It's a whole cottage industry. And, you're vulnerable to it because you want to get these things done. And, suddenly, they're shelling out all this money everywhere. It becomes like it's like, I suppose you could compare it in a private sector to the wedding industry. You're getting married, you feel vulnerable. So you go out and you're going to spend thousands of dollars on a wedding dress and flowers and caterers and special centerpieces and this and that. It's a whole industry that sort of facilitates it, and everybody makes a lot of money, but that's fine. That's private. We're talking here about massive public. But I want to get back to our subject. First of all, before I get on to the stolen election, I want to just ask you a couple of horse race type questions. Can this guy win in Los Angeles?
absent fraud, he's got a decent chance because everybody hates the other candidates. There's no one, I would say, who's a big supporter of Karen Bass. There are dyed-in-the-wool Democrats and people that seem to love ugly lesbians. I mean, there's no other way to put it. She has this group of people that support her, but it's a small group.
Okay.
Spencer Pratt came out of nowhere, and he's getting a lot of buzz.
He's quite good in the media, and he speaks plainly.
Well, he's a media guy.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Trump. He's sort of he steps out, and I learned this when I ran for office too, that you can come out with like no money and win, and or you could be like, remember Michael Bloomberg? He spent like $150 million out of his own pocket. He got one delegate. So money doesn't necessarily ultimately dictate it. You have to kind of make a connection and stand for a few things or somehow be the right person. Politics can work that way. So it's quite possible. What about the Republican governor guys? How are they doing?
All right. On the governor's side, both Chad Bianco and
The sheriff, Hilton,
yeah, and Steve Hilton are pretty good. And of course, what viewers may not realize is that you have ranked choice in the primary, which means there's a very good possibility that the top vote getters will both be Republican. Now, this is what Shakespeare called being hoisted on your own petard.
right?
Because the ranked choice came in when the Democrats in California were so sure that it was always going to just be Democrats. But what screwed them over, thankfully, is there's some huge number of people running on the Democratic side. All right. And they were trying to encourage some of them to drop out. But which is really difficult if you're in progressive politics. If you think about it, you know, what right do you have to tell this person to drop out? They're a candidate.
Yeah, they all seem to be hanging in there.
And who died and decreed, by the way, that Katie Porter is the best Democratic candidate.
Oh my God, she's a horrendous person. How
Now,
could? Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what happened with her. It was kind of sort of the Bill Clinton or Jimmy Carter effect. This buzz starts about Katie Porter, you know, back in summer of 2025. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, who the hell is Katie Porter? And I look up that she was a 3-term congressional representative from Irvine in Orange County,
Right.
which is the deep blue district and really not indicative in any sense of California.
Sure.
The universities there, probably some of her district included some wealthy areas like Newport Beach. Now, why it was in 3 terms. I don't know if she lost. I don't know what happened. I was too lazy to look it up. But how that creates any credibility to be governor.
Was this after she threw the mashed potatoes at her husband?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's, you know, such a dreadful individual. By the way, didn't Orange County used to be Republican? I seem to recall it was Nixon and Reagan, and sort of it's taken a bit of a.
Well, okay, but the famous event that happened there was Bob Dornan.
Battling Bob, I remember him.
Yeah.
Bob.
He won Bob running against Loretta Sanchez. If you remember that story.
No, but boy.
Okay, he was multiple term congressman. And you're right, Orange County was very conservative. So the Democrats, you know, had always lost in that district. So they put up a woman who called herself Loretta Sanchez. She actually didn't use the surname Sanchez until she ran for office. Yeah, right. She was legitimately Hispanic, but I think she used her married name, which was Anglo. Anyway, she was Loretta Sanchez.
Right? Yeah, sure.
So now she does this. It was completely illegal. She starts campaigning in all the highly Hispanic Catholic churches, which you're not supposed to do.
Right, of course.
And then Bob Dornan is going to the Republican Party saying, there's massive voter fraud going on here. There are illegals that are being registered. And you're talking about the early 1990s here. Okay. Right. And he ended up losing. And then the Democrats in Orange County discovered that they could flagrantly commit fraud and get away with it because the rhinos were too weak to do anything about it. And that's how the Republicans lost Orange County.
You know, and now that we're on the subject, you and I have been talking about the stolen election now for 6 years. And I still argue that this is the very keystone issue. This is the cap, getting to the bottom of that rotten election. What happened? If we can get to the bottom of that, then everything will fall into place. It's I think the administration has been somewhat slower than I'd like in terms of getting to things. But I just happened this morning to note an article on the Gateway Pundit, making arrests soon. 2 U.S. officials hint at upcoming evidence supporting Trump's 2020 stolen election claims. And it talks about Monica Crowley, she's government chief of protocol, says the administration will, quote, soon unveil evidence supporting claims that President Donald Trump won the election. He did win in a landslide, and we will soon be able to give evidence about that, she says. However, Crowley did not elaborate. I mean, I don't know if this is just talk. Then Kash Patel weighed in. He says the collaboration with prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General, Todd Blanche, declaring, we, quote, we are going to be making arrests, and it's coming. And I promise you, it's coming soon. He said this on Fox News with Maria Bartirano. And there's evidence coming out, things we've been talking about for years, about Fulton County in Georgia. They now, I think that they've impounded 350,000 ballots that were not supposed to be counted. There's no point of origin. Maricopa County in Arizona is moving forward with fraud. Even Wisconsin, apparently, where people have been put in jail, including this judge, for questioning the election. Michigan, there's movement. Even Pennsylvania, there is movement to get finally toward a little closer toward the bottom of this. And if that happens, there's going to be some squealing. There's going to be some screeching. I mean, people were put in prison and demonized, debanked. Look, that's why I lost my YouTube channel. I mean, people, you couldn't even talk about this issue.
Oh, no, I understand, but consider what they're up against here. The entire news industrial complex. There's 2 issues, all right? 2020 election and COVID.
Yes,
Anybody
exactly.
with a functioning brain knows, A, the COVID pandemic was a complete disaster. Everything they did was wrong. Fauci should at minimum be in jail. The drug companies, Pfizer should be shut down, all right? But the problem that you have with this is it's, in the extreme case, all right, what if you prove the 2020 election was all stolen? Problem is, Chuck, fait accompli, all right? It's pretty clear Obama was born in Kenya. There's more and more stuff coming out about that recently.
That's an old story. Hillary Clinton brought that one up.
Okay. So here's the point. Fait accompli. So it's going to be like...
If I could just interject, because at the time, it was a hot potato, mainly because you had this regime in power with Biden and calls for like decertifying delegates. That was a little hard, because I mean, they didn't want to, it would literally mean that the government would be taken back. And that might have been a little bit of a bridge too far. But the fact is that all of these people are now gone. And now Trump is back. And I think that we have facts on the ground where it can now be done. And it has to be done because that whole infrastructure is still in place. They're still doing it. Now there's some new information coming out about Smartmatic, which was connected to Dominion software. I mean, I know that she's not well liked, but Sidney Powell was right about Dominion. I mean, and apparently they're interviewing Maduro in prison, who's talking about Dominion having its origins in Venezuela and influencing elections all over the world. The whole thing, maybe Trump should make her the new attorney general. I'd love that. But the fact is that there are several streams, there are several avenues that are being looked at. You have Assistant Attorney General Hamid Dillon, who's a real firebrand, who's going after forcing states to turn over their voter information, which is a legitimate function of the federal government, to find out how many voters had passed away, or how many had moved out of state, or how many had voted twice, or how many could not be traced to an address. And there's a lot of resistance on that one, including in Massachusetts. I think that there's progress being made, though. I just hope it
No,
happens.
I would agree. But tell me what happens with this. Okay, pick something from history that differs from the conventional narrative. All right.
Right.
And this happened a long time ago. All right. Most people who've done any study on the topic realize that Roosevelt knew in advance about Pearl Harbor.
Right.
I don't think there's any serious historian who disputes that. All right. Here's the problem. What are you going to do about it? And are you going to now put footnotes in textbooks with an asterisk? I mean, obviously, it should be known. But I'm saying that sometimes stuff is just so awful that it's part of the lives of people.
Right. It becomes part of like the real true story of Martin Luther King. You don't get into it. He's, it's like I remember Sam Blumenfeld said to me, he's been lionized. He's been saint. He's like I said, you have to move on because that's too late. That's happened. But in the case of this is unique because this goes to stuff happening now. This is this is a live issue. It's not just history.
I think what's going to be very important on this, you can find all the bad people and you know who they are. But I think the other part of it is you have to viciously attack the news media without pity.
Oh, yeah. And they're all covering it up. I mean, I know people who literally had covered this up and still do. And they're still demonizing anyone who questions. I mean, it's so un-American and it's so, undemocratic, actually, that people are being still like subject to like an auto da fe if they question that election all these years later. It's like the ultimate taboo. It's and the media, they obviously they were in on it, at least implicitly. They chose to because they hated Trump so much that they just said, we're gonna roll with this. And
I think what's happening here, unfortunately, is human nature, where maybe you and I are the exception, but most people love authority, no matter how corrupt it is.
Right.
So when I was writing articles, again, back in the COVID time, all the reverses by the CDC, I wrote a whole piece about, well, after these lies, how can you ever believe anything the CDC says? Ever. And I would get letters. Well, that's the premier health and blah, blah, blah. So apparently it doesn't matter that you were getting wrong information. It doesn't matter that you're putting your faith in a corrupt institution. That's still massa up there, and we have to abide, So the problem that you're going to have, even if this stuff comes out, is that, well, you're right, but I got to watch the news with Lester Holt. And your head just explodes.
I really, look, you're right onto it. I mean, people do love authority. They revere it. They don't question it, even in this country. And, they forget, they don't understand who they are as individuals under God, not under the government. I mean, it's, this country, we have forgotten the nature of our system. We've basically become like, to use a biblical example, when the tribes of Israel begged Samuel to give them a king. There's a tremendous speech in there from Samuel, who he says, "You want a king? He's going to have your sons sent out to war where they're going to be shot and killed, and he's going to turn your daughters into prostitutes, and he's going to do this, and he's going to take your farms, and he's going to take your land." and they're like, we don't care. We want a king. He
Yeah.
says, well, we're going to be like every other nation. We want to be like the other nations and have this
Yeah.
powerful figure sitting up on a gold chair, where they can lift him up and like, oh, and but you have to read that. It's in the book of Kings or the book of Samuel, probably.
First book of Samuel.
First book of Samuel. Thank you. And
Um,
it's the same principle. It's
yeah, but I mean, isn't that so? So you just wonder. Um, there seems to be nothing that can happen to media other than people tuning out at a very slow rate. I mean, yeah, CNN is going down the tubes, and Disney, but you know the thing that I explain to people is the problem with companies going out of business and why it takes so long is if you have a huge cash flow, you can fake it for a good long time. All right.
mhm.
You got a lot of money coming in. I mean, ultimately, you may be losing money, but you can downsize at a slower rate. Um, Again, look at the studios. It's hitting them with all the dreck they've been making.
Mm.
So by human standards, it takes way too long for the consequences to be paid. But I think it's going to happen. I think you're right.
You think it's going to happen? I mean, it seems like that piece I just read in the Gateway Pundit, Kash Patel, he knows where everything is buried. He wants to get it done. I mean, you have Joseph DeGeneva has come back as assistant in the Department of Justice, and now that they've gotten rid of Pam Bondi, looks like they're starting to really make steps there. They're starting to move. I mean, Comey's been indicted. People say, well, he's been indicted for that. I listened to MSNBC make fun of the fact that he's been indicted for putting seashells on the beach. Really? I mean, okay, even if they want to trivialize that, which it's calling for the death of the president, obviously, by a former head of the FBI, it kind of reminds me of Al Capone, right? After a lifetime of crime and a lifetime of murder and everything you can imagine, he ends up being convicted on a technicality of taxes. They found him on like something with the IRS. That's how it has to be done, and they're going to find that and do it. But once they get it, and they can, and it seems like they're pretty careful. I think that Kash Patel and this guy Blanche and these people are really making sure that these cases are completely solved.
People not realize that Comey was indicted in a highly liberal district.
Right. And that grand jury, by the way, was seated under Biden, just to make a note. This is not, I mean, this is Todd Blanche made this case when he was asked about why is Trump going after? No. The system is moving forward. Maybe not as quickly as we'd like, but it's happening. And, I understand, I heard a comment offhand about the reason why Brennan isn't being brought in. It's because he's, you're talking CIA, you're talking deep state. You want to lance that boy? Look what happened to JFK. I mean, right? You just that's really like that's like playing with a nuclear bomb, and that he's already like sending little warning shots over the bow with Trump, according to this guy, in that he's releasing information saying, oh well, Trump, the Iran war is going to continue, and Trump lost the Strait of Hormuz, and he's going to stay in there, and it's going to be bad. In other words, they're putting out damaging stuff to try to, to not just to damage Trump, but to let Trump know not to F around with them because they could do more. So,
I mean, the trouble with the CIA is that they don't know what the hell's going on. They didn't even predict the fall of the Soviet Union. And I'm sure that you and I, as just lay individuals, hey, the economy is collapsing. People don't respect the Communist Party anymore. this is not a good sign. But apparently the CIA was caught napping. And it's just like any other bureaucratic, stupid organization. The idea is to time out your 30 years and get your, what was in those days, 85% pension.
But there are some pretty bad players, some pretty rogue people in there who are capable of doing some pretty bad things. And these, this is what what's his name? The double government. Get his name from Tufts.
Michael Glennon.
Michael Glennon. I wonder if his new book has come out yet.
You got to get him on your show.
I do, but he won't. He doesn't want to talk to me. He did. He came on my show and he was like, he acknowledged that I was right through gritted teeth. I threw back at him exactly what he said in his book. It's not like I made anything up. I read it carefully, and I'm like you said on page 5. No, he didn't like it. So I've had that happen before. But I think he's right.
In his defense, I think that he was writing sort of what he thought was a theoretical treatise. And he didn't expect you to, take it seriously and draw the obvious conclusions. The impression I got was he was writing sort of a Lord of the Rings fantasy kind of thing, but you read it and you understood what he was saying.
Yes.
And that, I think, blew his mind.
Yeah. And also I think it might have been somewhat of a limited, what they call a limited hangout.
Yeah.
They released just enough, little bit of dirty laundry, to get people feeling like, oh, well, but the big story is hidden. Right. I remember when I got going back to my campaign where I ran against Barney Frank, there was this guy in Washington, I forget his name now, but he was a major journalist, reporter, establishment who released some negative information about Barney Frank and financial stuff. And I remember I called him up, and when he heard that I was running against him, he was so upset that he slammed the phone down. He became completely flustered.
Really?
Because they just didn't think that he had any opposition. So they felt like, he's in a safe seat. No problem. We can do this to make us look like we're objective, and they can make us look responsible, and we can, It's like sometimes they'll do that. They'll critique someone who's in very well, ensconced in power, because doesn't matter. It's like it just makes everything appear like it's all flying right. It's what I call a limited hangout. So I think that's what Brennan was doing, because he's Glennon, because he's like an insider, if there ever was one. He was chief counsel to the U.S. Senate during Obama's administration. He's a close advisor to Bill Clinton. He knows everything, and he, so it's interesting. I recommend his book, Double Government, because it actually is very honest, and it's it gets into some very interesting details about how the CIA and the national security apparatus, particularly starting after Truman signed the National Security Act in 1947, how they really have become ingrained into just about every aspect of our federal government, our state government, the private sector, international, with interlocking relations with other secret groups. And it's kind of the world's modern, not to take on a little tin hat here, but it's become the more modernized and scientized secret society establishment, going back to the Illuminati. Yeah. I'm not saying they're connected to it. I'm just saying that in our day and age, it's become very scientized, very establishment, almost up front. And they're doing all kinds of stuff in terms of influencing public opinion, controlling public thought, controlling the means of communication. Obama signed a law that basically got rid of what's called the Munt Act, which basically allows the federal government to openly and willingly engage in propaganda. In other words, they're now allowed to lie. And, it's he was definitely a creature of this, of course, as were the Bushes. And yet, you have a guy like Trump come along, and he's not playing ball with him, which is why, I pray for him every day. It's amazing that he's been able to do what he's done so far. I hope people understand that, whether they like him or not. I love Trump, but that's beside the point. Even if you don't like him, you have to take a look at him and his role in the broader context of things.
But that's the whole point, that the derangement syndrome derives from the fact that people think the government is supposed to operate the way it was pre-Trump. That became the model, and that's it. Never mind that wasn't the original model going back to the founders, but through all the couple hundred years of bureaucracy, it's turned into this massive fraud enterprise, and he's trying to put a stop to it. But there's so many people that have the finger in the pie that it gets difficult to shut it down.
Well, look, there's always been an element of fakery in government anyway. That's what the aristocracy of Europe was about. The Lord God warned us about this in the Old Testament when he talked about idol worship. The idol was a false god. It's he called it a graven image that was basically propped up by the powers that be, or the powers that ought not to be, in the government, the pharaoh, the emperor, and that it would do whatever their bidding was. It was all sort of this fake power structure that would control people's minds and control societies. But I just want to, kind of wrap it up by noting that you've got two substantial Republican candidates for governor in California. I've seen the debate. I think they both could actually make it. I don't know. It depends on how far gone California is. I don't know. But here in Massachusetts, we also have two pretty decent Republican candidates for governor. And they both have brought up issues like, by the way, the sanctuary state business has cost this state how many billions of dollars in taxpayer money? And the governor, Maura Healey, who is just corrupt as hell. I think people thought maybe she'd be a little different than your typical Massachusetts Irish political figure. Not to
why? Because she's female, right?
Because she's a lesbian woman. That's right. Oh, maybe she thinks a little outside the box. No different. In fact, just as bad, maybe not worse. But her whole campaign so far is orange man bad. These guys support Trump. These guys are part of MAGA. That's her entire campaign. That's all she has to say for herself. Other than that, there's nothing but corruption and,
Well, that's all that's happening in California.
But the question is it going to work for them?
I'm going to fight Trump.
Exactly. That's like Adam Schiff. Oh my God. But the point is that going to work for them? Are people that stupid or that cowed? Has the deep state been able to brainwash people to such an extent that this kind of thing will work? They seem to think it will.
What's I think going for the Republicans is that the California dream for many people has become a nightmare. And it's not enough to say Trump bad anymore. And, maybe there'll be enough people that see through that. We have had Republican governors in California. It's been a while.
Even Schwarzenegger was better. And by the way, we have to support all Republican candidates, including the rhinos, because if the Democrats take back either house, or God forbid, both houses, Trump will be in prison. He'll probably be killed. They're going to impeach him. The rest of us will probably be in prison. It's going to be, they're open about this. They want to stack the Supreme Court. They have a list of enemies. They're probably going to turn Washington, D.C. into a state. They're going to do I mean, if Virginia is any example, now that they've lost their corrupt redistricting, they're talking about turning the age of retirement to 54. Right. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, the good thing about that is that they're getting so desperate. They're doing now this mad scientist stuff, right? I mean, it was the fact that they couldn't get through on racial discrimination. Now they're trying age discrimination, and people have got to wake up.
That's outright insane. I mean, people have to retire if they're over 54. First of all, who are they going to appoint? You know, if they're going to appoint someone who's 53 and they'll be in there for 12 months. I mean, what the hell?
Well, that's what I'm saying, Chuck, that this is so stupid and so desperate.
Yeah.
That they're at that point where they're forced to do something ridiculous. Now, Tennessee, going through this thing with the redistricting.
Yes.
The huge irony, which is never in the media, the quote black congressional district in Tennessee has been represented by a Jewish white guy.
Yeah, Cohen.
For several terms.
And now a black conservative woman, by the way, a Republican, is going to come up, and that'll be a beautiful thing. So anyway.
So if you just look at the fruits, right, judge them by their fruits, as said by the greatest Jew of all time, right?
Exactly, in the Sermon on the Mount.
You could see this stuff happening.
Yeah.
And I think they're played out. There's always going to be, as you call it, the 25% imbecile vote that's going to be leftist no matter what. The same people that are cheering Comrade Stalin while they're in the firing squad. But beyond those people.
Well, that has never really been more than maybe at most 30% of the country, probably closer to 20%. And if they could get down to that, then they become irrelevant. And that's, God willing, that's what'll happen. I mean, let them screech. They'll end up having AOC as their candidate. Anyways, so Mike, great column in your Substack.
Oh, thank you. Well, that was really based on talking to these people, and I was when I made that comment about it, I was truly surprised that woman, who's maybe 27 years old, works in healthcare, actually knew that there was huge female opposition to suffrage. But I added the irony of the Ida Tarbell, which she was an opponent of suffrage, but if anything, she was progressive,
right?
And what was interesting is that one of the points of not having women vote was this idea that women, were social reformers and had a moral authority because they sort of stood above the fray. And of course, she proved herself right because there were social reformers enough to get suffrage passed. So apparently,
and another paradox on that one is that the women's rights movement, the suffrage movement of the 19th century, people like Susan B. Anthony and Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, they were all anti-abortion, but that's another subject.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's been rewritten, right? So, Mike, your Substack is listed on the show.
Well, thank you.
I'll get there. And as always, it's been great talking to you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, same here. And we'll do it again next time.
Onward and upward. Thanks a lot.
All right, next week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Michael, thanks for joining me as always.
Always a pleasure.
Now, the good news today is that Tina Peters is free. I don't know if you follow
Yeah.
this, but
Oh, yeah.
it's a situation where, talk about a political prisoner. She was maybe, hopefully, the last of many who was swept up after the coup d'etat of 2000. And her imprisonment was particularly irksome to me, because here she was a county clerk, election clerk in Colorado, who saw some serious abnormalities, let's put it that way,
Right.
with regard to the vote on election eve of 2000, as did a lot of other people. And she brought it to the attention of her supervisor. She also brought it to the attention of the media, which I think they despised. And she was told by this really rotten, corrupt Attorney General there, Jenna Griswold, to illegally destroy all of the records for that election. So she basically photocopied things before doing that to keep evidence, and she turned it over. And the answer to that exposure was not an investigation, but rather that she was charged with serious crimes, and she was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Now, the most egregious part of this was that, and you can see the testimony of this, was that when she appeared before a local judge, he basically said in pretty clear terms that she had to go to prison because of her speech, that because she had contacted, I think it was Steve Bannon, among other people, and had talked about what she saw as serious improprieties in that election, that she was advocating this conspiracy theory that the election had been stolen, and that that is not permissible, and that that's why her sentence would be so long. In other words, this is like what they would do in the Soviet Union. She was punished for political crimes. This was a 75-year-old woman. She'd had recovered from cancer. She was a Gold Star mother, never had been a problem in her life, never had a record of anything, maybe outside a parking ticket. And meanwhile, this really Nazi-like Attorney General Jenna Griswold, another one of, I mean, I'm not on YouTube, so I can say this, another one of these rather attractive young white women in positions of power, who is crazy and who's corrupt, like Jocelyn Benson. I know I pick on her, in Michigan, who was obviously involved with some real fraud. She actually released publicly the codes to election machines across the state, something that is a felony. She could serve time for releasing any one of those, but she released something like 30 of them. And yet, nothing is said about that. And she's on record. You can see her on tape saying, well, we know that Tina Peters was supporting the pillow guy, which, by the way, is Mike Lindell, as if that's a crime. And by the way, Mike Lindell right now is ahead in the polls as the gubernatorial candidate in Minnesota.
Well, let me interrupt for a second. I mean,
yeah,
those are all the correct details, and it's deplorable. But what always bothered me about this case is why it took so long to get this resolved. I mean, she was definitely a victim, and a victim of attacking the establishment, which, by the way, I mean, to be honest, occurred during the COVID pandemic as well. Anybody that spoke up against that. So she proved, sadly, that if you go against Big Brother, you're going to get screwed. And they made an example of her. And I was really sort of surprised that other than people giving lip service, nothing much was done.
Well, I mean, it was too long, but President Trump did pardon her, except that that pardon was ignored by this corrupt regime in Colorado, and they just thumb their nose. I mean, there was people like camped outside the prison. I mean, I think that there was. I mean, what can you do? I mean, that state is so far gone. For what the reason, I don't know why Polis finally buckled and decided to release her. They were trying to kill her in prison. I mean, she was mugged. We're talking again about a 75-year-old woman here, and harassed and put in a solitary confinement. They were torturing her. They were like,
Well, Colorado is a great example of one of these states where the overwhelming, once you get out of these rotten cities, it's a fairly conservative place. But the trouble is that even in a ruby red place, let's say like Wyoming, you go to the cities and it's blue hell like any other city.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be the case. I mean, Washington, if you step outside of Seattle or Oregon, outside of Portland, you're right. I mean, it's red, and even California, I think, is like that.
Well, this is why some people talk about establishing an electoral college system for the states, because you're going to keep getting this nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, I guess the hope is that things get so damn bad that it turns around. I mean, to mention California, Spencer Pratt comes out of nowhere, and he was laughed at and laughed at and laughed at until today. The LA Times, he's a very credible candidate. With now it's down to the three of them, right?
I think that he's a whisker ahead now in the polls.
Yeah. Which, well, I mean, say this for the Times, they're not going to flat out lie. So they have to acknowledge the fact that he's credible. But I guess it had to be that bad before people would react. And maybe that's eventually what's going to happen in other parts of urban America. Maybe it was a blessing that Mamdani got elected in New York City. I mean, it's pretty sad when you got to run it down to hell before people wake up. Maybe that's the human condition.
He's they're just using the same old playbook to attack him, and it's just, I hope that the rest of the country is moved away from that, because here in Massachusetts, they are I don't know if it's going to work for them. I think it probably is, but they're literally using the same ridiculous and rotten playbook against anyone who doesn't goose step to the left. Even like, for example, in the senatorial race between Ed Markey, who's been there for like 30 years and who's loathsome, and his opponent, this guy, Seth Moulton, who's even worse, this young guy, I'm new blood, he's like disgusting. I mean, he's the one throwing mud at Trump. He claiming that Trump was a rapist, and he's among the biggest piece of what you can imagine. And yet the one comment in his entire life that he made that actually had a shred of honesty was he expressed concern over the fact that his young daughters were playing in sports with boys who were posing as girls, and that he was concerned about their safety. And for that, he is being racked over the coals, not only by Markey. He has something against transgenders, but the Boston Globe and all the left-wing media is goose-stepping out like a bunch of Nazis. And they're
I mean, it's so easy to attack that because, again, happens to be the LA Times today. There's this boy out of the Central Valley in California who's competing in track, calls herself, quote unquote, A.B. Hernandez, all right, and transgender. And as I mentioned, two others, 150% of these transgender kids are the product of broken homes so that the ex-wife can get back at the former husband. That's it. That's the playbook. Okay. Now, it makes absolutely no sense, right? The girls are forced to acknowledge this because of the weak California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, that raises this kid up. The media, there was like 1,000-word spread in the LA Times sports section today about this kid winning sub-championship of various track events, okay? Never mind the fact that, so now what happens? No college is going to take some transgender freak. So what was the
LA
point here?
Times speaking glowingly about the fact that because, you know, she is a former he, that they had overcome oppression and all that kind of crap? And how brave it was, you know, for she, the new she, to go out and, you know, do this. Of course, when one of them is involved in a shooting or a serial murder, all of a sudden it's they don't talk about it. But
well, I don't really know why the left has taken this up as a cause, because it's remarkably unpopular. And it would be a great deal.
I wonder if it is in Massachusetts, though. I mean, I'm really worried about that. And even like on the local level here in the Boston City Council, this city councilor criticized, you know, came out in favor, I think wrongfully, of a salary increase for the city council of Boston, saying that if we don't increase the salary, we're going to end up having situations like, what's her name, Alyssa Fernandez, who was convicted of embezzling and blackmailing and all kinds of, you know, fraud, went to prison for it, but she happens to be non-white. And so because she made that comparison, we don't want that to happen again, now she's being branded as a racist. And it's like, you know, and she's talking a mile a minute to try to say, oh, no. I mean, why can't she just say, hey, I got nothing against Fernandez because of her race. I have something against her because she's a criminal and she ripped off the taxpayers of our state, of our city. But they can't do that. Instead, there's this narrative that's so locked into like it's granite, it's like stone, that everything has to be viewed. Maybe it's critical theory, I don't know, but she now has to apologize and she has to bow. And these are liberals, you know, she's about as left wing as anyone else because she made this comment, and somehow because this woman happens to be black, that means she must be racist. I mean, is that still flying? I mean, I don't know if it is, and I think it is still in Massachusetts.
Well, it still works because most people are basically stupid, lazy, and greedy, right? So this is the easy way out. No one's going to stand up. I mean, look at how stupid this is. If Seth Moulton himself came out against this stuff, obviously nobody is in favor of this. Okay, it's a
now he's
situation
by the Boston Globe for doing that. He came out with it. Now he spent the next year backpedaling and like, oh my God, I didn't mean it, and he's talking a mile a minute to try to.
Well, he could have been attacked. This could have been used by the Republicans in Massachusetts to take this guy out. I mean, wait a minute. You were defending your daughters until it hit home a little bit, and now you're being a weenie.
There is no Republican Party in this state. That's the problem.
I mean, it's unfortunately, this is one of the many negative consequences of feminism, right? That the most important victory of feminism was no-fault divorce, which has created this entire situation. You know, you can look at all kinds of statistics. The one that, I mean, forget the transgender crap. The one that really makes the point is that, okay, these women get their divorce. They end up cohabitating with their boyfriend, and they're 8 to 12 times as likely to be in an abusive relationship,
right,
compared to a married relationship.
Right.
So at some point, people are going to come out finally and say feminism is a colossal failure. It was promoted to advance Marxism, if anything. Why conventional Republicans are afraid to speak that way, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
it was not only was it promoting Marxism, but it was also a way to cover up the fact that the government was debasing the value of the dollar and expanding its size and scope, and that people were going to have two incomes to survive.
right.
So women would have to go to work, and then children, eventually they'll put children to work. I don't know. It's like, it's just to get by now, because a hamburger costs $35. You know, you have to, right? I mean, you have to kind of, you know, the wife has to get a job. And plus, by getting both parents out of the home, the state can be much more able to control and manipulate the child at school. And of course, they have the law that or at least the understanding, I don't know if it's a law, that allows the school to transition a child without telling the parent. And that's a big cause for the left.
Well, I mean, okay, supposedly that has been outlawed, but the problem is that, you know, go ahead and prove it and act on it. Okay.
Well, the fact that every single Democrat voted against that law, it's really, is it that they've become so Marxist and they've been so infiltrated that they wouldn't even support a basic understanding that protects
children? They're afraid of their own shadow. Okay. Most politicians are corrupt as hell. Okay. And when I had this conversation, when we were working back in the 2010s on the Chinese drywall issue, there was a prominent congressman who got involved with that. He's no longer in Congress. And we had this conversation about, okay, I get it. Not everybody is corrupt. But if 5% of people are good, why in the hell are you in that environment? And the funny part of it was, he checked out after 3 terms and couldn't stand it anymore. So,
it's very corrupt. I mean, when I was a talk show host in Fitchburg, which is a central Massachusetts city,
right.
I interviewed the local state rep. Nice guy, you know, he's going to Beacon Hill. But at the time, there was a situation where this elderly woman basically hit the gas rather than the brake at her doctor's office, smashed through the front of the building and killed the doctor and his nurse. And there was a simple law in being proposed, which simply said that if you are over 85 years old and you're driving, you have to take a driver's test, right? Nothing big. I mean, you know, a reasonable thing to do, just to make sure that you're cognitive and that your reflexes are still good, you know. And he came out against that. And I'm like, well, why? And he's like, well, because the elder, apparently there's a lobbyists, these lobbyists, well financed by elder rights groups, apparently didn't want to have it. And they threatened him, and that they were, you know, they also were funding him. And he was honest about that with me. He goes, I can't do that because I wouldn't be able to hold my seat. They'll get rid of me, and so I have to come out in favor of it, even though he knew it was wrong. And it would have been a simple reform. And so that's how they operate. I remember years ago I had Jack Abramoff on the show, right? Remember him back in the 90s?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I haven't heard that name for years.
He wrote a very revealing book after he got out of prison. I interviewed him. Great book, by the way. Interesting guy. And he talked about how corrupt these lobbyists are, because he was one, and that they basically would apply heavy pressure on congressmen federally, which is what he was doing, to represent his clients, many of which were Indian reservations. Yeah. And statewide, they do the same thing. Locally, they do the same thing, where he would, you know, have all these tools, you know, money, you know, control of media, influence, that he could really hurt as sitting congressman. And he had all these incentives also. And the result was that he would get them to put a little piece of language in a bill that they were voting on in Congress. And the bills were becoming so large that nobody was reading them anyway. But the language would be put in there in such an obscure way, you know, you'd have to like click on a button, and and go to like a little squiggle, and they click on that, and that goes to something else. And eventually you get to what it is, which is usually some kind of payoff to somebody, or some special law to give lawyers a little extra work, or something. And he said he would do this all the time. And his answer to it was a very simple one, which is basically that all legislation, federally and then states might imitate it, should be no longer than 2 pages. It should all be in simple language, and it should be posted on the congressional website so everybody can read it, and so that high school civics classes can debate it, and the media can see it, and it would just be out there, and it would not be connected to all these layers and layers and bundles of other things that have nothing to do with anything. But that's not how it works. It'll never happen like that. So the
sort of related to that is one of the things Spencer Pratt came up with is the homeless problem in LA. All right. So it ends up the main reason nothing's being done about it, and I didn't really think about this, but it's obviously true. There are NGOs making tons of money off this, tons, because there's unlimited Medicare, Medicaid support for these people. And of course, the NGO gets their pound of flesh out of it. And this is
probably got a big piece of that $24 million that Gavin Newsom authorized to spend on the homeless problem, right? Who got that money? Nobody seems to know. I know that the homeless are still totally out there, in their tents, and they're drug addicts, and they're mentally ill, and they're diseased, and it's just, I don't know where. By the way, you have these homeless advocates in California.
Well, those are NGOs.
But they claim to be standing up for some sort of a humane cause. What's humane about leaving somebody out on the street where they're going to die of exposure, or they're going to get disease, or they're going to starve to death? Since when is that humane?
Well, there's some large currency, apparently, in being an idiotic bleeding heart, which, to take a pivot here, is one of the absurd things pointed out in my latest column, where we quote Tom Hanks, talking about how wonderful the new version of the Odyssey is, and how dare you complain about that, because it makes him a good guy, or something, to defend the fact that a black actress, who's not even attractive, by the way, is now going to play Helen of Troy.
That's awful.
So there are apparently the unlimited amount of points to be awarded to being an idiotic bleeding heart. And maybe people's patience is running out, and maybe it took burning down essentially the entire Pacific Palisades section of LA to make people wake up. But I mean, from a Californian point of view, and even as a cynic, it blows my mind that I can have presided over the worst fire in the history of Los Angeles and still think it's okay to run for mayor again. I mean, make that make sense.
She should have resigned, but now she's working on, I think thinks might resonate with the people. I don't know if it will or not. You can tell me, but she's looking at the communist riots in Newark against ICE, and she's saying we're not going to let that happen here. If ICE comes, we're going to do the same thing. Now, is that something that resonates outside of the No Kings Blue Hairs? I mean, what is the deal with that?
No. It really doesn't. I suspect there's going to be a very heavy turnout. Again, full disclosure, I'm not voting in that. I don't live within the city limits. All right. But obviously I followed it.
The election, right?
Within the city limits for many, many years.
I understand.
And it's dominating all the press coverage here. But it's become absolutely pathetic. I mean, the sports analogy would be
Yeah.
that I'm the worst possible coach in the NFL, and my contract should be renewed somehow.
The election's tomorrow. The voting has already started. The corrupt machine has already been seen. Already, they found several drop boxes with ballots that have been burned.
Yeah.
I don't know if that what that means, but the whole rotten, corrupt, voting stealing machine is in place. This is why Tita Peters was put in prison for pointing this out. And so I wonder, I mean, is that going to be in full gear tomorrow? I mean, what's going on?
It's very hard to say. I mean, there are enough people who are mad about what's going on. And I would say this, there could be a high enough turnout, because remember, this may be called a quote primary election, but if one candidate gets 51% of the vote, they're elected.
Then they win. I mean,
So,
are people going to actually vote for Bass? I mean, does she have, even among the left? I mean, other than maybe a Hollywood numbskull like
okay, but consider someone who's so brainwashed that it is not physically possible for them to vote against some woman that checks off so many boxes. Okay?
Right,
She's a pro-Castro communist. She's ugly. She's black. And she's a lesbian. How can you possibly vote against that?
Seems like once they get into power, they never leave.
Spencer Pratt was able to capitalize, sadly, on the fact that his own house got burned down in Palisades.
Yeah.
And it has that publicity that it should have. If you drive along Coast Highway, it's a burned out wreck. It looks like a freaking war zone. All right.
Right. Haven't done a damn thing. And the only thing they could say about Pratt, interestingly, is, well, he's renting like very expensive hotel to live in. Like, first of all, so what? He has the resources. He's got a wife and 2 young children. What do they think? He's just going to leave them on the street? It's not relevant. I mean, that's, that there's a crime being successful. I mean, his house was burned down like a lot of people's.
Well, I mean, of course, the other thing, if you want to get into nitty gritty details, yeah, he's staying at the Hotel Bel Air, which is very luxurious and expensive. But I promise you, he's not paying the daily rate either. If he's going to be there on a monthly basis.
It doesn't matter. I mean, of course he should do that. He's got a family. What do they expect him to do? Put up a tent? I mean, this is, he can afford to not do that. Like, it's a criticism of like wealth, actually. This is a communist thing. Like Mitt Romney was attacked. He was rich. They kept exposing the fact that they've shown pictures of his house and he's got this and he's got that. And Romney was so mealy-mouthed, he didn't really answer to it. I mean, in a sense, one of the really launching moments for Trump was when that scumbag, Chris Wallace, one of the worst. Thank God he's gone.
Oh,
really, really bad. He actually said to Trump early on when he was starting to run, "Aren't you afraid you're going to be compared to Mitt Romney with your wealth and your fancy homes and your cars and your..." And Trump's response was so amazing. He goes, "Actually, no, Mitt Romney isn't really rich. I'm rich." It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of like he turned the whole thing on its head. It's like this in this country, that's not, it's a virtue to be successful. He earned it the old-fashioned way. He didn't rip anyone
Chris
off.
Wallace was terrible, but it was another case of the son is even worse than the father. And I hated Mike Wallace.
Yeah.
So when Chris Wallace came along, but he didn't end up real well either, right? He went, I believe, to another network. I forget what it was. You probably remember. And that didn't happen. Now I don't know what he's doing. And
he completely tanked after that. He was just so loathsome. And the way he badgered Trump, during the debate, it was just so ugly and just the worst piece of.
I guess that didn't work out for him.
No. But so tomorrow is election day in California,
Right.
and it's a nail biter. I hope that they can be. I mean, if Pratt wins, I mean that could be huge.
Well, I mean, let's not forget the governorship.
Well, that also, I think that the two top people are Republicans.
I believe so. I believe so.
No, I mean they both seem legitimate to me. I mean, I don't know. It's Republicans.
What they were trying to do was raise up Javier Becerra.
Oh yeah.
Because if you look at the ballot, I was going to mention this, there are 61 candidates for governor in California.
And probably 59 of them are Democrats.
Right? Some are no party affiliation.
Right. They're just like crackpots. They're like local.
Yeah, so they're fine. They're on the ballot. Becerra was raised up as the hope. And the first name on the ballot, by the way, is Eric Swalwell.
Well, once he was
dropped out.
Yeah.
Now maybe he's going to get some votes anyway, because you can check off that box if you want.
The name is still there.
Katie Porter was promoted some months ago as being this great candidate until she was actually exposed as being this miserable, loudmouth, nasty broad. I mean, let's face it. So then they raised up Javier Becerra, who has a lot of skeletons that are coming out.
Mm.
So, I mean, we'll see how that ends up. You have Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco. It's very interesting. I mean, the world could really turn in California, and it's about time.
Oh, that would be beautiful. That would be a great and glorious event, because I don't think that was expected. I think that everyone just assumed that, certainly in the case of Das, she would just sail along and nobody, everything is just like in Massachusetts. No one's Healy is going to just continue to breeze along. They can't even get any Republicans anymore to run. You take a look at the ballots. It's blank. I mean, they're running unopposed in this state because nobody wants to go through the bull crap that, you're a Republican and you step out. It's like, oh, I mean, I could speak to that. It's ugly. They'll destroy you. They'll destroy your business. They'll destroy your marriage. They'll destroy your reputation.
Well, I guess the only way to counter that is you have to be more aggressive than they are. So when Spencer Pratt,
you have to be like Mitt Romney, who had the money to do it, and who had he was really, I mean, even though I'm not a fan, I mean, he was very careful about how he went about things, and they really couldn't do anything to stop him, even though they tried, but it was very obvious and very weak, their attempts.
No, it was pathetic, as a matter of fact, when he made the comment, which was totally valid, that he has binders full of women that he would choose for these various jobs in the federal government. They try to make a big deal about binding and women and S&M or whatever the hell they were going to do, which was just, it was pathetic.
That's how they play ball here. I mean, everything comes down to, he made a comment about his opponent, who was a woman, saying something that he said he felt was unbecoming. Now, I don't remember what it was, but it was no big deal. Somehow, oh, this is how he treats women. Yeah. Women are unbecoming. And then you had John Kerry's wife, Teresa Hines, who's about as rich as you can imagine. She's the Hines fortune. She trots out, oh, it's anti-woman, and we're going to rally women. It was just pathetic, and it was just they really had nothing going. I don't know if but they still play by that playbook. That has to be stood up to, and you have to say, hey,
Spencer Pratt is showing that's the technique, and ironically, the mayoral race in LA is officially nonpartisan. Right,
and he's running as an independent. Oh, but they kept. I think it was not the guy that took over from Lester Holt. What's his name? Tom Yamas. The only thing he asked, it reminds me a little of my campaign. The only thing they would ask me, they'd ask me one question throughout the whole interview: gay marriage, even though it had nothing to do with my race or the nation. It was a state issue. And I kept pointing that out. In the case of Yamas, he just pounded away. Oh, you're a supporter of Trump. You like Trump. Trump is with you. If we vote for you, it's like a vote for Trump. He wouldn't let go of it. And I think that Pratt handled it very well. He goes, look, I'm running for mayor. I'm not involved with national politics, but I'll do whatever I need to do to help my city, no matter who's president. You know, it's not really all that relevant. But you know, that's the playbook. I mean, it still is.
Well, you know what? It isn't working for that guy because, as it is, he's married to Katie Tur, and no, I'm sorry. The new guy who's doing the national news.
Yeah, Tom Yamas. He took over from Lester Holt.
No, his name is like Ducatus or something.
Oh, okay. From the other network, yeah.
Yeah.
They all seem to be married to each other. It's very incestuous. Yeah. Right? I mean, you take a look at all these people. They're all, you know, I mean, and they're all like in and out, like revolving door between, you know, the Democratic Party. You know, look at a guy like Stephanopoulos. I mean, right? Who's Clinton's chief of staff. Now he's head of what, NBC? I mean, it's all like a revolving door. I wonder who his wife is. She's probably head of another news outfit. I mean, it's amazing.
Stephanopoulos feel that he was at the center of that huge lawsuit that the network lost.
Have you seen the video when he was attacking Nancy Mace? You know, Trump's a rapist convicted of rape.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, the thing there is now, of course, it's coming out that E. Jean Carroll is being heavily investigated.
Oh yeah, very bad person. Crazy. And you know, it's probably this is probably the single largest case of political prosecution in modern history. To pluck that woman out of nowhere and to come up with that cockamamie story. She was obviously somebody who's mentally unstable. She had made the same accusation against many other prominent men, including Les Moonves, the head of CBS. She accused him. She's accused, and she has all these weird fantasies about rape, and she's weird, and you know, she's like one of these classic, you know, blue-haired radicals. And now you have Hoffman from LinkedIn financing the whole thing, and she can't remember the year it happened. She appears on the cover of a magazine claiming to wear the dress she was wearing that day, when it turns out that dress, according to the designer, wasn't created until a year later. So then they just dropped the part about the year. They can't remember the year. Yeah. And the story is so preposterous anyways. I mean, the idea that Trump, this prominent, well-known New York figure, everyone knew who he was on television, that he would walk into a public place like Bergdorf Goodman and he'd need to rape this woman. I mean, it's preposterous. It's this
is, you know, one of the flaws of the jury system.
Oh yeah.
And in fact, the thing that came up with the death of Mark Furman, who was involved in that case, and Ann Coulter wrote a big article about it.
Wasn't he like with OJ, right? I think
yes. Yeah. It was the OJ case. And what they did was it created this nonsense about him being racist.
Right.
But as I pointed out in a comment that actually was liked by 100 people or something, that the whole issue there was that the LA County District Attorney was an imbecile who moved the case from Santa Monica to downtown LA to achieve more notoriety. Huh. And then what happened with jury selection, they were able to somehow impanel a jury of people whose average IQ was like 30 or something. And there was no possible way that in the normal sequence of events, Sips would have gotten off. But that was just a outrageous failure on the part of the jury system.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will open the country's eyes to how corrupt that could be. Now, do you think that there's a possibility, it occurs to me when I'm thinking back at that case, that the prosecution, I mean, more the defense, I should say, that they could investigate the background of the jurors even before they were picked and figure out, kind of like, it's like running stats on people. They do this now.
Without a doubt. And that was corrupt as hell. Okay, something that isn't well known. The question came up, why does Simpson need all these lawyers? All right, Robert Kardashian was added to the defense team so they wouldn't be able to ask him how he was able to get the gun out of Simpson's house. All right? He made a trip to Simpson's house with a briefcase, put the gun in there, and sequestered it away. All right? He added nothing to the defense and would just put on there so he wouldn't be able to testify. That everything going on with that was insanely corrupt. The evidence was overwhelming. My son, who's an attorney, knows people who were deeply involved with that case. And there was literally a mountain of evidence against him.
I remember the one thing I remember about it, I wasn't a big student of it, but I watched enough of it like everyone else, was that there was a huge effort to try to cover up the blood evidence. This is not permissible.
Oh, for sure.
His blood's found on the sidewalk. His blood's found on the doorknob. His blood's found on the rug. You can't permit this. And they go into details. This is not permissible. That's not permissible. When I don't know why it wasn't permissible, but it's obvious evidence. His blood was found all over.
I think, they also brought in a judge who was a buffoon and decided it was going to be live TV coverage.
Right, and he started selling little statues of himself. I mean, he was like enjoying the publicity of it.
No, it was everything about it was a total mess, and it. I mean, what I was saying at the time, and this was '95, is that the worst part of it, in a sense, was there was some sort of black victory dance about the fact that this guy got away with the double homicide. Okay, how is O.J. Simpson black exactly? He's been living in the good part of Brentwood for most of his life as a celebrity. He doesn't seem to hang out with black people very much at all.
No, his wife was white, obviously.
Yeah, so where's the victory here exactly? What are you celebrating?
That was absolutely horrendous, and the whole thing did shake the confidence of the jury system. I mean, going back to Trump, I remember when the trial, when they took basically an alleged misdemeanor that would have been a campaign violation, and they turned it into a felony just for that case.
34 felonies.
Then they split it into 34 pieces, and he got convicted on all 34. At the people don't remember this, but at the very beginning of the jury selection, this woman who was selected, she quit the jury, and she spoke out and said, everybody in that jury is like whooping it up and celebrating. We're going to get to convict Trump. It's like, this is, they were all just lapping their chops and rubbing their hands together with joy. I don't know how the Trump people let them get through, but it was a very corrupt jury, and it was in, I think, the Upper West Side of New York. And the judge, I seem to recall, wasn't he the one whose daughter was making a fortune selling?
Yeah. I mean, the whole process sucked. Before you blame the defense team, they have a limited number of members of the jury that they could reject. And my take on it was that, hey, they were all bad.
They were. It's like,
so what are you going to do? I reject Tweedledum and Tweedledee. You're still going to be left with all the bad ones. It was horrific.
It was totally ridiculous. And Eric Trump covers this very well in his book Under Siege, by the way, which I really recommend. He was there with his father the whole time,
Yeah.
and it was just a complete farce. Getting back to Tina Peters,
Oh yeah.
I think that now that she's out, she looks good. I saw her speak to Steve Bannon on their TV station. It's God bless her. I mean, thank God she's free. I mean, and she was like saying, "Look, I'm going to take 2 or 3 weeks to just recover my health and relax, but after that, there's more things coming up." And that, I mean, I think that Trump should take her into the White House and protect her. I don't know, Mar-a-Lago. I worry about her because her story is going to really be hopefully another step in the direction of blowing the whole lid off of this rotten coup d'etat, this color.
Well, I hope so, but here's the negative side of all this.
Yeah.
How much more of this crap is out there that just isn't exposed?
Well, it is getting exposed gradually. I mean, it's been out there all along. We all know about it. And it is, I mean, there are people testifying right now in Fulton County, Georgia, that something like 500,000 ballots showed up at that corrupt so-called Republican Secretary of State, who, by the way, has been lost his office, that Raffensperger. And there's recent exposure in Wisconsin now that Trump was ahead by 120 votes. And then the next morning, 125,000 votes show up in a briefcase. I mean, it's all coming out. There's this guy he was from New York who flew into Wisconsin at the time. I forget it. He had like a hyphenated last name. It's in my book. I can't remember offhand. He shows up at the Green Bay Municipal Building and he's given the keys by the mayor or by a public official. Goes in unwarranted to where the ballots were kept and he's fiddling with the ballots. I mean, there's a huge evidence blocking the windows in Detroit.
Right.
I happened at the time, I'm not going to mention how this happened, but I had the opportunity of being on a Zoom call with the Secretary of State, Benson. And it was, I'm not going to get into why I was, but I was. I wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't do anything wrong. They didn't know who I was. They thought I was one of them. And it was people all, we're going to win with, Michigan and on to the Peach State, she says. And we were allowed to send in one question. And I sent in the question, which is, and they read it. I said, why is it that as Secretary of State, you are not calling for a complete audit and investigation of Wayne County, given the fact that people were not allowed to go in and observe the election, that pizza boxes were put up on the window so people couldn't even look inside, and that there's all this suspicion. Why aren't you doing an audit? And when you'll never forget her face when they read that question to her. Her eyes will look like they were about to bug out of her head. It was one of those moments, and it changed the whole tone of the Zoom calls. They shut it down shortly after that. It didn't continue very much longer. Yeah, it's just everything just, it's just one little question can change the whole chemistry of a situation when there's a little exposure. And I wasn't inflammatory about it either. I just was like, aren't you going to call for an audit here? I mean, there's a lot going on so that we can find out how right you are, But anyway, I mean, she's one of the worst. And it's another, I know you're not supposed to say this, but she gets financed by the Southern Poverty Law Center, which of course we now know was corrupt and was, not only are they worth something like $100 million, but they're sending in instigators in places like Charlottesville and they're paying people. I'd like to know who they were paying. I wonder if it was not Nick Fuentes, but that's another story. And that's who put her in office. And I think the same thing is probably true of Jenna Griswold in Colorado. I mean, they get these people who are just corrupt but yet who are very pleasant looking and young, and they can. It's hard to criticize someone like that. You know, she's so blonde and she's so pure looking. You know, you don't think of somebody like that as being underneath the hood, being a crook and being a corrupt.
Well, I don't know. You go back to the Old Testament, and there's a character named Jezebel that comes to mind.
Yeah. Good example.
So
Exactly.
been around for a while, you know.
It's an old trick. And I think that the deep state actors who
Well, as long as we're at it, what about Delilah? You know, so that's
exactly, you know, very tempting, very beautiful woman. You know, the deep staters who stole that election knew exactly what they were doing when they would put those people up front and they give them awards and they would let, oh, you're going to be on television, you're going to be, you know, and they would do their bidding. And I think that's exactly very calculated. That's exactly how it worked. And, you know, I mean, Kamala Harris, I don't think is very pleasant, but nevertheless, cut of that same cloth.
yeah. Well, what happened again locally is that I don't know that she and her husband have split up, but they're now living in separate locations.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, Kamala moved to somewhere in Malibu, and
Is she running?
Dougie is staying in Brentwood. So
They'll have to run against AOC. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Democrats seem to be locked into. They haven't learned anything, you know.
well, that's the good news, but we have to take advantage of it. Now, even Josh Shapiro is finally not completely afraid of his own shadow anymore.
Right.
And God forbid he's defending Israel a little bit.
Well, yeah, but that's a no-no for the Democrats. That's not going to fly. That's off the table. They can't.
Well, I think it may be a trial balloon for him to say, you know, maybe it's time, Joshy boy.
I mean, Rahm Emanuel, who also happens to be Jewish, he threw Israel under the bus on with Bill Maher. He's like, oh, we're going to cut all funding, going to cut all military aid to Israel. Absolutely. You know, so he knows which side of the, you know, the talk about miserable turncoat traitors. Oh my God. Yeah, but you know, he wants to run for president and he's open about that. And so he knows how that's going to happen in the
based on what though? I mean, I guess obviously anybody can run for anything.
Right.
But what did he bring to the table? Exactly. Oh no, he was the mayor of Chicago, did a very bad job, has been in government all his life, never really had a real job.
No. Famously said you can't let a good crisis go to waste.
Good crisis go to waste.
But no,
meanwhile, his brother, who you don't hear about too much anymore,
Obamacare
was in favor, but well, everybody over 75 should just check out. And,
with the Corey scores and you know, the rationing and yeah, right, Emmanuel, what's his Ezekiel Emmanuel.
Yeah,
all these guys they have Hebrew names. It's interesting. You know, it's just among the worst. So I mean, who do they have? I mean, they've got a rather shallow bench, as it were. There's not too many people in the bullpen warming up. I don't know. I mean,
there doesn't seem to be much talent. And if they could actually, if Josh Shapiro grows a pair and decides that, you know, maybe his future lies elsewhere. I mean, it was criminal how he was bypassed for the vice presidency.
It was. But he said very little about the fact that his house was firebombed by one of these radical leftists who was calling for the destruction of Israel. And he can't back away from Israel because he actually, I think for a brief period between college and law school, he served in the IDF. He went to Israel and he volunteered as a military. So what is he going to say? You know, he can't, you know, you kind of in.
Okay, but Chuck, at what point do you realize, gee, you know, I don't have to be a toe tag liberal anymore just because I'm Jewish.
Right.
Maybe we can change the model here.
Well, I mean, I think he could do it. You know, I mean, he's, you know, he's probably he's sort of, at least publicly, has an image of being somewhat of an old-fashioned, Kennedy-style lunch bucket Democrat. He's
Yeah.
not some radical. He's more moderate. At least that's the image. I don't know if that's who he is. I mean, Obama had that image too when he ran. I mean, it's all, you can't believe anything that people are saying. I mean, it's all like posturing. But I think that maybe that's going to be how they'll sell him. And it's certainly a little bit more believable than Kamala or AOC. And yet they do seem to have taken over the high ground of the Democratic Party.
Oh, without a doubt.
And I think that they have to pay homage to them. And I think AOC actually is thinking of running for president, apparently. And she's even though she's about as dumb as a turnip, I mean, she can't really talk about anything. It's almost as bad as Caroline Kennedy, who even she was just blown out. I mean, she ran briefly for the U.S. Senate, and a couple of liberal media figures gave her a softball interview, and she couldn't say.
Oh, that was so painful.
She's like, she couldn't even speak, and her son is this wacko guy. I mean, crazy, weird. He's running for.
Yeah, but you know what? I have to say this: the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. In that, Jackie was no brain trust either.
No, she wasn't. Something.
And everybody forgets somehow.
Yeah.
That she came across. Of course, the term didn't exist then. If you look at old videos of Jackie Kennedy, she comes across like a valley girl.
She does. I saw something recently where she did this tour of the White House, and it was pretty embarrassing. I mean, she just seemed very vacuous.
No, the press fawning over her.
Yeah,
and then, remember, I was 13, 12, 14 years old during that period.
Yeah.
And all I would hear is, oh, she's so great. She speaks all these languages.
Right.
So then YouTube exists now. You can go research that. And I had to replay it 3 times. I couldn't believe it. Okay.
I think we're talking about the same video, right?
Yeah. Je voudrais qu'il and it's like, what?
And then
it's like someone phonetically reading French for the first time. And
she was talking about the history of the White House. It was not very articulate. And then JFK walks into the room and they interview him briefly, and he was a bright guy, but he wouldn't even look at her. He was like, he's like, uh-oh, this is bad.
Yeah, well, you wonder what the story was behind that, because of course he was married before he married her.
Oh, was he?
That was, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
a woman who turned out to be a Nazi spy, right?
Yeah.
Something like that,
So, and speaking of JFK, of course, today is the 100-year anniversary of the birth of Marilyn Monroe. So let's not.
And I did a chapter on that in my book about assassinations. Some of the stories around her death were pretty hairy and pretty, torrid and talk about murky and.
Well, she was really a tragic figure.
Yeah.
In that she had a difficult time making it in Hollywood in the first place. Then she had her run. Obviously had mental issues and personal problems.
Right.
And again, they make this huge deal about the fact that she was married to Joe DiMaggio. That was only for like 4 or 5 months, which people seem to forget. Yet he ends up putting flowers on her grave for over 20 years.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of odd stuff going on there. And it's just very sad. They interviewed her first husband some time ago, and he said, look, I was in love with Norma Jean. I don't know who this Marilyn Monroe person ended up being.
Right.
And it was pretty touching.
Yeah. I mean, to her credit, in a way, it's interesting that she created this persona,
Yeah.
and out of really, I mean, she was kind of, not a bad looking woman, but not anything incredible.
Right.
And she developed, I think, quite consciously, this incredible persona.
Right.
Actually, it's pretty amazing. I think the same thing is true with Elvis Presley too. They developed
Yeah.
this.
Good analogy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I mean, I kind of admire that. I mean, they actually, it's kind of, there's something about that that's very American. It's like, I'm going to take something I have a vision. I'm going to take what I have and I'm going to make it into something else
Right.
that's very defined, and that they created this public image which was very powerful, and it was she's very self-made. So I admire that. I mean, I admire her for doing that, but she also was very much exploited, and I think Elvis was too, for that matter.
Yeah.
He was surrounded by people who were, didn't have his best interests at heart, and it's sad. I mean, and they both were great talents. They really.
Well, of course, my oldest grandsons had a birthday last month, and just for the hell of it, I sent him the happy birthday video that Marilyn Monroe did.
Oh, that's nice.
Of course, he obviously didn't understand all the stuff behind it.
Right. But they created certain, I think, a positive image in the world. I think they contributed something. Both of them did. And it was really their own doing, that they had this vision for themselves, and they pulled it off. It's just that I mean, it's hard to be involved in that kind of power and that kind of fame, probably. That it's very corrupting. I mean, I think that I remember a comment made by George Harrison, actually, because the Beatles met with Elvis, and it was a very kind of like stiff, kind of awkward meeting. But Harrison said, I feel sorry for Elvis because he had to stand out there and do this all alone. He didn't have anyone to relate to. He didn't have anyone to compare with or talk with that was experiencing this incredible thing. Whereas we had each other. At least we had four guys. We were all going through the thing together, and we could all sort of, laugh about it and talk about it. So I think that was true. He was very isolated. I saw recently the documentary on Elvis with concert footage. I forget the name of it. It was a small movie, just came out, and he really was brilliant. I mean, he was just had some quality that was extraordinary, and he was really very humble, very much himself. He kind of knew who he was. He didn't put on airs. He had a vision for what he wanted to do, and he even though he was going downhill, obviously, he still stuck with it right to the very end. I feel bad for him. I mean, he really didn't have any friends who could talk to him about anything. I mean, he's very isolated. Same thing with Marilyn Monroe. I mean, she was surrounded by vultures, particularly Kennedys. I mean, talk about exploiting someone.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my God. I mean, they passed her around, and it's an ugly story. I don't even want to get into it, but I do cover that briefly in my book, Assassination.
Well, I mean, think about it. What was her escape plan? And how do you leave that world exactly?
Yeah.
How do you suddenly now become Norma Jean again? I don't know.
Well, I mean, you get caught up in it, and it's very alluring, and it's you become addicted to it. It's like a drug.
Well, the cliche that I use, which would have applied to Diana, I think, is what you're going to have to do is move to a small town in Montana and marry the local veterinarian or something, and
Right.
just fall back into that, and you're not really in a media location. And like Kim Novak did.
Yeah, I think people have done that. They said, I've had enough of this, and they retire. Donovan, the folk singer from England, did that. He's like, I'm done here. I've done my thing. I'm finished. And he had like a manager. He was like at the top of his game. He had all these top hits, and his manager like literally got on his hands and knees and he begged him, please, don't do this. Don't do this to me. He said, you just walked away. I've had it. I've had enough. I mean, so people can, they can do that. It's happened.
Well, it
I
has.
mean,
The other one that did that famously was Deborah Winger.
is that right?
Yeah, she walked away.
Yeah. Al Green, the singer, after a fan threw a scalding pot of water on his head, he's like, I'm not, this isn't for me. I'm done. So, people, it's not something you have to do. I mean, you become part of this machine and they just, they market you like you'd market a can of peas. I mean, it's just that simple. Anyway, but politicians generally never go away. Right? They just continue to reinvent themselves. And they especially liberal politicians, they never go.
Look at Chuck Schumer.
Oh my God, yeah.
When is it going to stop already?
That's who they have. And you've got, I mean, I think in the case of Barack Obama, he's still exercising power behind the scenes. He's still undermining Trump, just like he did when he was before leaving office, when he set up that, the whole Russia thing. There's now testimony that's been released on that. And I think he's still doing it. He traveled to Europe recently. He's meeting with people. He's still trying to kind of operate as a treasonous sort of government in exile. I don't know. Maybe he actually is doing that. I don't know. But he ain't going away. I mean, he's lost his allure. He's no longer well liked. He doesn't track.
Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's that is off the rose is off the stem, but he still is wielding this behind the scenes machinations, these powers, and very, very dangerous man. Anyways, of course, we know Biden.
There we go. But I'm so happy that Tina Peters is out.
Thank God. She's out. She's safe. She's sound. She looks good. That really bothered me. And I'm hoping that that's just another domino in the direction of getting to the bottom of that whole rotten coup d'etat that occurred on election day and eve in 2000. It's just, I mean, I've been following that story ever since. And it's just, I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of it, but that is, to me, is where a lot of bodies are buried. And that to do that could really open even a bigger door in terms of how corrupt and how controlled our system has become. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, we're going to try to be more frequent with these things. I got a couple of ideas I'm working through, and I always try to get it ready so that it's been published a couple of days before the Monday show. So
great. Okay.
And it's, as you know, you just got to get into the habit.
Right.
And when I was doing once a week, that was just part of my routine.
Well, I mean, I tend to work well under deadlines also. I mean, I like to have a date which something has to happen, and it focuses my energy.
Yeah.
So good. All right. So
we'll keep doing that. In the meantime, enjoy June in New England.
Yep. And good luck for tomorrow's election.
Oh, yeah. Boy, that's going to be interesting, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope. So
all right. Take care. We will see you next time.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Welcome to the program, everybody. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Mike, I really want to get right to the issue at hand. How could this have happened? It looks to me, from my perspective here in Boston, that the election is being stolen in California. I blame, in a way, the Trump administration and all of the people there who know how this happened in 2020, who understand the mechanism in place, and they really didn't take initiative. Now you have the U.S. Attorney now, Asali, investigating. Why didn't he investigate months ago? Why didn't he investigate a year ago? All of a sudden, it's a bit late in the day to have an investigation as the votes are being counted 2 weeks after an election. What say you?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, it's only gotten worse and worse. I think what they're trying to do is steal the mayoral LA situation away from Spencer Pratt,
Mhm.
but they will give us Steve Hilton running as the opponent of Becerra. So the problem is that nobody wants to play hardball. And as I mentioned too many times on this show, that really started with Bob Dornan getting, quote, defeated by Loretta Sanchez in an obviously stolen congressional election. And the Republican Party was afraid of its own shadow, as if apparently Latinos are in favor of voter fraud or something. I mean, it made no sense at all. It's just complete weakness. The only hope is that Spencer Pratt himself will fight it. What makes it even more stupid, and many of your viewers may not know this, is that Rahman already conceded.
Exactly. Not only did she concede, but she was crying.
Yeah.
And she did, oh my God, how could this happen to me?
Yeah. Well, I think the reason that it's been done is that the powers that be realized that Pratt would probably defeat Karen Bass.
Easily.
Because she's despised. I mean, why shouldn't she be? You've got a homeless situation. You've got the Palisades fire. I mean, there were other fires, but technically the Palisades was really the only one that was part of the city of Los Angeles. She's remarkably incompetent, and they're freaking out because this would be the case of, how much does DEI count for? How bad can you be and have DEI still win? So the only hope is
if she did
that Pratt fights it, and then it's not a done deal yet. I mean, what you're reacting to is that there was this sudden surge, right, in the counting. And let me be clear, this was raised by Steve Hilton, by the way,
right,
who's the governor, that in the little country of India, where they will routinely have over 800 million votes to count, they do it in one day. So what the hell is wrong? And yeah, it's not just California. It's happened in other Democrat strongholds. And I think now the fight really is, they know it's inevitable, that the fraud is going to be exposed on a grand scale going back at least, and you know better than I, maybe you can comment, at least to Kennedy Nixon, probably before that.
I think it goes back to Jefferson, but putting that aside, this country has never really gotten it right when it comes to elections, and other countries do. I mean, it's even like Mexico, they do it all in one day. I mean, even Iraq, remember they had people with a finger, like with the ink. I mean, it's but it's really a disgrace, and it's a embarrassment for this country that we just, even though we may be the cradle of liberty, we have not yet gotten elections right. And in this particular case, however, I think that California is unique. I think it's the only state, not only in this union, but I think it's the only government in the world that allows for votes to be counted up to a month after election day. Am I wrong?
Well, I don't know of any other place, but I mean, California, if people have to be reminded, was not a one-party state up to at least 2011. So they're just massive fraud. But here's the other thing that happens in the face of, let's call it evil. People don't want to deal with it, all right? The best example I can give is COVID-19. No matter how bad the information you could get, how deleterious the, quote, vaccines were, how bad the recommendations were, how bad the lockdowns were, I think people have been brainwashed into worshiping authority. And let's face it, Chuck, that's the first thing, the very first thing you learn in school is how to take orders. And
it is conditioning, but even in that condition, which is, I think, quite accurately, not only the condition at this point of most Americans, but historically of most human beings, going all the way back to the days of the idol worship. We're taught to follow orders. We're taught how to see, how to hear, how to think, how to walk. We're basically conditioned to only see things through a very prescribed and narrow alley. But even in that context, it seems to me obvious that this one is really like, phew. I mean, to have her being pulled over like this, who would have voted for her? Even like, other than a real hardcore, hard-bitten leftist, cadre. I mean, are the average Angelinos going to do this? I mean, they're going to vote for Bass?
I mean, it sort of made no sense. All right. Believe me, Karen Bass is left-wing enough. So to raise up this woman who was essentially unknown, even within her own council district, there's got to be some, very dirty money behind this, Brian.
Well, she's another Mamdani. You have these leftists taking over cities all over the country now. That seems to be where communists are starting their takeover. You've got Seattle with that whacked out mayor there. I forget her name. And some other small. I mean, even here in Boston, we have somebody that's running for, for I think he's running for Congress, and it's just his entire platform is just Orange Man bad. That's it. I contacted him about it actually, and I said, "Do you have anything else to run on other than Orange Man bad?" And he responded to me with one of these vague, "Oh yes, I believe in goodness and apple pie and motherhood." This is crapola. We want to have policy that's great. Which policy? Just policy. They talk policy. The guy in Maine also. No one wants to talk policy. They all want to talk about my beating up my girlfriends and my Nazi tattoo. The point is, okay, maybe somebody should ask him a bit about policy. What does he stand for? No one gets to that. But anyway, getting back to Los Angeles, there was a big vote drop. I think it was probably about 5 days after the election, something like 19,000 votes. Pratt got 0. Yeah. Big donut, literally. Now,
here's my explanation about that.
Yeah,
that is a gigantic, let's say, middle finger to everybody. Okay, statistically, that's not possible.
Exactly.
I suppose if you and I went around and canvassed, who's everybody that wants to vote for Rahman, and give us your ballot. I mean, there's no possible way that in a random collection of ballots you're going to get 0 for Spencer Pratt.
No, even in a gathered, someone is going to vote for him, and the fact that they would do this like that, I mean, they're not even pretending.
It's absolutely flagrant.
They'd sprinkle a few of his votes in there just to sort of pretend.
Well, but this is it. I have a late friend who's a big Catholic apologist, and he said one of his theories was that God and Satan, I guess going back to the book of Job, have this relationship where the evil side has to expose themselves in some way. Okay. So, we're going to give you something so absurd. Here's 19,000 votes. There won't be any for Spencer Pratt. I mean, hey, God, how much more can I expose myself? Right.
Right. Well, they always do this. And we've talked about this. And I mean, I've done enough programs with the tin hat on to talk about this one, that the occultic, internationalist, illuminated left, they will often do they'll do something in public as part of what they do. And most people don't see it because they don't know how to see it, but they will do it and they'll flaunt something. I mean, something that comes to mind, I mean, Bill Clinton, when he was governor of Arkansas, he'd have sex with his hookers on the steps of the State House.
Right.
Maybe he could have gotten a hotel room. No, he wanted to do it because it's part of the ethos. I can do this. He's like waving a Bible in his hand and coming out of church so he could go into the Oval Office to mess around with Monica Lewinsky. It's part of the thrill, I think, of it. It's like it maybe gives them a sense that they're alive, that they need to do something blatant. They need to show their hand publicly. It's like I am all powerful. I can do whatever the hell I want. No, and by the way, I have so much power that no one's going to talk about this. It's not going to be reported. So watch this. And then they'll do something crazy. And
And the thing is, he got away with it. That was the point.
Yes.
Which reminded me of when I was in high school. There was a guy who hated this particular teacher, and there was a term paper that had to be done that had to be 20 pages long, whatever. So he showed me this thing before he turned it in. Okay. What he did was he had a couple of pages on the front and the back. And I said, well, what's in the middle here? And he said, well, read it. And honest to God, every one of those pages said, I am so sure you're not going to read this that I'm going to write in, you are a big fat idiot, blah, 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 blah. And those were all the interior pages, right? He got away with it. He actually got an A on the paper because he could masquerade as a, quote, smart kid in the class. But it was part of the thrill to be able to, try to get away with this ridiculous stunt of turning in the paper like that, just to prove to himself the guy never even opened it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think, ironically, like in my own Islamic studies class, I get a C for writing a very detailed and long paper because they found that one of my footnotes, I didn't give enough of a cite and I didn't put enough of a period, and they find something because they did not like at all what I had to say, even though I really put a lot of work into it and I did come up with some pretty original research. They didn't like the nature of that research, but so it's all very subjective, and it also makes me think of I don't know if you know James Lindsay. He's a former college professor who, along with some other people, they wrote these papers quoting from Hitler, right? And they got it published in it, but they gave it like, anti-colonial permutations on the cerebellum or something weird, and he got it published in some major college, scholarly publications. And he did it mainly to make a point, and so, it all depends on how you phrase something, I guess. But, I think in this case with the 19,000 votes, this is serious business. They really, I think that Newsom knows that if Pratt's elected, he'll have no chance as president. They won't be able to turn that one around. Maybe, as you say, they'll give Hilton a pass. But Pratt is somebody who's really, in a way, a lot like Trump. Not that he's necessarily aligned with Trump, but he's really kind of kicking the door down. He goes out, he puts out these ads, he shows realities that should be obvious to everyone, and certainly in Los Angeles, and I think is obvious. I think that, and they can't have that.
He ended up being the wrong guy to piss off. All right, he became an angry man.
Right.
It's bad enough that his house in Palisades burned down, but then you have plenty of time to contemplate what's going to occur afterwards, right? I mean, it's been a few years since these fires. There's been almost no construction going on trying to take care of this because you have a coastal commission, which is just impossible to deal with. The idea was, and let's face it, I mean, people were saying this at the time, that the commies in California wanted to wipe out all the private property owners in Palisades so the beach could go to, quote, the people. All right. somehow they forgot about the Malibu colony and all the property that David Geffen owns in Malibu and so on. But
Right.
I think that it may even be a good thing if you look at it. If Pratt gets thrown out like that, now you got a severely pissed off guy who knows how to.
Hopefully, a pissed off electorate.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what people are what do people say?
Without a doubt. I mean, people, this wakes people up because this hits very local. It's not that this guy came out of nowhere and wasn't getting any votes. You see this, last second turnaround thing. And of course, it's going to be the same mantra. Nobody can prove voter fraud. Okay. Well, how am I supposed to prove it?
Exactly. It's just nothing can be proven. It's evidence. It's obvious. It's like self-evident. But even some of the liberals are holding their noses on this one. I mean, I noticed that that statistician Kornacki on, I think it's on NBC, CBS.
Yeah.
He noted that there hasn't been that every time the votes are counted after Election Day, 99% of the votes are Democrat. He's noted that. I mean, I think that they're almost like it's even too much for them. And but again, I mean, as I started, where is and where was the Trump administration on this?
Well, I mean, the trouble is that you really have no opposition. And good question. Where's the Trump administration? But to make an excuse for him, it's like, what? Do I have to do everything myself?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Republican Party in California? Where are the people that supported Spencer Pratt in LA? And, again, I mentioned that Loretta Sanchez fiasco. It's like they're afraid of their own shadow. Well, gee, if we complain, then maybe the Democrats may not like us. Well, here's a newsflash. They don't like you. There's nothing you can do to make them like you. It's not going to work because they're all brainwashed and stupid. What other explanation is there? You got a mayor who's a complete disaster. The fact that she even had the temerity to run for a second term is bad enough. And the fact that she might win is absurd, right? So there you go. That's the state of the electorate. That's how stupid people are. But that's more importantly, how bad the opposition is. They're just going to take it. All right. They don't want to support Spencer Pratt because, gee, they may piss off some moron working for the LA Times, right? Gustavo Arellano may say something bad in his column about you. That's what you're looking at here.
And also, it's not the electorate, it's the fraud that's really doing it. It's obvious. Spencer Pratt himself has now pointed out that this latest drop coincides with the exact number of homeless people who were harvested. You had these so-called nonprofits, these NGOs, just like they did in 2020. They go out and they start harvesting votes from homeless people. They go on the street. I don't know, the big homeless tent cities in Los Angeles, and they just gather up names, put the ballots up. In 2020, they did this in nursing homes in Wisconsin, where people even had already passed away, and they were still writing their names. I mean, this one woman said, "Look, my father passed away on September. How is it that he voted?" It's like it was really obvious. So, and then in Atlanta, they did it with homeless. I think that's obvious. I think the group behind that was Stacey Abrams. And then when a lawsuit was brought up, it was heard before a federal judge who's Stacey Abrams' sister. So, the whole system was rigged. Now you have, 4 years later, 6 years later, again, it's happening again. It's happening now in California. I mean, it happened last election too. I think Trump won so overwhelmingly that they couldn't stop it.
Well, unfortunately, that's the only way that it can work under these circumstances is that you have to have such a lead that the fraud is impossible. But
Right.
the other thing is that until people can get to the point that they can recognize evil and not run away from it, this is going to go on. And the worse it gets, right? Because the Democrats know that without fraud, they're done. They're done. They might get 20% of the vote of the hardcore commies, but the normal people who are voting, they're not going to get. So it's all based on fraud 24/7. Again, do the COVID analogy. Not too many people were willing to accept the fact that a vaccine that will hurt you is being promulgated. That was just too much to bear.
And it's to this day, they can't deal with that. Plus, they continue to defend idiotic things like the masking and the social distancing, and they continue to condemn FDA-approved drugs like ivermectin. And I mean, you still can't talk about this on TikTok. I mean, I even on Twitter, I lost my Twitter station for some reason. I don't know what I said, but probably something about this. It's still forbidden. President Trump himself said recently that he noted that whenever you talk about the election steal of 2020, they shut off the cameras. He couldn't get an interview. For years, he finally got an interview with his daughter-in-law. That was the only person that would interview him. I mean, this is a subject that's banned. It's just that simple. And here we are, 6 years later.
Well, I'm gonna look at it from the long view. Okay, you can't keep up this charade forever. Okay, and the thing that may save us is it's very, very hard to BS these younger generations, because remember, they were born into alternative media. All right, they weren't sitting there with Walter Cronkite and Ed Murrow and all these left-wing apparatchiks. Right?
Scott Kelly.
Well, that's another one.
I'll get into that in a minute. But the thing is that here you have, apparently, according to U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley, who is now investigating, you can register to vote the same day in California by using your gym membership, by using a prescription card for prescription drugs, your a credit card, but most troubling, insurance cards, when California is giving free insurance to illegal aliens. So that's the vote that came out for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Millions of people, and I think that was pretty open. I'm not even saying this is a conspiracy. There were organizations openly registering illegal aliens in California. Millions of them, right?
Well, as I'm fond of saying, how far back do you want to go? All right.
Right.
I think the basic issue here beyond the fraud is that someone thought it was a great idea to have universal suffrage. Although when you ask someone to articulate a reason for that, they never can. All right. Why should it be so easy to vote? Okay.
No, and of course, and the whole, the voter registration, the act in Congress, it can't get past, the Senate, mainly because of traitors like Thune. But most 85% of people support it. 85% of minorities support it. It's absurd. Of course, it's racist to suggest that a minority can't get a photo ID. Of course, they have photo ID. This is completely made up.
That's a great example.
You can't get, a six-pack of beer without photo ID.
Well, again, that's a great example of how stupid this has become. Okay. For me, the core issue is there shouldn't be universal suffrage. But from that stems now the fact that, wow, you shouldn't even have to show ID. So you can't really make an argument that you have legitimate elections unless they're absolute landslides. Because the fraud, but even the example I always use is, I think most people are aware that there was massive fraud, Kennedy Nixon, even to the point that Eisenhower recommended that Nixon fight it, but he was too much of a wimp to do it.
Right.
So what are you going to do at that point if the very guy that was cheated is too wimped out to fight it? Then all you could say is, hey, you know what? Good for him. He didn't do so.
Spencer Pratt is made out of. I don't know. He
doesn't seem to be like a tricky dick guy. Okay. Remember, the difference is Nixon always wanted to be one of the cool kids. He never quite made it.
Yeah.
Everything he did in his rotten political life was to try to be one of the cool kids.
Yeah.
And it always backfired.
And they ended up screwing him in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I think also Nixon was kind of told by somebody, "You'll have your turn in 8 years," and he accepted that. But in the case of Pratt, I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, I think that the U.S. attorney is investigating. You have, let me see, I took some notes here.
Well, remember, we have a few months here before the general. And I don't think Pratt's going to take this lying down.
No, and plus California, they recently didn't they have a mayor in a city adjacent to Los Angeles? Apparently,
Arcadia.
Yeah, evidence that she was working with the Chinese
spy. Right.
I mean, you had Dianne Feinstein.
That's a slightly different issue. She was legitimately elected. I believe.
Who knows what she was doing in the to further the interest of the Chinese communists? Not to mention Dianne Feinstein's driver. He had been a communist spy for 30 years. It's just California.
She represents, Dianne Feinstein represented everything wrong with California. All right, we come back to this story occasionally on the show. Dianne Feinstein, for those that don't remember, and nobody would remember, was the vice mayor of San Francisco when George Moscowitz was assassinated.
Right.
Yeah. So she came out of nowhere and created this political career for herself and took very much advantage of that. Well, she's the woman and liberal, and stayed, as senator for 500 years. Until she just about died while on the Senate floor, almost literally.
Yeah, I remember that.
What did she ever do that was any good?
I mean, she was. I would argue that she's not as bad as Adam Schiff, who actually is quite active and quite evil.
Well, right, but I guess you could counter that argument and say Feinstein just showed up and was senator for 1 million years. Schiff has a bad agenda that he's working on, and then you go back to who are the idiot voters that vote for this guy? All right,
how could that have happened? I mean, was that just a case of Orange Man bad in California? Because he was one of the primary. Him and Swalwell.
Schiff took advantage of the fact that in the gerrymandered district, there was enough tribalistic voting of Jews, and you had anyway a fairly liberal district. And then, of course, the problem was he never ran against anybody. He never had an opponent.
He went statewide. He became the U.S. Senate.
But that was name recognition, and the fact that he was, quote, due. I mean, if you look at the career of Henry Waxman, it was the same thing. Literally, there was never an opponent to Henry Waxman.
But his name wasn't exactly good. He'd been censored by Congress. He was walking around. I just think that it's an example, maybe, of how strong Trump hatred is, how Trump derangement is. I don't know, because he was walking around for years, getting his fat face on television, saying, "I have here in my hip pocket proof that Trump." That Putin had colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election, which is the biggest conspiracy theory in our time. and obviously false, and he never produced it, and yet he won.
Well, I mean, you have to understand that for the typical liberal, it's easy to become a Trump hater because he's reflecting everything that you know is wrong, right? That you grew up with Model UN, et cetera, as we've said so many times. Right. And yet you find out none of this crap actually works in reality, right? All this kumbaya 1960s stuff never worked. It was all BS. It's all corrupt. So you're at a crossroads, right? Do I admit at age 55 or whenever you come to this realization, hey, everything I stood for was wrong, I'm an idiot? Or do you take the other road? Well, you know, this is terrible, and Trump is the guy that keeps reminding me of this every day, so I'm just going to hate the guy. That's the whole story.
What it comes down to is, are there enough of those people in California, and how much of that deficit is made up by voting machines that are online, and people voting 2 weeks after an election, and all the other shenanigans that's going on? I mean,
well, I mean, it remains to be seen. As I wrote several weeks ago at Gen Z, is that it's a lot hard to fool these kids because they've seen alternative media. I mean, one of the excuses, I guess, you could make for the boomers being stupid is that they grew up with limited media, right? They grew up actually respecting a total disaster like Walter Cronkite, Ed Murrow, and these people are still lionized. God knows why. Okay, but there you go. And
that brings me to Scott Pelley. I always disliked him intensely. Arrogant. He looks like he juts his face, the chin. He's like so. He reminds me of. He's worse than John Kerry. Talks like he has a mouthful of marbles. He's like really so full of himself, and then he goes on and he insults the new boss right to his face at a meeting where the boss is introducing himself, and and then he's obviously fired. Good thing, for cause, and now he's doing a media interview that this new boss and that Barry Weiss is committing murder. It's like he says, and then this other woman who was fired, I felt like my wife had been murdered. It's like, what kind of this guy, he's
well, I mean, look, it's pathetic. If they think they have to rescue that franchise, it was always garbage. It was always corrupt. And now the very last one standing, who I think they're trying to get rid of, is Leslie Stahl.
Oh my God! Well, she's like a criminal. She's a criminal. I mean, her interview with Trump is why they were sued. She actually, there's no evidence of that the Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, that talk about putting the finger on this other guy. They're putting the finger on the scale in favor of Trump. Can you imagine the nerve? I mean,
what I got out of that when it happened was that, to coin a phrase, she really believed it. Her head is so far up her ass that she actually believes it. You could have come in with gold-plated documentation and it wouldn't have mattered because she bought into it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but something, even if she did believe it, it's not her role to sit there and question the president of the United States in an interview. I mean, would she do that to like Putin if he was being interviewed, or Xi Jinping? I mean, recently this one with what's her name, Weller, constantly interrupting him. I need facts. I need evidence. So Trump. No wonder he's finally had it. I mean, the hatred and the bizarre, twisted, negative nature.
For me, it was almost amusing to watch it. That she was so arrogant and stupid at the same time. You're talking about Kristen Welker, where Trump walked out of the interview,
right?
And then her only excuse, we came all the way out to Wisconsin to see you.
All the way to Wisconsin.
Who freaking who?
Yeah, and you know, the Trump really kind of nailed it when he said, "Look, a country can't survive for long with this kind of negative, lying media. It's just it's really a travesty. It's unjust, you know, to have that go on, so coordinated, so concertized, so constant, drip, 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 like Chinese water torture. Every freaking day you get another phony Trump attack and story." And when it's proven that they lied, oh, sorry, we'll do better next time. But it's already too late. They put it out there. At least,
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And when they had a chance, don't forget this: when they had a chance to reform CBS News, they didn't. What did they do? They brought in a left-wing lesbian from the New York Times. Oh, wow, that's going to be a big change.
Well, I mean, I think she actually is a big improvement. You're talking about Barry Weiss.
Yeah.
I mean, I listened to her podcast. She's a bit of a, you know, an independent. You know, she's actually on
it's all relative, Chuck. I mean,
she left the New York Times under, you know, because their biases against Israel for one thing. But anyways, I'm willing to give her a break. But it's Scott Pelley. He's the epitome of a Trump hater, and of this arrogant sort of big overstuffed. I mean, you know, there he is, you know, being paid of probably millions of dollars just to read.
Yeah.
It's not even, you know, he reads off a page. Oh, I'm a journalist. He's like, and that the media was being so balanced before. Now it's not. Really? I mean, do people actually believe that outside of?
I think when you're Scott Pelley and most of your career has been with CBS News, you really believe it. I mean, as I am fond of saying, when I was doing my weekly health column, I got involved with journalists, and I would never cease to be amazed how stupid they were. There were times, Chuck, when I thought they were kidding with the questions they were asking me that were so stupid. Okay. And the only saving grace, I guess, for them was that within the journalism profession, the sports guys were even more dumb. So that's what you have to deal with. And,
well, and also they are. I mean, I know this from my own campaign, actually, and I know this seems anecdotal, but they are told, get this guy.
Yeah.
However it takes, smear this guy. And the other guy, they're told, do not cover anything negative. They get, you know, softballs. And I mean, that's certainly how the Boston Globe operates. And I think it's how, you know, 60 Minutes operates. It's so biased.
So why would some bright-eyed kid out of J school, why would they want to take that job?
Well, because the journalism schools now, I think that Lester Holt kind of let the cat out of the bag when he took some kind of phony award to add to his shelf. When he said, hey, we're no longer pretending to be objective journalists. That age is over. We now have to be activists. We have to advocate. And so that's what they're taught. And and obviously that advocacy is leftist advocacy. It's just that simple. They take a course in critical theory. That's how they look at the world. And they're told to go out and do it. It's not, they don't even pretend to be objective. For him to now.
The good news is that the conventional media is dropping off fairly quickly. The ratings are, I mean, this is not exactly appointment television anymore. How many people, you know, rush home to watch Lester Holt when it's broadcast, right?
I don't know. I mean, now that MSNBC and Rachel Maddow, now that they've changed the name of the station, is their ratings gone up? I don't know. It's just the same old rotten thing. I mean, if you turn it in every night, I mean, I listened to a few minutes of it because, as we like to say, I have to. Do it for you.
I'm so glad you do it. I'm so glad.
But it's the same old thing every night. I mean, here in Boston, I mean, the Boston Phoenix eventually went out of business because even the liberals and leftists got tired of it. It was the same thing every week. literally, it's just dressed up differently. And I think that in the case of Massachusetts, once Deval Patrick was elected governor, who was one of the worst and one of the most left wing, their purpose was over anyways. Who needed them anymore? Why remind ourselves, that how left wing we are? We have it. We've accomplished it. And also, Rush Limbaugh was in Boston the most popular talk show host in the state for years, for decades.
Okay, but let me ask you this: where would you have to go to find the archetypal Trump-hating left-wing Democrat? You know, if you could produce one and you had one chance to do it, where would you go?
They are suburban, well-to-do, mostly over 70 women, white women. That's who it is.
Okay.
That's the demographic. My mother is an example of this.
Right.
There's absolutely dripping with Trump hatred. They have no idea why. They'll scream. I remember, we talked about Welker's interview with Trump and how hysterical she was. That isn't even as bad as they were during his first term. It was even worse. I remember Savannah Guthrie interviewing during the election. She was literally screaming. I mean, literally at the top of her lungs. I mean, these women are like, they're not sane. It's like they're out of their minds with rage. And it's getting so miserable. I mean, they at this point they're stopping the building of this ballroom. Really? And then so they concocted this phony story that is somehow anti-women because the east wing of the White House had to be knocked down. First of all, just for the record, I think the last first lady to even step foot in that room was Pat Nixon. Since then, it's been used for storage. It's been used. It's gone downhill. It was used the same reason I use my back porch, to keep paper goods, right? To keep extra, plastic spoons. You know what I mean? It's like to keep toilet paper. I mean, it was a storage room. There was nothing in there. No first lady. And then you have Jill Biden, of all people, titling her book about the East Wing of the White House. What does she calls it? View from the East Wing, which is supposed to be a shot at Trump. I mean, every word of that book is a lie. I doubt if she ever stepped foot in that East Wing. I think it was since Rosalind Carter. I mean, the first ladies set up office in the West Wing, where the power is. They want to be near the Oval Office, especially Hillary Clinton, to keep an eye on Bill, while he's in there. Who knows what he's doing? But they concoct these crazy narratives, and so miserably they've actually stopped. I think they've stopped him from building it. Can you imagine? I mean, that thing is financed entirely from private donations. It's a gift to the country. They stopped the revamping of the Kennedy Center, even though there are rats there now, and the place is falling apart.
Well, I mean, this is what I was saying earlier, that he's just reflecting everything that they don't want to see, right? Yeah, the Kennedy Center may have been good years ago, but right, it's become a dump. He's trying to fix it up. This whole ballroom thing, it's the same deal. They don't want to give him a W, right? He just can't win anything, and they're losing grip on the pulse of America. It's going to take longer. It's going to take a while, but again, nobody rushes home to watch Lester Holt or this Dukakov guy, whatever his name is. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares. There's going to be, as Michael Savage called, the Upper East Side women with hysterectomies, who are the ones you're referring to over 70, whatever. But the demographic is dying out, and it's too bad. But believe me, when I was at my 60-year high school reunion, and I met this one woman that I hadn't seen for a while. She was at some of the early reunions. And I turned to my wife afterwards and said, "Still a Bolshevik. Damn, she's what, 78 years old, still a Bolshevik. Unbelievable, right?
I had the same thing at my 50th reunion. The same old left wing. If anything, they've gone further left. That's that's our demographic. It just is. These old, they're just dripped in it. These old blue stockings. Those are the people behind the French Revolution. Those are the people behind Hitler. I mean, these sort of, this old biddies. I mean, I was in a diner the other day with my wife, and there were these 3 old biddies sitting in the next booth. I was listening to me. She's like, the Trump assassinations were staged, she says. Like, oh, this was made. I mean, talk about getting into really like. This makes Alex Jones look like a saint. I mean, these conspiracy theories. I mean, I got up and I kind of gave them a little bit of a sneer, but oh my God! I mean, then this is what they're like. Their minds are just stewed into this stuff, and I think that Scott Pelley is the penultimate example of this mind. And but the only thing that aggravates me is, again, when I see these federal judges stopping fixing the Kennedy Center. They're stopping Trump's wrestling match or whatever the hell he's doing. They're in front of the White House. They have a lawsuit. That's how they decided to do this. They bring a lawsuit before some leftist judge, and they just throw like a wrench in everything. It's aggravating. It's really frustrating. I understand that in the bigger picture, they're not going to get away with it. Eventually, it's going to get overturned. And even if it doesn't, it probably doesn't. It's not going to affect the bigger picture. It's sad. It's sickening. And the other thing I'll just say, before we sign off, I just want to say, I'm watching some of these congressional hearings when they're interrogating, literally interrogating Scott Bessent and Marco Rubio, and the Democrats are so, especially the women, quite frankly, the men are just plain stupid. These left-wing congressmen, it's embarrassing. But the women are not stupid, and they're so shrill and so, this is the most corrupt administration in history. Rah, rah. You couldn't get in a word edgewise. I mean, at Bessent is cool as a cucumber. He finally had it. He finally, stood up. But what the hell?
Well, he did. He attacked Ron Wyden of Oregon.
Yeah, exactly.
But your son and
Jeffrey. Yeah.
So, but see, this is it. This is the only way you're going to overcome this, is you have to fight back. And I've often wondered why they don't impeach some of these federal judges. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, this is another question for the Trump administration. This is a question for, I know that Pam Bondi kind of fell down on the job. I never liked her anyway, but I think that this new guy is pretty good. I don't know. Maybe he has to wait till after he's confirmed, because I don't think that's going to be easy. But he's talking about convictions coming down the pike for stealing the election.
Yeah,
he's talking about impeachments, or at least recommending them, referring them to.
Well, I mean, what I would look at is that if you're a federal judge, you have a certain docket, all right? So how the hell do you have time to look at lawsuits to prevent the structure of the ballroom that's privately funded? I mean, what's the basis for that? Judge
than anyone else, they would never have heard that case. That case, the ballroom case, to me, is one of the most pure examples of sheer, utter Trump hatred and derangement.
Yeah.
There's no other explanation for this. Every president has made alterations to the White House, almost every, and it's a reasonable thing to do. I mean, the fact that they would oppose it is sheer Trump hatred. There's no other reason for it.
Well, of course not. So my argument would be that if I wanted to get a federal case against somebody I didn't like for whatever reason, I would expect, because I'm not an idiot, that the judge would say, no, I'm going to throw it out. I have no jurisdiction. This is crap. Except they don't do that, because they're partisan. And I wrote a long, long time ago, who the hell becomes a judge anyway? All right. Someone that can't quite make it in law and likes the authority, or, what is the personality flaw here exactly?
The people who contribute top dollar to candidates, at least here in Massachusetts. And then they get on the bench. It's power, and it's abusive. And there are some good ones, but not in this case. I mean, we just had a federal judge now who just ruled that the Department of Justice cannot end fraud with using the SNAP program. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being sent to people who don't exist. Here in Massachusetts, they just uncovered a scandal up in Lawrence, which is a big Hispanic city, where millions of packages of food are shipped to the Dominican Republic to be sold. It's like been going on for probably decades. Huge scam. They can't do anything about it because this federal judge has stepped in and said, you can't stop this. It's unfair. I mean, first of all, where do they get that kind of authority?
Well, I mean, here's the other problem. All right, you have checks and balances, but you don't, okay, because of this stupid collegiality. So it has to work its way all the way up through the system, which will take years, instead of someone at a higher court saying, hey, you know what? Shut up, dumbass. You can't do this. But the system is rigged, unfortunately, in favor of fraud, just for that reason. That, when I was complaining, when I was more involved in advocacy for the chemical industry, the standard argument I would get is, well, the truth will eventually out in science. I said, no doubt, but I don't have 200 years to wait, okay? This thing should be discussed now. And, that's the problem. You're going to die before anything gets reformed. And they know that. So that's why you have to take the action.
That's why they're kind of running down the clock. They're dribbling the ball. They're burning, as Steve Bannon says, they're burning daylight. They're just hoping that this whole thing blows over. I'm not saying progress hasn't been made, but it's frustrating to see. I mean, it's frustrating to see the work of exposing fraud. Now you have, I think, J.D. Vance is ahead of it. He's going to do. I think he'll do something because he wants to run for president. And he has some political motivation. But what's his face? Shirley, he's still doing these incredible exposures.
Yeah.
Nothing is done. California passes a law that apparently is forbidding him from even reporting on things, I guess. Something
well, yeah, that's not going to go anywhere. I mean, it just exposes how corrupt the system is. And people are finally starting to wake up to this, I guess. Because, this is another one of my big points. The notion of inductive reasoning is always suppressed. Okay, What do I mean? Well, when I was a kid, a guy could be an auto worker. His wife would stay home. He'd own a house and 2 cars. They'd have a cottage on the lake and take a 2-week vacation every year. All right. Now, inflation has gotten to the point where it's dual income. Many people can't afford homes, et cetera, et cetera. All right. What happened? Well, it's all the fraud.
It's driven up.
What other explanation is there? Okay. Yeah, the price of energy went up, and this went up, and that went up, but you can't discount the massive amount of fraud. Okay, it's been suggested that 70% of the Medicare budget is fraud.
Oh, easily. Trillions of dollars have gone out the window. It's quite systemic. It's been going on since the 60s. We could go back further.
Well, can you imagine how much lower your federal taxes would be if you could eliminate fraud?
Yeah, and all the people who are the fraudsters would be having to get a real job. Anyways, I'm going to be actually, speaking of vacations, I'm going to be in California next week, so I'm not going to be able to do the show.
Oh,
I'm visiting my daughter in Berkeley, where she's a student.
yeah.
So
Well, how is she liking Berserkly?
she's got issues with people there. It's not easy, but she likes.
Ah, what a shock.
Yeah, it's what as she expected. She lives in the real world. This is the world she
Yeah,
inhabits,
yeah,
and so it's nothing that's shocking to her, shocking to me. But she's doing a very high-powered program there. She's a PhD student, and she's doing very well. And she focuses. She's like, hey, it's a job, and I focus on my work. I like my two professors are good. I've got good things. Everything is interesting, and I approach it like you'd approach going to your workplace. You don't
yeah,
tend to socialize too much. You stay out of, the weird stuff people are into, and you just focus on why you're there, and you keep a very, firm line of demarcation between, your work life and, because as a
yeah,
PhD student, you're paid. I mean, this is a job, and she's going to
yeah.
be doing teaching next semester, so it is a job actually. It's a good one. So she focuses on what she's there for. But the culture is horrible, awful. It's just the story she tells me, not that I'm surprised, but it's
Well,
just
okay,
hair-raising.
okay. Be honest. Is it worse than even you thought it would be?
No, I mean, I'm seeing it myself at my own little college experience right now at ASU. I'm doing courses. It's bad. Um, Berkeley actually isn't as bad as some places. And there actually are some reasonable professors there, apparently, she tells me.
Well, I mean, it's gotten to the point that even the crummy universities are trying to out Berkeley. So you can be semi-rational and be at Cal and be a professor,
No,
but it still is a culture shock if someone, especially, is rational and gets thrown into that environment. It's
right. Oh, yeah. No, it's a shock if she's grown up in this, you
yeah,
know, so she's not shocked. And she knows how to pick fights and who to hang out with. And
yeah.
she kind of knows the lay of the land, unfortunately. So, but I'm going to get a firsthand look next week anyway.
Well, if you decide to do a joint program with her when you're up there,
She doesn't do any media. she,
yeah,
she keeps things very separate, including from me. Yeah, she doesn't want any big trouble. It's one
yeah.
of the
No, I understand that.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, that's just she can't, and I get it. At least not right now. Wait till she graduates.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
so onward and upward. I mean, let's see. Do you think what's going to happen briefly in California? Do you think that Pratt's gone, or do you think he'll pull it off?
Well, they're trying their best to eliminate him, and it's going to be a matter of what kind of fight he puts up and whether he has the cojones to do it. And I think he does because he's come this far.
Yeah.
Um, and it just isn't going to work. I mean, they can't keep doing the same crap that they've been doing forever. And we'll just see. It really now it's on his shoulders. Is he going to fight it or not? I think he will.
Well, that's the big question, and we'll know next when I come back. Anyway, Mike, thanks a lot as always.
All right, and we will see you next time. Have fun in Berkeley.
Thank you. Take care. All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Mike, you just, as you are rolling on the air here, you posted a superb article on your Substack, Running Out of Victims, the Decline of the Democratic Party, where you trace the whole social justice victimhood edifice starting in the 1960s with the Civil Rights Act or with the Great Society and all of that. Brown versus Board of Education, actually, you note as the first major stride in that direction. And that now they basically are running out of victim groups. So give us a thumbnail on your article.
what I do is that, most people that observe what's going on have seen how this has developed. And again, if you're of a certain age, although I guess no one is of a certain enough age to remember Woodrow Wilson, but the point is that this so-called social justice stuff has been going on for a long time. And back then, it was probably all political anyway, but at least no one could argue with the victims, right? When von Hindenburg did it back in Germany, there was people that needed welfare and health coverage. Wilson was able to find various groups, but then it reached its zenith, as you say, with the Civil Rights Act, where the primary victim in that case was blacks, but that opened the door to an endless flood of victims. And I do note in the piece that somehow the 14th Amendment was sitting there since 1868, where in theory none of this should have been necessary. But apparently it was, because one provision of the 14th Amendment apparently refers to local laws in essence. And because of the Plessy versus Ferguson separate but equal decision, you could have local laws that were blacks only, whites only, and so on. So it's at best a very sordid history, but now you're down to the point where the Democrats are defending essentially a criminal who's been documented as a wife beater, who was on a protective order, and yet they were calling him the Maryland man, family man. Although you may have noticed, because you're a news junkie, the networks are starting to back off from this Garcia guy a little bit, and now just using him as an exemplar. Chuck, can you check your mic?
Let's see. Yeah, there
There
we
you
are.
are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
I'm not hearing you. Let me just see. Having a few technical problems here. Let's see. Can you hear me now, Mike? Let's
Yes.
see.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you, Mike. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
No. Let's start all over. Okay. Can you hear me now, Mike?
Yeah, it's weird. You're
Someone
on the right side.
messing around here. Maybe you need to deboot and start again.
All right, why don't I do that?
Yeah, because I'm not hearing you. We're having a few technical problems here. Maybe it's when I start talking about law. Okay, can I hear you now? I'm not hearing you.
Hello? No, I didn't say anything.
Not hearing you. Let's see. All right.
Oh.
Okay, can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
We're back. Then we're back in. I don't know what's going on, but we're having technical issues. Maybe it's when I mentioned lawfare. I don't know. But anyway, they're continuing the lawfare. What else can they do? They can't really take this because every one of his issues are winners. And so they're just continuing with suits and hundreds of suits filing on. It's not going to work, but they don't seem to understand the basic function of what I got into in the title of this program, which is that we are entering into the golden age of Trump. Everything that Trump is advocating for is basically good and is working. His domestic policy is incredible, closing down the border, um, keeping a hard line on any tax increases and actually reducing taxes on working people. You know, you talk in your article about how the Democrats posed as the champion of working people and of the poor and of the disenfranchised. Trump has completely pulled the rug out from under that. And it's now quite clear that Trump and the MAGA movement, part of the Republican Party, is now the party of working people. It is the party of making America's economy oriented toward manufacturing and jobs and all sorts of industry at the expense of foreign powers dumping products on this country.
Right.
It is it's basically taking on Wall Street in a way that the left has claimed they want to do for generations, and transferring power to Main Street. Um, yeah, I heard Secretary Bessent actually say that, and it's so true. I mean, this is what this is all about: the business of the tariffs, which is basically a tax on imports rather than taxing citizens, rather than taxing people's income, and the removing of the terrorists and the criminals is something that all Americans support. We can argue about perhaps some excesses in terms of, I don't think it's a great thing to end the green cards for Afghan refugees. I'm not happy about that. But, I think all in all, it's a program that's necessary. It is a reordering of our country to one which favors and values and gives meaning back to the concept of citizenship, which is something that Americans vastly support, minorities vastly support, or increasingly support. And I just don't think they have anything going for them, but yet they still cling to this old, tired yarn. I mean, you've got Bernie Sanders out there yelling about, taking on the rich. I've been hearing about that from them all my life. There's nothing new there. And yet it's even emptier now than ever.
Oh, there's more of the rich on the Democratic side, but here's what troubles me. There was a big hue and cry in the LA area when the Dodgers went to visit Trump. All right. And it was stated many times that Harris beat Trump by 30 points in LA County. All right. So I've got to ask you, yeah, there's obviously a lot of rich people in LA County. But there's a lot more poor people and a lot more middle class people. So when are these idiots going to realize what you are saying here, that the Democrats are not the party of the little guy? They're the party of the coastal elites, Wall Street, et cetera, et cetera. So why in the world should some Johnny Doorknob guy who is a wage earner in LA County still be voting Democrat?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's right. I mean, it's are they that insecure? They so much desperately want to be a part of the beautiful people. They're so afraid of the idea of thinking on their own and actually considering what's in their own best interest and maybe considering the better interests of their country. I mean, it's a very strange phenomena, but yet they do. You still have these lunch bucket type people who are still like railing against Trump. Now Trump still control. I mean, the enemy still controls the high ground in the media, and they continue to ramble in the most negative light.
Right, but I'm talking about people that don't consume traditional media. Go out to my favorite example in your area. You go to Worcester, you go to working class Boston. I mean, what the heck? Are they voting Democrat?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I think that there are. I think there's going to be changes, and I think the reason that there's going to be changes is very practical. There are going to finally be some big exposures and scandals of these liberal Democrats. Just to talk about Massachusetts, you have a liberal Democrat governor, Healy, here, who is trying to raise taxes on just about everything that moves in a state that already is extremely expensive. She wants to put a tax, yeah, but it's going back to the worst time of Massachusetts. She wants to put taxes on prescription drugs. That's going to hurt working people. I mean, taxes on restaurants, taxes on cigarettes, of course. I mean, on booze. I mean, just everything. It's all tax increases, and the state is trying to come out from under the who knows how many billions of dollars they spent on illegal aliens, 3 meals a day, housing, all of that. They've run out of money on that. And then here in Boston, and I'm only going to mention this because Jeff Cooner at WRKO has mentioned it. So I'm not just pulling this one out of the hat. It's also been mentioned in some very conservative outlets like Breitbart. Mayor Michelle Wu, who is about as left wing as they come, she got $300,000 from a Chinese businessman in Boston when she first ran for mayor, who, according to intelligence sources and according to Jeff Cooner and according to Breitbart, not me, is directly connected to the Communist Party of China, the CCP, which brings up questions not only of whether she should step down for that, but it actually brings up questions of treason. The CCP has agents in this country who are behind a lot of things.
Oh yeah, but let me stop you. So what's been the reaction of the Boston man on the street?
So far, the Boston Globe has completely crushed the story. No one here knows about it except for people that listen to Jeff Cooner, and that's a lot of people. And obviously, I mean, he's WRKO. I don't know if he could get in big trouble. Boston, they don't mess around. The Globe and this whole establishment. They're going to protect her and ring the wagon around her, unless, to use a Chinese expression, she loses the mandate from heaven. Chinese culture, it's very interesting. I just studied this in my history class. Chinese culture, going back to ancient times, they have this concept of the mandate from heaven, which is that the leader, the king, the emperor, whatever they called him, would have this mandate from heaven as long as everything was going okay. But when things started to go south, like there was an earthquake, there was a natural disaster, something, a famine, he would lose the mandate from heaven and he'd be gone. They would immediately bring in a new dynasty. So if she loses the mandate from heaven in Boston, and plus the fact is that her budget has gone up 50% and she's put on all this leftist stuff she's paying for. This group has to study why, I don't know, you talked about why lesbians drink, what happens to lesbians when they drink beer, or whatever.
Is she lesbian?
No. But this crazy leftist stuff, DEI stuff, critical race theory garbage, and the city can't afford that. I think that the combination of forces may cause her to kind of topple on her pedestal, because right now she's high on that. She's like gold, and if that happens, the Globe will get rid of her. They'll just toss her out like the left does. Right, if somebody's no longer of use. And her opponent is Josh Kraft, who is the son of Bob Kraft. I know you know who he is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, New England Patriots. Not a bad guy, right? I mean, he's a liberal, but he's not a wacky leftist liberal. And I think that he's a formidable figure to step in. And so I think that you might see that. But right now they're in damage mode. They are covering it up. Boston is not seeing it yet in official conversation. And the one comment that she did make about it was that anyone who questions it is racist.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I think because this Chinese Communist Party businessman is Chinese, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know exactly. Or it's an attack on her as a Chinese woman. Who knows? I mean, the point is, that's not going to fly. So, and
but why does the Globe have so much power, since nobody reads newspapers anymore?
The Globe has always had this huge power in Boston. It's hard to explain it, but they really call the shots. It's just that simple in Boston and Massachusetts. They've done it for probably 100 years, since the Taylor brothers, really launched it. And became the dominant paper, I think in the 1940s. And they're very left. and they don't, and they just they do things their way. I mean, you just I've been following the Globe forever. You know, I mean, the Globe doesn't even have. I mean, I used to like at least that I got a sense of Boston from the Globe, but you don't even get that anymore. I think they've lost a few pegs, but they still have this inside power. It's hard to really explain it. Maybe it's like the New York Times in a way. In fact, they were bought by the New York Times
They were bought for $1 billion and then sold for what, 70 million?
to
Listen,
yeah, to the owner of the Boston Red Sox,
yeah,
Henry.
yeah.
So you know, it's like he's like a Bezos kind of a figure. Um, and but you know, they continue to crank it out. I mean, they're not going to let it go. But I only mentioned Michelle Wu because it's only one of what I think is going to be a bigger national issue for Democrats and for this deep state and for these hacks. They're involved in some very, very corrupt things. You have Congressman, I forget his name, Burchett or someone, who is saying that you know all those billions of dollars that were filtered through Ukraine, and we're talking about like 150 billion, 200 billion dollars. And then even Zelensky has said that he doesn't even know where the money went. I mean, not, and that's not including his mansions and his huge. I mean, he's taken a few bucks out of it, but
A few.
yeah. But the point is that according to this congressman, I'll look it up, Burchett, I think his name is, that money has filtered its way back into the pockets of Democratic politicians, Democratic organizations, and that they know it, and it's all going to come out in the coming months. And when it does, we're going to see a lot of resignations. We're going to see a lot of people just scurrying out of here. I mean, so I think that they're really going to be very damaged by so many things that they're just not going to be able to keep a lid on. And meanwhile, they've got the far left wing of the party moving up and taking over. And his hilarious comment about AOC, right? She's going to be the new face of the Democratic Party. Senator Kennedy, who is hysterical, I mean, he's great, really great quips, was asked about this in a panel discussion on Hannity's show. And he said, great. I think that she's the perfect person to head the Democratic Party. AOC is why they need to put instructions on the shampoo bottle.
Yeah, yeah.
I just love that. I mean, it's you know, she's just not bright. And you know, you've got this guy Hogg over there who is supposed to bring in young people. He's the anti-gun guy. He's spending the money. He's like funneling money to his own political action group and paying himself a fat salary. But putting that aside, he is funneling money to candidates to take on Democrat incumbents that he doesn't think are left enough. So that party is like, I think you're right. I mean, they seem to be just going the way of the dodo bird. It's not, you know, it's not viable. And their whole
It's taking a little too long for my taste. I mean, what does David Hogg bring to the table? He happened to be at the school in Florida that got
right.
shot. That was it. Okay, you know,
No, it's
bad.
very cynical. They think they're going to bring young votes, just like they put Kamala Harris because they thought, oh, we need a black woman.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
That's what that's about. They just think, oh, we're going to do an appeal. It's like George H.W. Bush picking Quayle. I don't know, Joe. These are cynical political moves. It's insulting to average people. It's like, oh, good, or even Al Gore picking a Jew. Now, I happen to think that Lieberman was a substantial senator, but nevertheless, oh, he's going to get the Jewish vote. No, you know, it didn't. It's not. It's like it's cynical politics. Speaking of the Jewish vote, Josh Shapiro, his house, that was a big story for about a day, wasn't it? His house was
You
burned.
noticed that too.
Then suddenly it's disappeared. No one wants to talk about it anymore. And they, oh, this must be a Trump person. It never is. Turns out he was river to the sea, Palestine will be free person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leftist and
Yeah,
and
see,
hard.
that isn't going to matter because Josh Shapiro is such a dweeb that he's going to stay with it.
Oh, he's not going to say anything. And meanwhile, putting aside the fact that he and his entire family were almost incinerated.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to play the party game, and he's not going to talk about it. And it's all going to disappear. I'll get swept under the rug because it doesn't fit the narrative. The point is that I don't know if that's going to work for them in the long run. I just think there's going to be things coming out more and more about the level of corruption. They're defending these huge. I mean, first of all, the money is going to start to dry up because they're cutting off the USAID, which was a huge kind of laundering scheme for not only the American left and the Democratic Party, but for left wingers all over the world.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, that's not the only one.
No.
I mean, virtually every single one of these social justice programs was a money laundering scheme. All right. You find, let's see, we're going to help the poor people in Appalachia. So let's see, what do? We give $1.2 billion to some NGO, and they're going to do whatever with these people. I mean, come on. We haven't solved poverty. We haven't improved any of that. Where did the money go?
Oh, it's an industry. I mean, the worst example is Lee Zeldin over at the EPA has discovered, what was it, $4 billion? They call it the gold, Biden's gold bar, tossed off the Titanic, as they got someone in a conversation, I think O'Keefe, that was going to go to these 4 shadowy, environmental groups that had just been set up recently, that had like about, a few bucks in a bank account, probably at a post office. One of those groups is run by Stacey Abrams.
Of course.
They're getting something. They were about to get, I think it was $4 or $5 billion. And Lee Zeldin has it tied up at Chase Manhattan Bank. He can't get it back, but at least he's stopping it for now. But you have, again, these lawfare judges, in this case Chutkan, who was one of the judges on the Trump raid of Melania's underwear draw. You have her saying, oh, they have to distribute that money. And I think
where did the notion come from? Where did it start that some lowly district judge has more power than the president?
It's completely unprecedented and unconstitutional. It's the Supreme Court has that kind of power, but those local judges, they're playing president. And the worst one is this Boasberg.
Yeah,
he is just. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, what happens to the third branch of government, the legislature? You get these windbags.
Oh, they've been DOA for the longest time. I mean, as I tend to remind people, you can watch all that footage on YouTube of Jim Jordan and others, and John Kennedy, for that matter, questioning these judicial nominees. What they don't tell you is they all get confirmed.
Well, I don't know if they all do, and I don't think that
a lot of them do.
They're not getting confirmed now because the Republicans have the majority. But
right.
I don't think there's much they could have done to stop it. But at least they muddied them up. But now they're in charge. I mean, you say Jordan. I mean, he gets his fat face up on Fox News.
Yeah.
Where he, blah, blah, blah. It sounds wonderful. And nothing, he does diddly squat.
Congress has been a joke for how long? I mean, ever since I was a child.
I mean, at least Pelosi had some spine. She would, right? I mean, I wish we could have that on our side. She would she would rip Trump to pieces, but we don't have that now. It's just nothing. There's no energy to it. They could take these judges, not necessarily impeach them, because I don't know if they have a majority vote, but they could remove them from power. There are constitutional procedures.
Well, okay, but what would be wrong with Trump actually doing what the media accused him of doing, right? Defying the judge. Okay, why can't he just say, hey, you know what? Equal branches. I don't believe in your authority. Shove it.
I think that he could do that. And I mean, it's been done.
Yeah,
Biden did it,
of course.
right? I mean, Biden did not, he told the Supreme Court to shove it on
Yeah.
the issue of handing out checks to pay off college loans.
Right.
They voted against that. He continued them anyway.
Yeah.
So it has been done.
And somehow that wasn't a constitutional crisis, quote unquote. Right?
Well, that's right.
You never saw it in the media. So you come away from this thing every day because I subscribe to the LA Times for the same reason that you were watching Lester Holt. Okay. So I can read it so you don't have to.
Exactly.
And I feel bad for the owner of that paper who's actually fairly conservative. The problem is you can't find a conservative journalist that's going to work on that paper. Every single story.
Well,
I don't know
they can't get a gig on that paper because it just doesn't happen. It's all same thing with the friggin' judges. I mean, they were all came up the ranks. I heard Victor Davis Hanson talk about this. He's good podcaster. That the law schools at Harvard and at Georgetown and Yale and all of them. I mean, Stanford, he mentioned, they were all taken over in the 70s by the left, and that they just promote, you have to kind of play that ball game to be up there. And they've all lowered their standards in terms of admission so that left wingers could come in. So you have these idiots now in these judge chambers. And that's what we have now. That's what Trump is that's what Trump is standing up against. And that's, this is the condition. I mean, he sort of inherited this. And
going on for a long time.
I know. And they apparently, it's now come out. I think it was a leak, or it was maybe O'Keefe might have gotten an interview. I don't know. That they have meetings where they talk about the next lawfare against Trump.
Yeah.
The judges, that is. Where can we do it? And they're shopping these things around to these judges. And they're in utter. It's a judicial insurrection. They're in complete defiance.
Well, I think that what he has to do is bring this thing to a head. All right. He has to ignore this stuff, raise the very fundamental question: how does a district judge have this kind of authority? Which, of course, they don't. That's why they're district judges. They'll take cases in their district. But the notion of forum shopping to find, of course, now they're all left wing, but certainly the notion of forum shopping and then bringing some case that then is adjudicated on a national level is absurd. And I'm telling you, and I don't want to keep repeating myself, I've unfortunately been involved with the federal courts on a couple of cases, and the incompetence, it just blows your mind.
Yeah, it's bad news, and you're right. I mean, something they have to have they have to be challenged. Eventually it's all going to work out because ultimately the system works, but there's a limited amount of time.
Well, that's it. They would always say when I was complaining about how the COVID thing was handled, well, science eventually proves itself. I said, well, that's great, but I don't have 200 years for the process to, run
And
through.
Trump really needs another term in office. If we're lucky enough for him to want that, I don't know how it'll happen. One proposal that I've heard, which is pretty interesting, is that J.D. Vance will be the presidential candidate, Trump vice president, and on Inauguration Day, J.D. Vance will take the oath of office and then immediately offer his paper of resignation. Trump will then be sworn in as president at that moment, right on the same day, at the same pedestal, and that he will then nominate J.D. Vance for vice president. That probably will be passed through in about a week, and he'll continue. I don't know. I mean, there's some other proposals. That would be beautiful, actually.
Well, that was just sort of an update of the William Henry Harrison story. But
Why? What happened with William Henry Harrison?
Oh, William Henry Harrison.
He died about 30 days after.
Well, no. What happened is he insisted during the inauguration speech. Apparently, it was raining. It was terrible weather, and they told him to bundle up, and he didn't do it because he wanted to look dignified.
Right.
So he got pneumonia and died a few days later. So
But
he never served.
although there actually, I do a little piece on that in my book, Assassination in America.
Yeah.
There are questions about what happened with
Yeah, well, of course.
William Henry Harrison. I'm not saying he was assassinated, but there were some things going on around him that made him unpopular with perhaps some of the same people that don't like President Trump. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I mean, Trump needs a full period of time to affect what he's trying to do here. This is a revolution. This is like the American Revolution. We are getting rid of the tyranny that has taken over this country at all levels: economic, political, social, psychological, all of it. And we have a cabinet that I think is fantastic. I mean, I don't see a bad one in the whole bunch right now. I mean, maybe there's even like today or yesterday, Marco Rubio, who's coming in the thing like a lion.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, and he was kind of he wasn't anything great in the Senate, but he's
come into his own. I mean, the only one that people are complaining about a little bit, and I think with no justification, they're complaining about Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, not lining up people having in jail already.
Well, they've answered to that, and I think that Kash Patel has said, just because you're not seeing things doesn't mean that things aren't happening and that we're not doing the necessary work. That's a tough agency to take on. Steve Bannon says that they should just completely, burn the whole thing and just leave a plaque there. This was once the deep state capital. And that's the only way to get rid of that rotten agency. And it's not an easy job, but you can't get better than Kash Patel. I think Pam Bondi is fine. She's not articulate, but that doesn't matter. She's okay. And they're all like firing with all guns. I mean, Rubio yesterday got rid of this agency that was put in there, I think during Clinton, maybe, that was supposed to like monitor terrorists, their communications, but has become a political thing, as a lot of things, where it's monitoring American citizens who are expressing conservative opinions, and is developing cyber networks that can censor people and all of it. Not only did he get rid of it, but he literally fired everyone in it completely. He just shut the whole thing utterly down. No leaves, no nothing. Just boom, over. It was almost like he's the Caudillo coming in from Spain.
Yeah.
So this is incredible. This it doesn't really happen like that. It hasn't until now.
No, because everybody is too timid. I mean, in my article, I refer to the fact that there were a number of people at the time, a small number, when the Civil Rights Act was passed, who were complaining that this was almost immediately going to get abused. But there pretty much were no mainstream conservatives that said that, even though they agreed. They liked their political career too much. And, the real casualty of that was probably Barry Goldwater, who was much more of a civil rights guy than Lyndon Johnson ever was. I mean, that was a total joke.
Right. Yeah.
And I mentioned the famous quote allegedly attributed to Lyndon Johnson.
Right. Yes.
And it's just very, very sad how this manipulation occurs. People don't think of anything. But back then, everybody did consume the media. There were only 3 networks.
Only the 3, and Walter Cronkite telling that's the way it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, now they look. I mean, the reason Trump has won is because they could not destroy the internet media, even though they intended to and they tried to, by creating this false narrative about a so-called quote unquote insurrection.
Yeah.
And that under that they would basically destroy thousands of websites. And then they put in that crazy woman with the Mary Poppins song who was going to be the Office of Information.
Information, right?
Yeah, which didn't fly. So they really failed, and then Trump was able to win in spite of this huge effort to censor him and to destroy the freedom on the internet. Plus, Musk, even though there were problems with Twitter, it's a lot better. I mean, at least you can have some level of free speech. It still needs to be kind of fumigated with some of the censoring people that are still, in the like a bunch of termites in the woodwork. But for the most part, it's a lot better, and it saved American free speech.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it's they're just, and I just think that they're really winning. They're fearless. They're going forward. RFK Jr. firing on all cylinders. He's not backing down on
Well,
questions.
there's a horrible story that came out that you may have seen. That had to do with the fact that some big guy in the CDC has been dying to, formerly CDC, has been dying to report to Congress that he was forced to destroy and suppress data showing a connection between the MMR vaccine and autism back in 2014.
Oh, brother.
And
look, if Kennedy can take on that mess, and I think if anybody can, it's him.
yeah,
That is such a corrupt, rotten system. It's so filled with lies. Do you remember, what was it? Jerry Trudeau is an author who
Yes.
wrote a pretty good book about all of this stuff. About and this is before COVID. He was put in prison. I think that he's released recently. I should try to find him and see what he's up to. But
for a while. Yeah.
yeah, tremendous book. And I read it. This is probably about at least 5 years ago, exposing all of this rotten collusion between the medical establishment and big pharma, and how they basically were, getting immunity for themselves through Congress. They were destroying their opposition through legislation. They were gaining monopolistic positions in drugs and in medical situations, which actually was promoting sickness because that's their business and they can make more money. I mean, his book is tremendous. I should try to look him up. Great,
yeah, good idea.
really good guy. I hope he's okay. I know that he was, he was exposed, like the poisons being put in food. I think that a lot of the stuff Kennedy's talking about comes from his research.
Well, what did they get him on?
Some stupid charge. I don't know. He's got, they just were after him. He was, he had big enemies. These people don't mess around. I mean, we could talk about some other situations like that where you cross, it's like, you don't mess with, the Rockefeller, business, medical business, position. Those people, they'll do whatever they need to do. I mean, there's big money involved there. So, I mean, I'd have to look into it. Just thought of him recently. But I think he's probably out of prison now, I hope. It's terrible. It's scary. It's terror, really. Anyway, they're firing on all cylinders. And
the other thing that's happening on the other side is that our governor here has filed suit against Trump for the tariffs.
There's no problem. That's a federal policy. That's not a state policy. I guess he's emboldened by what all these judges are doing.
Yeah. So he's trying to do this, but it's really completely cynical. He's just trying to build himself up for a presidential run. Other than being the governor of the largest state, he hasn't done a damn thing. He's a joke.
You know, not only that, but the tariffs are working. I mean,
Yeah.
now China is backing down. The European Union is backing down. They're reducing their tariffs. They're negotiating. You know, it's this is the last chance that we have as a nation to really set the economic plate properly. You know, before we're completely taken over by these predators, and it's working. Trump, I mean, this is incredible, actually. So, you know, I think that Newsom can rail all he wants. It's not going to work. Why they could send another congressman to El Salvador to try to release this guy to see how humiliating that was. I mean, he did a press conference. There was no one in the room. It was like empty.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, to me, I think
You're talking about Van Hollen?
Van Hollen, yes.
Senator.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Well, he made a complete and utter ass out of himself. It was ridiculous. And now, you know, I just think that what else are they going to champion next, right? I mean, it's, you know.
I think he was forced to do it because the guy is a Maryland person, Garcia.
Okay.
Lived in Maryland, but I mean, what's the point of all this? Okay, that you kiss this ass to do this favor, to stay in this club. The only advantage is that apparently there's a lot of corruption, and you can make a lot of money.
Well, that's
do you know that I was actually banned? Did I tell you this? From the American Council of Science and Health, because I mentioned that Tony Fauci was corrupt, and I mean, what a surprise, right? So I was kind of disappointed of the non-reaction because I got friends in that group, and I emailed them afterwards and said, "Look, I got banned. What did I say that was wrong? Of course he's corrupt." And never got a response. So
shows how powerful he is. People are afraid. Well, I mean, that whole COVID thing, you and I both know.
Yeah.
Utterly, it was all based on lies, all based on corruption, all based on money and social engineering. It was one of the worst instances I can remember, and certainly in my lifetime, certainly in all of ours. We all lived through it.
Well, it was the worst public health disaster of all time because we knew better. You know, it's not like when people were dying of the Black Plague and we had no technology. They knew exactly what to do, and they didn't. It was, and they still are probably never going to talk about this for the next 50 years. It just is.
And it's still such a hot potato politically to talk about.
Yeah.
That I still can't mention this to people. You cannot criticize COVID or the vaccine, and there's still people walking around with a mask. It's you know, because they were so, I think people were so traumatized by the way this was done in the media and the way the media deliberately got on board with this, that it was a social experiment in that way.
Yeah.
How can we scare the crap out of the whole country and can we get results? You know, it's kind of like in the early 20th century, the Carnegie Center for International Peace, set up by Andrew Carnegie, who was an internationalist and he didn't believe in governments. He wanted a world order. Very open about that. Did some good things in terms of setting up libraries around the country and cultural institutions. But this Carnegie Institute, they held meetings because they were trying to ask, how can we create world socialism? How can we get the United States to give up its whole social milieu? I mean, its whole culture of freedom and, you know, independence and sovereignty and rights coming from God and not the state, and the rest of the world. And they came to the conclusion after a year of meeting that the answer was World War, and that this meetings took place about 2 years before the outbreak of World War I.
Right.
They also talked about creating, private banking all over the world as being in control of all the currencies. It was only a year after that that the Federal Reserve Act was passed in Washington and signed by Wilson on Christmas Eve when everybody was out of town. So, this is what the COVID thing was. It was today's version of that. How can we get Americans to give up all of their freedom through
Did
fear?
it depress you how the alacrity with which so many Americans were so willing to give up their freedom?
Well, at first I got it, even though I never bought into it. But the propaganda was so shrill that you're going to die on the street, and that I remember there was I forget his name. It was a young actor, nice looking guy, who died a very painful death in terms of, like, I don't know, his limb was frozen, and he had this weird kind of series of health crises, which led to his dying. And they said, "This is COVID. This is what's going to happen."
Yeah.
There was other stories like that were given a high profile in the news, and it just scared the crap out of everyone. People didn't, they were afraid to go outside. It was very effective. It was brilliantly executed as a national, international piece of propaganda that they had planned in advance. There were meetings about it, how to do it, and they pulled it off. And I mean, look, I got that maybe for a few days, but then it wore pretty thin with me. I'm like, "There's something about this." And then when I started to hear about hydroxychloroquine, I'm like, that's interesting. Why is that being suppressed? And then my TikTok was taken down.
Yeah.
So, it's like that's when I really smelled a rat. But average people, the Lester Holt people, they were just locked up in their house. I mean, I know people like this. My own doctor said to me she didn't believe any of this. She said, I'm going to have people, my patients, they're never going to come outside again. Of course, then she completely changed her tune. She became like another person. After a while, I think that she has a career. She's a doctor at a very major institution here in Boston. I'm not going to mention which, but she wanted to keep her position, so she changed her tune. She was a different person when I saw her at the beginning of the pandemic, and she was with me all the way. And then I saw her maybe 6 months later, and it was like a different person. And she wouldn't talk to me at all. And it was somebody or something had gotten to her. She knew it was a bunch of crap, but she couldn't say it anymore. They all know.
But here's the thing, all right? At what point is it worth it? So what she has to do is every single day go to her job, treat patients incorrectly, by the way, so you can keep some miserable job. I mean, why not be the doctor at a ski resort or something? What's the point?
Well, she'd lose the license. I mean, here she invested 8 years of her life to become a doctor, and they just feel like, it's a selfish decision. I get that. I mean, it's easy for me. I don't give a crap what people think of me. But they're in a position where they have to care about it, I guess. It's really like they've got them by as they say, the short and curlies.
Yeah.
You're screwed. She wanted to continue her position there, so she basically trimmed.
For me, that's very paradoxical.
She
You
trimmed.
want to continue your position, but they're not allowing you to actually do your job.
No, they're not. They've become like functionaries. It's really awful and frightening.
Well, okay, but then we go farther back. At what point did doctors essentially give away everything and now just work for an insurance company? When did that dynamic change? Because you'd ask the same question. How would you like to have gone to school for 8 years, 10 years, whatever it is, and now be subject to some bureaucrat telling you how to run your practice? What's the point?
there's occasionally someone would stick their neck out. Some very good doctors, as we
Well,
know.
there's a way to stick your neck out. Now,
And
maybe there wasn't so much back then.
I
A
mean,
lot. Okay. I mean, let me say this, and tell me if it's the same in New England. All right. If you want to find a Caucasian American doctor, and probably even a minority one that was born here, you're going to have to go concierge.
probably. I've noticed this. A lot of them are Indian, actually.
Yeah. So there was that option, and before concierge came in, they called it a different name. But so there were ways out for these people. But if this person you're talking about is with some larger group, then yeah, they don't have the freedom.
No.
And it's
And she doesn't have the wherewithal to take on the establishment. It's just that simple. I mean, it's not that she agrees with them. She doesn't, but she's not going to put her neck out. She's got her career. She's got her family. She's the mother of young children. She's just not strong enough or principled enough, frankly, to do that. And she knows it, and I know it, and she knows I know. But what can you do? And we don't talk about it anymore, and that's that. This is where we are as a nation. I mean, it's a great reflection. And of course, that's why they despise and fear Trump. He's a truth teller. He may exaggerate on stupid things, but on the real stuff, he tells the truth. And they fear that.
Well, killing how many people is worth keeping your career? And then what is anybody's complaint against Joseph Mengele?
Well, there have been some very courageous and great doctors who have blown the whistle, as we know, people like Peter McCullough and Robert Malone and others who are among America's most respected doctors. And look what's happened to them. They've been attacked. They've been threatened.
Well, see, this is what I truly don't understand. Why is there any credibility of CDC, NIH, or FDA anymore? All right. How many free passes are they supposed to get? But I was saying this during COVID. I wrote this same sentence 3 or 4 times. All right. Why should we believe a single thing they say? And the only conclusion I could come up with is people are so browbeaten by authority from the time they are in kindergarten that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times teacher is wrong. They're going to keep respecting authority until they die.
Yeah. There is, there's a sociological term for this. I'm not sure what it is, but yes, people who assume authority positions, they study how to do that, and they do it. And it's almost like a sort of a state of semi-hypnosis. People accept it no matter what, and they turn a blind eye, literally, to what's going on. It's just it's breaking that hologram, if you will, breaking the matrix. Blue pill, red pill, right? I mean, it's just that simple, and it's happening. I don't think the CDC could do this today. I think enough people are woken up to it, and I think progress has been made in that way.
Well, that's good.
Anyways, but great article, Mike.
Well, thank you.
And onward and upward, right?
That's right. That's right.
So
we have a big weekend with the Easter Triduum for all those Catholics out there and others that celebrate Easter.
Yes.
And this was our Holy Thursday show that we're having now.
Indeed.
So, we will see you.
What is the significance of Holy Thursday?
Well, it's all part of what they call the Triduum. You're talking about the Last Supper and followed by Good Friday,
Right.
and then Holy Saturday, where actually the most solemn Mass of all is the Vigil Mass, which is Saturday evening.
Wow.
Yeah, which is kind of a big deal. We're taking one of the grandkids to it, but
Nice.
yeah. And then,
Well, it's a time for, yeah, I suppose it's the equivalent in Judaism of the high holidays.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
a time to atone for your life, to look at your sins, as it were, to try to, heaven opens up and you try to make atonement. In Judaism, it's not enough to ask forgiveness for sin. You have to do something. You don't just ask for forgiveness. Then you you kind of make recompense. You have to pay money, or you have to do work, or you have to go to prison, or you have to do something to, it requires action. It's not just asking for forgiveness.
right.
And I always thought that was interesting as an approach. It was like when Bill Clinton, he did his "I Forgive Me" tour. Fine, we forgive you. Now resign.
Yeah.
It's like there's consequences.
Well, evidently not. He.
No. That kind of goes against the modern ethos. Now you just have to go out and throw out a few slogans, and you're done with it. There's no action.
You got to hand it to the guy. He based his career on Franklin Roosevelt, right? He married an ugly woman to prove somehow that he was credible, and he had any number of affairs on the side.
Right.
And at least, but he wasn't quite as good at it as FDR, because FDR had to have help in these affairs,
Right.
because of his disability. But there you go.
American. It does seem to have been a pattern. That was sad. Anyways, but Mike, I'll talk to you next week.
All right, we will see you next time. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. God bless America.
Indeed.
All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. As I contemplate President Donald J. Trump's executive order abolishing the Department of Education, I think of my dear friend, the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, who I was with for many, many hours of broadcasting, and who wrote a shelf of books, at least, on the corruption of public education, with various titles. Is public education necessary? The Whole Language OBE Fraud, the NEA, Trojan Horse in American Education, and many other titles. And I just think that Sam is looking
his
down
last
from
one,
heaven.
by the way, was his last book was Crime for Educators. Yeah, 2015.
Yeah, with Alex Newman, who's also been a guest here.
That's right.
Great book, all of them tremendous pieces of research. And Sam basically was calling for what's happening, the abolition of the Department of Education, a $236 billion annual budget that was put in place in 1979 as a gift to Jimmy Carter because the educrats helped him get elected, and was supposed to improve American education. Does anybody wonder whether or not American education is better today than it was in 1979 after the expenditure of $236 billion a year from that date, which is trillions of dollars? I think not. I think even most liberals would admit that they've done nothing. They've done, in fact, the effects have been negative. So we're joined by Hal Shurtleff, who is the head of the Sam Blumenfeld Foundation. He is the director of Camp Constitution. He's the former Northeast coordinator for the John Birch Society, of which we both have been honored. We both have honored for over the years as a great institution. Hal, thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having me, Charles. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Hal,
when Trump signed that executive order, first I thought of Sam, and then I thought of you, and I said I better give you a call because I'm sure you have the same thoughts that our late dear friend would be. I don't know theologically if people in heaven can look down and see what's going on earth,
Right.
I looked it up, and there might be a little bit to back that up, but most say no. And I would think, why would they want to see what's going on Earth? It's a crazy mess. You think if heaven is such a, there's no tears in heaven, so they'd be crying if they see what's going on. But maybe they
Right.
see the good things, and Sam would be ecstatic. And I like to think that all of the work that Sam did and all the people he influenced helped make this resolution or this executive order possible.
Oh, I believe it. It certainly did. I mean, his influence was far above and beyond anything that we can imagine. I mean, his books are widely read, generally not quoted because people like to take credit for stuff. But either way, his work has played an essential role not only in the abolishing this rotten department, but also in the launching of the homeschooling movement, not just in this country, but around the world. And yeah, I mean, and Sam basically taught us how to do homeschooling, or retaught us, because it's an old American tradition, of course. And I think that the homeschooling seemed to have taken on new legs as a result of the pandemic. In that, right?
That's right. That's right. So I think the homeschool movement is flourishing, and we're homeschool. Well, our youngest is now 20, so we're past homeschooling, but we're still very involved in the homeschool movement because we need to be. A Camp Constitution, of course, gets a good percentage of its attendees from homeschool shows that we attend there, and we meet families. And we also work with groups like New Hampshire Educational Options, where they put on presentations around the state. We host, Camp Constitution hosts the Sam Blumenfeld archives.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to our website, campconstitution.net, you'll see a drop down, and all we ask is a username and an email address, and you have unlimited access to most of Sam's writings, his speeches, his recordings, his videos. We don't have as many videos on the site, but if you go to our YouTube channel and put in Sam Blumenfeld, there'll be dozens. And of course, I know you've interviewed him. You work together very closely.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I shared this with you as I was going through his papers. He willed his papers to us, so to me specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going through some notes, and he considered you his best friend, at one point.
Well, at one point, we were very close friends, and we did a lot of broadcasting together. Sam really was a mentor to me. He was, in many ways, quite hilarious in his views in terms of how he looked at politics. We discussed politics, culture, economy, health, education, just a cross-section of issues. And truly a Renaissance man, very well-developed intellect. It's a rare type of person. You don't find that often in life anymore. Although I think at the time of the founding of the American Republic, there were a lot of people like that.
Well, I think they had to be, and they didn't have as many distractions. So
Right.
Most people spoke. A lot of them were fluent in more than one language and played a musical instrument, and they could build, and they could fix things and build things as you really had to. You couldn't call a repairman back then because you might have called your neighbors to help you, but there were no specialists in these things, so you had to do that.
Right. And I also want to make a note of homeschooling, because there's often a misconception that, a parent will feel like, gee, I can't do it because I don't know how to teach math. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. Well, the fact is that the homeschooling student is not isolated at home. You get together with other parents who are homeschooling, and, you can pool your resources, hire tutors, go out and see events, have days of field trips.
Exactly.
It's not like they try to create this image of the homeschooling kid as isolated and locked at home. It's absolutely false.
Actually, Chuck, they say that the homeschooled child doesn't socialize. Now,
Ridiculous.
as homeschool parents, we were very active in our church, and we had youth groups at our church. Our girls danced. We have 4 girls, 1 boy. Our girls danced. They took dance lessons, and they became teachers. They volunteer teachers or student teachers. One of the things I noticed that when you meet a young person and shake their hand, the homeschooler generally looks at you, makes eye contact.
Yes.
In fact, some years ago, I'm in Troy, New York, at a little restaurant waiting, meeting somebody there, and there's this young black boy. He's probably about 10 or 11, and he was wearing a uniform, like a school uniform, and he held the door open for me, and I looked at him and I said, the name of the school was the Troy. It's a Christian. I can't remember the name of it. It was a boarding school, and I said, "Oh, you must go to such and such a school." And I wish I could think of the name. He looked at me, and his mother was just like 10 feet away. "How did you know?" I said, "It's because he was respectful. He had a cheerful countenance." So it was the Redemption School, the Troy Redemption School, and I knew some of the folks involved, and we've had some of their people at our camp. And so the same thing with homeschoolers. You know, they have a different, not all parents are perfect,
Right.
But when you mentioned earlier, there's something as homeschool co-ops. That means you have local groups. Some of them are informal. Some of them are very structured. They meet at the local library. They might meet at a church. The church may or may not, or a synagogue or other places of worship. They may or may not run them, but at least they allow to use the facility. And you're right. So let's say, hey, I'm weak in math, but we got a retired math teacher down the road, and he or she loves to volunteer their time to teach math. Or you have, we have this program called Math UC. So your homeschool, there's so much curriculum. When you go to a homeschool convention, it's a question of, it can be overwhelming because where do you begin? So you can get a whole package. Now, for 2 years, my youngest used Liberty University's homeschool program.
Oh, yeah.
So, and she actually took college courses while she was homeschooled. I guess 2 of my daughters did.
Right.
And I want homeschoolers to graduate from junior college the same day they graduate from high school. It was a little challenging for my youngest daughter. It was a little too much. So I said, okay, don't worry about it. Well, and she's now a third-year nursing student. She's excelling. And you're right, you can hire a tutor. So if there's certain areas that they need a little help, then you hire a tutor, and that's what we did with one of our girls.
Yeah.
And today you have fully accredited online courses that are interactive. The Freedom Project Academy by our friend Duke Pesta, for example, is one example. And another thing too is the whole country is a classroom. I mean, I lived in I'm in New Hampshire now in the Lakes region, but there's so much rich history. And as a homeschool dad, when I used to fly around the country, and for a couple of years, my wife worked for the airline, so we could fly. I would take maybe a son or a daughter or two when we would visit museums, historical places, state capitals.
All there.
You know, so you can read a book and learn all about Noah Webster. That's great. But hey, let's go to his house. He's in West Hartford. Let's go take a field trip to his house, you know, and write a report about Noah Webster. And then the state capitol and other things that you can do.
And also, Sam Blumenfeld was an expert on phonics. He published Alpha Phonics, which was helpful to my daughter, and she's a huge, voracious reader now, and a graduate student, I think, as a result of developing the basic skills of actually reading English, which is through phonetic sounding out of vowels and consonants. Sam called it systematic phonics. And he pointed out that the establishment has tried to corrupt and even abolish phonics and replace it with Luxay, which has created dyslexia, it's created social disorder, and it's dumbed down overall American students. He does a great job of showing this. He follows the history of it going back to John Dewey, the
actual Horace Mann, even before that, Horace Mann, back in
Horace Mann, right in the mid-19th century.
Yeah.
And these guys called themselves the frontier thinkers, you know, the progressive educators, because they were socialists and they wanted to transform the individual, independent-minded, cognitive thinking citizen into sort of a what John Dewey called a fusion, into a new man, like a collectivized society.
Like a robot.
And they worked glove in hand with major capitalists like Carnegie and Rockefeller, who wanted to have what they called human resources, who would punch a time clock every day and go to the factory and not think too much about it. In fact, the whole structure of the public school is based on the factory. They have the desks all lined up.
and you sit there and a bell goes off. That means it's lunch. Another bell. It's all like, conditioning, and it's all sort of this creation of a dumbed down, non-creative workforce. So,
And
Sam,
they would have ways to identify prodigies. And in fact, Bill Clinton had something when he was governor of Arkansas. He had this school program for the best and brightest, and they would recruit them. The rest of them, you're not going to get very far. And Sam was one of the first, if not the first, to acknowledge the deliberately dumbing down of America. And it's because I have these archive, I have all these great letters and articles he's done.
incredible.
It was a friend of his. It was an attorney, Watson Washburn. And by the way, you should do a little research on him. I wanted to say, who is this guy? He called him Waddy. He's a Hall of Fame tennis player.
Why not?
Sam never told me that.
Yeah.
He was an attorney, and he asked Sam, we're talking about early 60s. At this point in Sam's life, he was the editor of Grosset and Dunlop, which published the Hardy Boy, Nancy Drew books.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Sam, can you become a member of my Literacy Reform Foundation? He says, why? He said, what's the big deal? You read it, all you have to do is learn the vowel sounds, the consonant sounds, phonetic, and you're a reader. He said, you've got to read a book by Rudolph Fleisch called Why Johnny Can't Read.
Yes.
And I think it was published in 55.
Right.
So that book changed Sam's life. Although I have to say, Rudolph didn't go nearly as far in the research. He actually became friends with Rudolph Fleisch. He was a socialist from Austria. Came over here, before the Nazis took over,
Right.
and they would correspond. And he wouldn't collaborate officially with Sam, but he greatly appreciated his works. And all those letters are on the archive.
So we can see all that on the Camp Constitution website then.
In the Sam Blumenfeld archive. Yeah.
Oh, I want to look that one up.
It's great stuff. And Sam would write letters to mayors of cities, including Cory Booker. We hear a lot about him.
Sure.
He was mayor of Newark. And he said, give me the worst school in the city, and within a year, I will turn it around. Now, he had a game plan. He had teachers that were willing to relocate if necessary. He had a budget. You got to pay them. I can't bring a bunch of teachers in but he had a real game plan. And if he got any response, it was basically, thank you, but no thank you. Appreciate your concern. So they really had no interest.
No.
And you think, okay, what could happen? Let's invite Sam to Newark. Let's invite Sam to Chicago. What's the worst thing? You pay hear this guy out, right? They had no interest in it. And that proved, you see, if they wanted to solve the problem, they would have. In fact, back in the 1840s, in the Boston schools, they introduced the look-say method that was invented by Thomas Gallaudet, who I think was a good man. I don't think it was a subversive.
Well, the original idea of it was supposed to be to help deaf students. I think it wasn't really meant to, they took this and they transferred it into like a general, it's like, aha, why don't we do this for everybody? And so they're looking at words as if they're hieroglyphics, and it would scramble a young person's mind. You wouldn't be able to develop the proper method of sounding out words. And it was very deliberate. And Sam also talked about Marva Collins in Chicago, speaking.
Oh, yes. They made a movie about her.
They did, and she was interviewed. I don't know if she kind of stayed with it, but she, a black woman in the toughest neighborhood in Chicago, on
West Side
budget, she took an abandoned grocery store and turned it into a school, and really put in certain measures that really changed people's lives. Discipline. People had to show up, properly dressed. People had to sit, kind of like focus. And she used systematic phonics to teach young people how to read properly, because obviously if someone can read properly, they can learn and have access to anything in the world. They can develop their mind. They could go whatever direction they choose to. They have self-determination. Sam used to say, you could become like the CEO of a corporation, or you could become a beach bum. It's up to you. You have agency. Because you have access to information that you can assimilate on your own, and you can develop your own body of knowledge, your own imagination. And that this is what they were trying to circumvent in their agenda, and to basically turn America into a
a socialized province of the world. And this is what has taken over and dominated our American system, really since I think the 1930s. I don't know, it really kind of took full control in the 60s. But
Well,
the final nail in the coffin was this Department of Education,
that's right.
which cost the taxpayers $260 billion a year. Can you imagine? I mean, it makes me wonder who's actually putting that money in their pocket, right? I mean, how much of that money goes to anything even real? I mean, anything remotely.
Well, I would say offhand, 85% must go to payroll. Another 10% probably goes to maintaining their properties, like the big old monstrosity of a building that's in Washington, D.C. And as far as what actually,
billion,
yeah, what actually,
how much money that is, I think it's probably a similar slush fund to the USAID, where all this money funnels through and is laundered through this big edifice, and it ends up going to consultants and NGOs and to stuff that nobody wants it to go to and shouldn't,
right.
but it all kind of gets passed around and makes its way around the world, probably funding this entire international illuminated, rotten establishment. The same people that basically maintain the policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace.
That's right.
And
by the way, getting back to John Dewey.
Yeah.
John Dewey, he was a he was a humanist. He was a signer of the Humanist Manifesto.
Yes.
He had disciples in Russia when Stalin was in control. He visited Russia and tried to introduce this miserable system to the communists. And Stalin said in so many words, this is okay to corrupt capitalist countries, but not here. Stalin didn't adopt it. And he actually...
because they wanted people who could do science and people who could think and advance their socialist revolution. Exactly. They saw it as a tool to weaken and corrupt the West.
Well, if you're a communist country, you have complete control over what's being taught. Yeah. So you want your subject to be able to read the propaganda. On the other hand, if you live in a relatively free country where you say, well, we don't want them reading this information. We don't want them reading the great classics and the history, or even knowing how to build a bridge or how to engineer things. We don't want this to happen. We want dumbed down people. By the way, I want to mention something. Back, I don't know, it was probably 2014 or 15. I was at a library. I think it was in central Massachusetts somewhere. And they have library book sales. You go in there, you can pay $1 or 50 cents. I found this book. I think I paid a whole $1 for it. It was published by the United States government in 1941. It's called Formation of the Union Under the Constitution. Wow. And there's some great stuff in there. It was Franklin Roosevelt wrote a foreword. A man named Saul Bloom. And you probably know that name.
Wasn't he like what was it? The education something. He was
a congressman, I think, from New York. Oh, okay. He says great guy, great advocate of the Constitution. He was a great UN advocate too. But in spite of that, so in this book, along with some great history and some great reading, is a questions and answers. And one of the questions they ask is, what role does the federal government have in education? Now, just think, 1941, Franklin Roosevelt's president. I think you had a very solid New Deal Democrat Congress, so we get far leftist. Right. And the answer was none. It said none. Yeah, it is a matter reserved for the states. So what's changed since 1941? There's been no amendment added, because the only way to change the Constitution is to add an amendment. You can pass laws, but you have to. So if the Constitution, in the eyes of the New Dealers in 1941, said we have no role, then why was the Department of Education became a cabinet level? Prior to 79, when Jimmy Carter made it cabinet level, their goal was basically to gather facts and statistics from around the country. Right. It was founded, Andrew Johnson created it. I think there was the senator from Vermont who started the homesteading. What's his name? I've been to his house too. But there was he sponsored a bill that gave people so much land. so states were allowed to set up agricultural schools, right?
Right, exactly.
Um, uh,
A lot of our big colleges started out that way.
yeah,
Dartmouth was that. I mean,
yes,
you
and
know,
so that
Greenhouse,
was basically to keep track of what was going on. They
yeah.
had no say in the matter. They just were. I almost had the name of the senator on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of
This
it.
is from the mid 19th century.
No, yeah, 18 right after the Civil War. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, after the
Um,
either during or after the Civil War, and well, Andrew Johnson, of course, after the Civil War,
was
or
president.
after,
Exactly.
yeah, he became president in 1865. But little by little, then you had in the 50s, they were worried about the Russians and the Sputnik, and so
Right.
the federal government started putting money into education, and then under Lyndon Johnson, it just exploded. You
Right. I
know,
mean, it started out, I mean, innocently enough. I think Eisenhower, after the Sputnik, wanted to rise up America's standards in math and science, and there were grants issued to do that. And I mean, I think that certain targeted things you can make the case for it, but the problem is that, like everything else, it became a power grab. It became corrupted by
exactly.
the wrong people. And yeah, Lyndon Johnson added it to the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and then you had the Department of Education, which is really the subject of Sam's book, the NEA Trojan Horse in American Education, and how that union or that collection, which is far left, they go way back. They're very powerful. They
They
get
go
people,
back to the 1850s and 60s, I
you
think.
know,
And
and
they're
they
really
can
a
get,
union. They're just a labor union.
yeah, but they can get people elected. They have a huge money, they're national. They've got connections like an octopus. They're in just about every state, every municipality. They started this whole process of monies going to the federal government, and then the federal government giving it back to the school boards with all kinds of strings attached.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got hooked on the money, and the strings attached had everything to do with the socialist agenda. And under the Department of Education, that went on speed. It was just crazy.
We need
Now
to
they
point out
pushed,
too that both parties are part of this hustle.
yeah.
Was it George W. Bush was the education president?
Well, right. What is it? No Child Left Behind, that kind of thing.
Yeah, No Child Left Behind. Then you had Goals 2000. That was under
Common Cause.
outcome.
All of it.
I call it
failed.
outhouse-based education, and all the stuff. See, the Department of Education does not have the legal ability to set the curriculum, but with was Common Core. They said, "Hey, Bill Gates put all the money out. You take the curriculum." The Governors Association owned some of the rights to that curriculum, so you take the curriculum, and we'll give you money.
That's
So
right. I mean, so they basically use the carrot and the stick. If you take the money, which is big money, there's all these strings attached. And that their agenda at its core was to push a leftist internationalist agenda. That's why we have things like children getting sex change operations,
yeah,
all this stuff that came out of nowhere, and people are like scratching their heads. How did this happen? Well, this Department of Education, which is getting $260 billion a year, I keep saying that, but I want to reiterate that. They're spreading the money around like a mobster, operating in a community, grease a few palms to get something to happen. It's really corrupt and it's really rotten. And here we are with President Donald J. Trump signing an executive order to abolish it. And it looks like, seeing what we've seen from Trump so far, he means business and it's going to happen.
Well, from what I understand, is that it half the workforce at the Department of Education has been laid off. It still exists, and I believe because it was created with an act of Congress, it will have to be abolished, even though it's unconstitutional, and it should be just abolished outright. So I don't know if it's officially a lot of the things that they were doing are now being absorbed by other. For example, they did a lot with, I say, Down syndrome. So and of course you hear the left. Oh, my poor Down syndrome child's not going to get any help now. Well, that's not the case.
No, those things are going to continue be absorbed by other agencies.
I have friends who have Down syndrome, so I called them and say, hey, and that's what they said. Some of them don't need any government help anyway. Their child is doing fine. They don't need federal money, for them to thrive or survive. In fact, we know that on one hand, Planned Parenthood wants to kill all Down syndrome babies before they're
exactly.
born. And then when they're born, they somehow become wards of the federal government.
Yeah, we don't even see that too often anymore, do we? Anyways, the fact is that since it was created by Congress, sure, you could reduce it down by like 95%.
That's
Leave
right.
them,
Yeah.
put them into some little house somewhere, and have a small staff, and let them keep records. I'm just saying, it's like there's a way around that. That's what they're doing with USAID. I think that was the most rotten of all of these agencies. I remember interviewing. I wish I could remember the author's name. He wrote a book for Regnery, which was about the history of population control. This is when I first became aware of USAID, because they were spearheading an international effort to sterilize women without them knowing it in India and in Peru and in Puerto Rico. Can you imagine anything more evil than that? I mean, just really loathsome programs to like.
Well, I wrote a book exposing the racist roots of Planned Parenthood. I had the correspondence between Margaret Sanger and Dr. Clarence Gamble, and I actually went to the Harvard Medical School library. I was looking for their Bush's Prescott Bush and Gamble's connections, because they were friends. They were neighbors.
Right.
But I even found the Negro Project letter. I found that Sanger spent a lot of time in India working with various Indian officials.
Right.
And the World War II was just over, and she's in Japan. She's trying to get an audience with the emperor. She may have met him in a public gathering, but never private setting. Japan lost a good chunk of its men and some women too, but it wasn't enough. We need to get rid of more.
Get rid of genetic racism, called it.
Exactly. You mentioned Puerto Rico. They had something called the Puerto Rican Project. No, there was the Negro Project. The Puerto Rican Project, Puerto Rican women we use as guinea pigs for the birth control pill. Some died, some got blood clots, and then after so many in the early 60s, it was approved by the FDA, but it was based on the experiments that were used on the poorest women in one of the poorest communities in Puerto Rico. And back then, the Puerto Rico, of course, it was still a province, but they didn't have any laws guiding this, so it was an easy place for these people to go. And one of the guys was from Brookline that was involved. I think that he was one of the doctors that was one of the pioneers of the pill from Brookline. And there was Sanger also had a Klansman neo-Nazi type. He actually met Hitler. He was another guy from Brookline.
From Brookline.
You got some real talkers. I'm trying to think of his name. He wrote a book about the white race being doomed. He debated W.E.B. Du Bois in the 20s, and they say Du Bois got the best of it, but both of them worked with Margaret Sanger, the Nazis and the communists.
She was very pro-Nazi, and she had Ernst Rudin, a Nazi psychologist, on her newsletter, and just loved the idea of reducing unwanted people to create this utopian world through extermination. Bringing things back to Department of Education.
By the way, Sam wrote an essay. He had a monthly newsletter.
Yes,
the Blumenfeld Education Letter.
Yes,
and I think it was June of '86. We have all of them archived on the site.
Excellent.
It was called "The Creation of a Black Underclass: Eugenics in the Creation of a Black Underclass."
Yep.
And it's a timeless. Some of the newsletters may have talked about the election and current politics, but this one is timeless. And I think it was June of '86. But you can scroll and see it. Download it. We put it back in print. We put it. A friend of mine, Felicia Nace, wrote a book. She collaborated the book about the Atlanta murders. You remember back in the '80s.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to republish that. I said, well, we need to do the same thing because people need to know this. So that's one of the. And so Sam was very well versed on this topic as well.
Oh, sure. He's across the board. He had stuff happening. So yeah, that's a great resource. Again, Camp Constitution, Sam Blumenfeld archive. You can scroll down and just check it. All kinds of things. I mean, if you're working on an article, you're working on a paper for your college,
It's a great resource. He's got, solid back, information, all backed. Great stuff. Really,
Sam
really.
was a friend of Dr. Shombay from Africa.
Oh, from the Congo.
Yatanga, yeah, the Belgian.
Yeah.
And he actually interviewed him when he was in exile in Spain, and he interviewed him in French because he translated.
Yeah.
And he was one of the founders of the Jewish Society of Americanists. And I think this was founded in the wake of all of the anti-Semitism. Jews are liberals, they're leftists, they're pro-communist.
Right.
And of course, there may have some, and you know more than I would ever know.
It was more than some, unfortunately.
But at the same time, there was still a lot of Jewish patriots.
Yeah, there's a lot of solid,
and a lot of Americans didn't know that. So I think it only lasted for about 4 or 5 years. But all of their newsletters and their publications and their articles of incorporation are on that site.
Are on which site? Your site?
On the St. Blumenfeld archive. You can spend
excellent. I can't wait to see
spend actually hours, I mean, a lifetime, just listening to his recordings. We have his recordings from, I think, from the early to mid 70s up until 14 or 15. I think there's some of your interviews with him.
Yeah.
So when he passed away, before he passed away, he said, "Hal, I want you to take." He gave me the keys to his storage units. I had 2, and then his apartment where he had a lot of stuff in plastic bags, and we had to sift through it. And he was a very orderly guy, but when he downsized, he didn't have the room, so we just went through.
It probably takes years to go through his archive.
Well, we have a lot of it in cabinets, filing cabinets,
right?
But a lot of it we had digitized, and we thought the more important things digitized. And I think there might be there was a letter that he sent to Mike, the head of the Homeschool Defense Fund, about your candidacy. He was hoping that you would somehow, yes.
I loved him talk about his letter to Ayn Rand when she's like, "How could you believe in God?" And his response is, "How could you not believe in God?"
I know. He actually sold that letter, so we don't have that letter. He sold it, and I thought he should have at least kept a copy. I think we had the response, but he met Ayn Rand, and he told me at those days, at that point in his life, he said he was a sad atheist. I think his father had passed away, and he said that he wanted to believe in God, but he just couldn't bring himself to do that. But back in the early 70s, the mid 70s, he was working on a book about the history of American education. And I think it was called How to Tutor. I think that may have been the book.
Yes,
one of his early books was about motherhood, which was a great book. They're hard to find. And most of those books are in PDF format on the site too. So what it took him to the New England Calvinists, and he said, "Well, these guys were the ones that got involved," and that led him to be a man of faith. I know on his deathbed he said,
Institute, right?
What's that?
The Chalcedon Institute.
That was before he even knew them. He was doing his own research about the history of education, and it took him to New England and the Massachusetts, Connecticut, where it was so essential, and the Bible was the basic textbook for the students, and really, I think one of the first things they printed was this little primer. It started with Adam's Adam's sin, man fell. It was a rhyme. I forgot how it goes. But the first book that was published in Massachusetts as a colony was the Algonquin Bible.
Oh, well, that was for the praying Indians.
Yes, exactly. In fact, there's 2 copies left. One of them is in the South Natick Library under protection.
Yeah.
And the other one, I think, is the Mass Archives. Somebody's supposed to put it back in print. But the man who got that, John, which is loud. There's so many things in after him. He was known as the Apostle, John Eliot. Yes, thank you. The Apostle to the Indians. And Natick, you look at his old church where it's covered with rainbow flags. So I don't think he'd be too happy about the church today. But
but and just as a little side note, the Wellesley College was making a big deal about naming rights, where they like a declaration that this land had been owned by Native Americans, putting aside the fact that Native Americans didn't have a concept of land ownership. But because I knew a student over there, and I said, well, if you're so concerned about land ownership and honoring Native Americans, why don't you invite the Natick praying Indians to come over to Wellesley College?
Yeah.
They can take it back. It's like, no, we don't want to have them come over.
That's a little different. Yeah. By the way, now that we're going a little bit of a rabbit trail, several years ago, I was invited myself and our Reverend Stevie Kraft. There was at the monument in Plymouth, the beautiful Forefathers Monument.
Yes.
If My People. It was If My People rally. And at this rally, there were some Indian chiefs there. And they were thanking the pilgrims. They were thanking the ancestors of the pilgrims because they brought Christianity to this continent. And then we prayed, and all the Mayflower descendants, I happened to be one, held hands. It was a very moving moment.
That's
So
nice.
of course, there was a lot of horrible over the course of years. There was lots of injustices, but not with the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims had an excellent.
And also, I think that a lot of the Native Americans are very patriotic Americans.
They are.
I happened to go to a powwow several years ago at the Ashby on the Cape, and they were very patriotic. They had the veterans, they had the flags.
Yeah.
They were very happy to have been part of this country. It's not, not quite the way people on the left want to portray it. But I have to ask you, Hal, the obvious question, the big elephant in the room. How are you feeling about the election of President Donald J. Trump?
Well, I was up until in 2016. I was up until about 4 a.m., maybe 3 a.m. I think it was announced by 1 o'clock. And now I'm a constitutionalist, and I know you are.
Yes.
And Donald Trump isn't quite a constitutionalist.
Right. It was as close as we've had since probably
in my lifetime. No question about it. People would ask, well, how, you're a constitutional. I said, because Ron Paul wasn't on the ballot, or Rand Paul wasn't on the ballot, the two of them.
Right.
That's why I voted for Donald Trump. I had a sign on my front and my property in the front, along with other signs. Now, in Boston, it's very seldom that I would ever people I vote for ever get elected. In New Hampshire, I voted for 9 people, and 8 of them got elected. That would be. Now, of course, he didn't carry New Hampshire, but he won New Hampshire. I mean, he won, so I can't.
They had the Massachusetts people bust over the border like they do every 4 years.
But we, the governor won. The only one that didn't was the congressman. I voted for. It was Chris Pappas won, the Democrat. But all of the Republicans that I voted for all won. Not to say the Republican Party is the greatest thing in the world.
But yeah, it's all we have. And I was very anxious about it because of what happened in 2020. Let's not go there because right now I have YouTube carrying a pirate YouTube station carrying our interviews. So we still can't talk about that, believe it or not, even though the Biden regime is gone. They still don't like mentioning.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, I know that when I'm looking, Pennsylvania was like 90%. And a lot of these, I was watching Newsmax the whole time.
Yeah.
I didn't flip. I flipped on a little bit. It was mostly, and I stood up. I couldn't even relax. They said, 90%, and they wouldn't call it. I said, oh no, they're going to shut the place down.
That's what I was afraid of. And I almost was sick in the week or two leading up to that election, just because I'd spent 4 years covering what happened in 2020, interviewing all the major people involved in it. And I remember that Steve Turley, I don't know if you know who he is, big podcaster, and he's been on my show, and he was doing all this talk about Trump's going to win. Trump's going to look at these polls, and he's a good man. He's a good statistician.
Yeah.
Showing he's 2 ahead here, and I was upset because I sent him a note saying, I love your happy talk. I look to it every day so I can feel better. But let's not forget what happened. They don't care. They're going to do the same crap they did in 2020. They will not let this happen. And he sent me back a note saying I'd been traumatized. Okay, fine. The point is that by the election night, I was so upset that I was almost like in a stupor. I could barely keep my eyes open. I'm there having beer and having pizza. I'm like, oh, and I'm half asleep sitting on the couch, and then all of a sudden I open my eye and I see Rachel Maddow's face.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
and then I'm like, all of a sudden, yes, it's happening, because that's when I knew, and then I was totally jacked.
Well, I tell you what, the next morning I woke up and the air was nice and crisp, and it had a nicer, crisper taste to it, smell to
It
it.
was a beautiful moment. I felt like it was like my bar mitzvah.
You know what's fascinating, though? If you go to the various election results, 2024 presidential, and you look at a political map of the United States, red and blue,
Yeah.
if you just avoid that, if you look into counties and towns, there's even parts of Massachusetts where Trump did very well.
He did much better this time around.
He won Fall River, for crying out loud.
No,
Not by much, but he won.
But he took the Hispanic vote. He did win Fall River.
No, he did. By like 51%. Yeah.
And he won all the battleground states, all the bellwether counties,
the
popular vote, everything, the whole. And this was even with the cheating. They still, like, I noticed, like, there was still little attempts to steal things. In California, they were counting votes a month after the election.
Yeah.
So they put in a couple
of. Well, that's
votes.
because they still had a lot of House seats that were being.
Oh, yeah. They tried to do that, but it didn't work. Yeah. And I think that it's because Trump learned from the last time. He also took the lesson from Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, who fielded a team of thousands of volunteers who manned the counting rooms, who manned the polling places, and also he fielded a team of hundreds of lawyers who were there on call in case anything was going on. Yeah. You drop a dime, and they were on it. And that's exactly how Trump ran at this time.
And it was also a lot of Republicans voted early.
That's the other thing. They tricked us last time with that, saying, "Oh, don't go out election day." Well, it's that way they could. The machines were breaking down. Yeah. No, people got all the tricks. All of the harvesting, all of it. I still think, however, in the aftermath, as amazing as everything is with Trump and the incredible things he's doing, I hope that he does stay the course on election reform, because the system is really broken. It's not just this last election. It's probably been broken since the 19th century. Yeah. We cannot get it right in terms of one man, one vote.
Well, I know that Virginia, many states got a lot of names off the rolls that have been dead, moved away. Virginia got thousands. I think it actually did. It go to the Supreme Court? They had, we have to get rid of these. So there's a lot of this stuff going on in states all over the country where people, there's an old saying in Boston: vote often and early for James Michael Curley. And the guy who was a Democrat that passed away. He lived in the Chicago suburbs, and this is supposed to be a joke, but in the will, he said, "I want to be buried in Chicago so I can remain active in politics long after I'm dead."
Right.
And that does happen, but the question is it enough to overturn an election? Now, here in New Hampshire,
I think it was Bob Dole, of all people, who said that on his obituary, he said when he dies, he wants to be able to look down and see how he voted. But yeah, I mean, they had this group called ERIC, ERIC, that was hired by about 20 states to clean the election rolls. They didn't do diddly squat, even in red states. I mean, it was a fraud. Yeah. And it turns out that they were financed by that billionaire from Hungary. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh yes.
And all this other stuff. So I think that the system still has to find reform. They have to have same-day voting, no more absentee ballots unless you're overseas.
Or you're in the military, or
and you have to have a signature on file at your local clerk. And, and ID, voter ID, and paper ballots, all of those things.
Well, New Hampshire, it's interesting. Unfortunately, Trump didn't win. He didn't lose by a whole lot, but he's 3 or 4%. But we actually got 22 or 21 new Republicans at the State House. We got a supermajority in the Senate. There's 400 legislators, state reps. There's only 24 senators. We got all of the governor council, which is more powerful than most states.
Right.
governor. She's Kelly. She's not.
Not bad.
She's more of a moderate to conservative as opposed to. She's not like the former governor of Maine. That's pretty.
Oh, yeah. What happened to Maine? Maine has completely fallen off the edge.
Well, if you look at the map of Maine, you will see mostly red. If you look at the political map.
Yeah, if you go upstate, but that Portland.
No, but even see if you get Greater Portland, if you dug a trench around Greater Portland, all those towns and cities, and push it out to the ocean, it would be a very conservative state. I mean, it's considered. You do have the Democrats have all three right now, but they don't have a big majority in the House and the Senate.
But they control the machines. The same thing happened in Vermont.
Yeah,
you had all the New Yorkers going up there, like Bernie Sanders and Howard Dean.
Yeah,
and they
but
just.
What I've noticed, Aroostook County, where I get up there. I used to get up there maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I'd be heading up there in August. A lot of people are moving in from around the country, conservative types, and the property's pretty. You could buy a farm, 20 or 30 acres or more for what you might pay for a condo in Brooklyn.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Brookline,
Yeah.
So the Amish are moving up there, So, and he won. He won that. He won that.
He won the Amish put him over the top in Pennsylvania, and there was this guy. I forget his name escapes me right now, but he was Republican activist, kind of a hippie-looking guy, who worked daily for years registering Amish people, finding low propensity voters who don't generally get to the polls and getting them to the polls. Now he's doing it in New Jersey. So, there are people like that who are Scott Pressler. You should give a shout out.
Yeah. Well, I have my family. My girls had to vote absentee, but I all had their ballots in it because they say, "Who should I vote for?" Well, I'm not telling you to vote for, but this is how I'm recommending, and they pretty much voted the way I suggested they vote.
Well, I mean, these are very exciting times, and Trump has a clear mandate.
I'm actually an elected official, Chuck, right now.
Oh, yeah? Oh, so you were elected. I know you were running.
I ran for county commissioner in 22. I came in second in the primary.
Yeah.
I came in second, but a very distant second, Okay. And I really did. It's not that I wanted the seat. I was asked to run. But after I declared my candidacy, a guy who had been the former sheriff, grew up in Laconia, I thought, he's the homeboy. No matter, I'm not going to win this one. But I ran for budget committee in the town of Alton. There was an opening, and I was appointed with the approval of the board of the budget committee members. And then it was only until March, so I ran unopposed. There was 798 votes cast. I got 502 votes unopposed, and you needed 5% of the voters to get in. Right. And so it's not we only meet 3 months out of the year. And then, we have some influence, but not. But the bottom line is that if you don't run, then there's going to be a vacuum, and who comes in. There's a vacuum.
I could speak to that too. I mean, running for office, even if you don't win, you get a couple of issues over the plate, and it can be painful if you're running in a big office and you're dealing with people that are not nice. And that's politics,
Well, I know your story well. When you were running for Congress, I know it well. Yeah,
I noticed in the last election there were positions that they're unopposed. They're probably someone that's been there for 40 years. Yeah. I mean, there's like the Massachusetts, the local comptroller office, or you have these like little offices where you have some hack who's been in there, never opposed. Think about running for those. I'm thinking about running for it next time. Why not?
Yeah.
You get in there, you get a little inside perch into a state house, and you will be amazed at what you can do. I mean, it's not a bad gig. I've told people, you're a teenager, you're a retired person, you're an empty nester, you're a housewife, you have a little bit of time, you can do it. You can run for these offices, and there are ways to make it happen. I mean, I actually wrote a manual on that, how to do it. So, I really urge people to do that. It's almost a civic duty, actually.
Well, it is a civic duty. In fact, when I was asked to the budget committee, I had a number of people, a state rep's wife, and a few others said, "Why don't you do it?" And the first time I says, well, there was another lady that was interested. I says, well, she's better at math. Let her do it. And she did, you know. And then there was another opening. I said, okay, I'll put my name, you know. And you know, you take it serious, but like I said, it's not that I seek office.
No, but it's part of your. It's like anything else. It's you can step in there, get a couple of issues on the plate. You know, Boston. I noticed that Mayor Wu, who's about to the left of Stalin. I mean, talk about left wingers. She refuses to allow for elected school board, in spite of the fact that the city council passed a resolution for an elected school board.
I remember
she doesn't want people like me to run for it. You know.
Yeah, I remember when Boston did have an elected school committee.
Yeah,
and I believe it was Mayor Menino in his first term or early is the one that oversaw that. And they said, well, the argument was they never got along. There was too much of it. Well, so what? It was just, it gave him the power to appoint. So he's only going to appoint people of that same mindset. They're not going to appoint me if I lived in Boston.
No. So they don't want someone to go in and actually take a look, first of all, at the budget and find out who's getting paid what. Secondly, they don't want someone to look at the curriculum and open it up for the public to see what's being taught.
That's right.
So anyways, Hal, let my listeners and viewers know how they can reach you, how they can find out more about Camp Constitution, about the Sam Blumenfeld Foundation.
Well, first off, we do have a week-long family camp coming up in July, and you go to our website to find out about it. It's at the Singing Hills Christian Camp, July 13th to the 18th. And we have a great lineup, as we do every year, of instructors, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of education. Field trip. We're taking a field trip to Calvin Coolidge's homestead this year.
Nice.
As an optional. It's an optional. We take firearms training. It's optional. We have some martial arts training. We also have a ladies' retreat coming up in less than a month, right here in Alton at the Alton Bay Christian Conference Center. And we do have events going on. We have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, a Rumble channel, Podomatic, and a number of other things. So campconstitution.net is the best way to reach out to us. Our Facebook page goes Camp Constitution. Our YouTube channel. We got over 17,000 subscribers. We were really going after our really soon. One of our got on Tucker Carlson it aired last January of last year of 23. We got 24. Yeah, 24. We got 50 or 60,000 hits on our website. We got all kinds of interest, lots of new viewers, and we have a lot of classic video. Dan Smoot, who was one of the early people, we're uploading most of his programs. Well, a lot of them anyway.
Now, where can I find that? Is that on the Camp Constitution site?
Well, just go to YouTube, put in Camp Constitution. You don't have to go to the website to get
Oh, he was great. I read a few of his books.
Yeah, he was one of his talk. He was one of the first conservatives get on air on the television.
Right.
And because of him, and what people would do is local people would actually pay to put it on the local network. It wasn't nationally broadcast.
Right.
But the local group would say, "Hey, we're going to go to our channel. We're going to buy 10 minutes a time."
The cable station.
Well, the so-called fairness doctrine was passed as a result. That got them off the air.
Right. Sure.
Fairness doctrine, you had to give the other side free time. And a lot of stations couldn't do it. But some stuff he has is timeless, and we have all of our classes that we videotape, and there's other things. Hopefully I'll be able to get a link to this and upload it on our YouTube channel as well.
Oh yeah, I'll send it over, and I put a link to Camp Constitution on my station as part of this, which is on.
So anyway, our website is campconstitution.net, and then again, I encourage you to sign up for the Samuel Blumenfeld Archive. We have an online bookstore where we sell a lot of the things that we have our own little printing arm, but a publishing arm. But we also carry books from other. And we have some nice yard signs. We have one that says "Fight Racism, Defund Planned Parenthood."
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. So Hal Shurtleff, I want to thank you for joining me as always. Great to see you. Great to talk to you. We should do it again soon.
All right. Thanks for having me. God bless.
God bless, and God bless America. Thanks a lot, Sam. Thanks a lot, Hal. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here, and welcome aboard on TikTok. We'll see how long I stay there, but either way,
Michael D. Shaw is here, and we're doing our thing every Thursday. Mike, I wanted to, as you said, as we started, The Empire Strikes Back. It's expected, it's inevitable. To a certain extent, it's healthy because you want to have loyal opposition, but that's not what we're talking about right now. With the Trump revolution is what I would call it, or maybe we should call it the Trump counter revolution.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. I like that.
And the way they're doing it, unfortunately, is all too predictable. They are not going to take on President Trump and this incredible administration on issues because they are just crushing it in every arena. They're attracting capital into the United States. Their tariff policy, which, by the way, is a policy that's been done by many, many of our great presidents, starting with George Washington, is resulting in big companies, international companies, investing hundreds of billions of dollars inside the United States as a way to avoid tariffs. And it is protecting American industry and labor. Now, obviously, the effects aren't going to be felt right away, but it is a policy that goes way back. It's the American policy, really first minted by Alexander Hamilton, who was one of the more underrated founding fathers, and was embraced by Jefferson as well, especially toward the end of his life when he wrote that he acknowledged that manufacturing and protection of industry is key to a successful republic and a successful society. So Trump is reinventing this. The only thing you could say that was good, that, by the way, that the Biden regime, whoever was running it, did, was that they did not touch Trump's tariffs because they could see that they were working. You've got the deportation of illegal aliens, particularly illegal aliens supporting terrorist organizations on campus.
Let me stop you there and say, why in the world are they fighting this? Why do they think it's a good idea to be on that side of an issue like this?
I think that it's the Luigi phenomena for young people. They are looking like they're fighting the big guy, they're fighting the capitalists. It's a leftist thing. I mean, I did a bit of a drive-by, for example, on one of these protests, and it was it looked very well financed. It looked like, I think, George Soros. They're holding up a sign, "Stop the oligarchy, stop Musk, the oligarch." I was saying, does that include George Soros? No, I didn't say anything because I was just driving by, but it's the same old characters, the same old. In a way, it looks like the new faces look like kind of young tech bros, I guess you might say, and girls. And then, of course, on the campus, it's the same old anti-Israel people. And I guess that I'm concerned. I mean, I don't know if this is something that's going to metastasize or shrink. And it reminds me of the arguments that were made before the September the 11th, 2001 attack on the World Trade Center. And that was that in the 1990s, there was an increase in terror attacks against the United States. The Nairobi embassy attack, the attack in, I think there was a few other like that we could go over, the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. You had the first World Trade Center attack. You had an uptick in terrorist attacks. And there were two schools of thought. One school said, let's not overreact. Let's not do anything, because if we do, they're going to make them even more mad. And then they're going to go crazier and it'll get worse. And the other school was, let's, nip it in the bud. Let's hit back, find them, stop them, and that way keep them at bay. There's no utopia. They're always going to be there, but we have to engage them in the field of battle because that's where they are engaging us. And I think that the appeasement school won, and the result was 9/11. They didn't all of a sudden get warm and fuzzy because we weren't striking back. They got more bold. They were like, oh, the United States, as the communists used to say, is a paper tiger. I think China said this. and that we should just, they'll just fall apart. Or like Lenin said, it'll be like overripe fruit falling off the tree. And that's what they did. So I think that the position that you have to strike them back and find them and take them out, even if it's ugly, is the only real way to go. So you have this sympathetic young woman here at Tufts, picked up off the street by plainclothes ICE agents and put into a unmarked vehicle, and then she disappears. That's not pretty. I don't feel, that's not something that I feel good, seeing. Although I will say the video that's made the rounds certainly doesn't show them abusing her in any way. They were very careful. They had a woman on the team. They kind of guided her. They took off the backpack very carefully, and they guided her into the car. Still, it's not a nice sight, and it's resulted in some major protests over at Tufts. But we're going to find out what she was involved in. She was publishing articles that were supportive of Hamas. She was, she very well could have been working for them, literally, if not figuratively.
Well, have you ever noticed that she was a, quote, 30-year-old grad student?
Yeah.
And this Camille, what's his name guy, Khalil.
Right, in New York.
He was a 30-year-old grad student. All right. That's pretty damn old to be a grad student.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah. And
So,
they're not some young impressionable kid either. You can't say that.
What I'm talking about is that I don't think it's legit. I mean, yeah, she's probably a grad student,
but she was involved in, and also his wife was interviewed, the one in New York, this Khalil, and she is even more radical than he is. I mean, look, they were calling for.
What a great front to be a grad student.
Grad student.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Well, I mean, look, I went to school. I was a grad student. I wasn't 30 years old. All right.
Right.
So
no, it is up there. Yeah.
I think that they've been installed, and the schools are very happy to have people paying full tuition.
Right.
Well,
I mean, I think Tufts and Harvard, they took something like a $300 million grant from Qatar. So, that already creates an atmosphere that's going to allow these so-called grad students. I think that's a really, really insightful point.
I mean, it just bothered me. It was just too stupid.
Yeah.
It was too stupid. Okay. What were you doing between the time you finished undergrad and you became a grad student? All right. What was
we had this one case with this, and I remember there was a big brouhaha in Boston as well. This woman who was, I think, a neurologist. She worked for Mass General Hospital. She was coming to this country, and then the ICE stopped her at the airport and took away her passport and turned her back. Oh, there was like, Elizabeth Warren in her High Dutch. This is un-American, immoral. Turns out that she attended Nasrallah's funeral in Beirut. I mean, she was very connected to Hezbollah, which is an organization that is on the terror list of the State Department. Yeah. You can't, there's nothing, there's no, and I would point out to people, oh, this is free speech. No, these are not American citizens. They have visas, and that the conditions of those visas are that they observe certain strictures in terms of what they get involved in while they're here. It's just like they're guests. They don't have the same rights as an American citizen. If an American citizen wants to step up and be a communist or even be a Hamas supporter, there's nothing that I can do about that. I may not like it, but they have a right to do it as long as they don't cross a line and start to engage in illegal activities like supporting them or sending them money or arms. But they have a right to express those opinions. It's not a matter of free speech. But if someone is visiting and they have a visa, it's like somebody visiting your personal home. They don't have the same rights you have. You're the host. You're the owner or the renter of the home. They are there as a guest, and you decide whether or not they can stay or not. If they choose to fire you, then they're committing a crime. I mean, they can be arrested. And also, as a general custom, if you're a guest in someone's home, you observe certain customs. You respect the host. You don't do things that would be out of line in terms of the policies or beliefs of the host. So that's what they are. They are guests in our national home. And if they want to start to support, I mentioned this to someone who was very sympathetic to, in this case, this Tufts student. I'm like, what if they came here and they were supporting white supremacists? Or if they came here and they were like agitating against gays? You'd get them out immediately. They put them on a plane, the next plane out of here. The point is that, if they're coming here and they're agitating against American policies, American customs, they don't have a right to do that any more than you have a right to go to Cuba and stand in Havana and talk about capitalism. How long do you think you'd last? I'm just saying that's a basic function of sovereignty.
Well, it is. And of course, this is very reminiscent. And you could probably remember the name of the guy. I can't right now. There was some, as it was called in the day, pinko, that was identified in the 50s that was being forever defended by Murrow and Cronkite. His name was Larry something.
Okay.
And sure enough, it comes out that he was a big communist. And so when they finally asked Murrow, well, what about, well, big deal. So it's the standard crap from the left. It doesn't matter how many of these grad students you're going to find, they are willing to bend over backwards because they're anti-American.
Right.
There's no justification for it. You know what? There's the one bite rule or something before you kick them out. I don't understand the sympathy other than they just hate America, right? There's no other way to say it.
Well, and it's worse than that. They hate America. They hate Israel, which is an American ally.
Yeah.
But they're actively involved in incitement on the college campuses.
Yeah.
This guy Khalil, he was there, as part of one of the ringleaders of this occupation of Columbia, which was, if he was an American, you would think conventionally that an American student doing that would be expelled, at least, because it's vandalism. It's property damage. But he also was inciting against Jewish students. Now, that's, what if he was there, as I said, inciting against gays or inciting against blacks? You don't have that it's bad enough if it's an American, but.
Right. But I don't even know that it's so much that they're tolerating anti-Semitism. It's just that they're afraid to do anything. Academia represents the absolute worst in America. And they just prove it every single day. What would did I mention this last week that I discovered something that I had heard rumored for years, but I got proven? University of California discriminates against applicants who go to private school.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Right.
So far. So this girl ends up going to University of Southern California, private school, for something that, what is it, $90,000 a year tuition?
Crazy.
For what?
How
many times have I asked you, why does anybody watch Lester Holt? Why do people watch nightly news anymore? You get whatever news you want on your phone, internet instantly.
I think it's all people
anymore.
I think it's people that are in our demographic, Mike, older white guys and girls watch that. It's like an old habit. It's like, we still have checkbooks, whereas younger people, they don't even know what a check looks like now. They just do it.
So
it's an older generation relic. We still like the occasional broadsheet, to look at the newspaper.
Yeah.
Younger people wouldn't know what a newspaper was if they fell on it. It might be a generational thing. I don't know.
With all the bad publicity coming out about colleges, Why does every kid still have to go?
Well, that's right. I mean, it's a kind of a collective assumed cultural thing that it's like you have to do this rite of passage. Yeah, and you feel bad if you don't do it. Um, I think that the one remnant left in terms of, and I'm learning this right now firsthand from my own online education. I'm doing Arizona State University. I'm getting a degree. It's interesting, but it's very left, and it's a lot of
It's all that.
yeah, I mean, it's we're talking about law and society. It's all about critical race theory. Everything comes down to that. In this case, critical legal theory. And I mean, I'm doing my own thing there, and I'm using the information to write a book. But the point is that younger people don't know from this, and they're going there, and they're. I see the comment board on the courses where people put in their response, and they're just as bad as a teacher. They're like, oh yes, the colonial American, system, and blah blah blah. I mean, the view with we have a class on the American Revolution. It is really, that it was a plot by wealthy Virginians to keep slavery in place and to screw Native Americans west of the Appalachia and make money. It's basically the thesis. There's this one professor in particular, this one author, Woody Holton, a real historian and professor of history at the University of South Carolina. Is this whole thesis? I mean, it's just it's like so negative. Now we could look at some of those things playing a little role in it, but they forget all about the ideology of the Constitution and the founding generation, what they believed in. They forget about the faith that they had. They forget about all of the factors that went into that. It's like that doesn't even exist. It's crazy.
Well, right. I think some of the problem is that you have this monologue situation where no one's going to question the professor,
Right.
and not just kids, but most people are very impressionable, and they'll listen to this stuff, and they've never heard it like this before, so it's novel, but they don't think about it because they're paying all this money. They're paying all this money, and you're getting from a professor who's been recognized by his peers. What the hell does that mean? How do you become a full professor in history? You write more crap, publish in more left-wing historical journals, but that's not even the worst of it. You go to the science and engineering departments, and they're permeated with this crap.
They are, but I actually have a slight glimmer of hope that there is some change afoot because students are waking up. Younger students are not that left. You have, like, for example, Boston University just downgraded the entire sociology department. It's no longer a degree program. It's like,
Really?
yeah, University of Florida did the same thing. I mean, because it's become so captured by leftists and such a cat's paw for leftist agendas that it's lost its basic legitimacy. I mean, it's always been on the left a little bit, but at this point, the whole social science of sociology has been captive. It doesn't have any, because sociology itself is a very important study. I'm getting a degree in sociology. It's a real look at the functioning of groups within society and how they relate to each other, individuals and how they relate to groups, history and how it relates to the present with a projection to the future, and all of it. The sociologist C. Wright Mills talked about the sociological imagination. Is a brilliant, brilliant thinker. Although he was a man of the left, he died young. I think if he had lived, he would have moved to the right like I did. I mean, because he was honest and he was like really probative and tough. But that's not what it's become. It's become just a cat's paw for legitimizing every leftist agenda that comes down the pike.
Well, you know what I first saw this?
Yeah.
When I was at UCLA, I think as a sophomore or junior, and you had heard the name Angela Davis.
Yes.
Just hired as an assistant professor, right out from Marcuse and all these wonderful lefties. And you heard her speak, and she was so captured by the communist point of view that it was remarkable. You know, she was supposed to be this rebel black woman, but she was so down the line with the communist struggle. I mean, I had to keep from laughing at part of this thing.
Yeah.
And she just got worse and worse and worse, to the point she was involved in that bank robbery.
Did you attend any of her lectures?
Well, actually, she was in where I first saw her was she was doing this sort of big presentation. I think it was at Pauley, actually, where she gave, you know, her little thoughts because she was so famous.
Yeah.
And UC was so happy to have her on there. You know, it's during the civil rights era. And she was this big black chick with the afro and, you know, just checked off all the boxes. So, and the sad part is that you looked at 90% of the audience and they were just lapping this up like it was the word of God or something, you know?
Yeah.
And,
those are the students who are going to these rallies to support Khalil. I mean, it's the same leftist. And again, I mean, I wonder and I worry if this is just a kind of a continuation of the same knuckleheads, or if this is something that's expanding. I don't know. I mean, I think that Trump is making inroads. I mean, I think that, first of all, expelling these people, these 30-year-old PhD grad students, is a great step in the right direction. They instigated and fomented these rallies. They should be gone. And Trump said he'd do it, and he's doing it. Thank God.
Yeah.
But, and also the colleges are responding to cutting off money. That's another thing that's working very well. Columbia now is tamping down on the radicals. They actually have taken away some degrees from people who were extremely radical. And the Maine college system is now banning men and women's sports because Trump has put a deadline on cutting all aid unless they did that. They backed down. So I think that the money is talking. You know, they're responding to that.
well, in Maine, what about the high schools?
I don't know, but I know that the governor there, who's a real leftist whack job. I mean, I don't know what's happened to Maine. It's like there's like,
you know what I tell people, because
we talked about this.
California, you know, I lived back east for a while, as you know, and so they asked me, like, what the hell's going on in Maine? This was very simple. If Massachusetts isn't liberal enough for you, then you move up to Maine, but you have to be right in that Portland corridor. You know, if you went out into real Maine, you're not going to find people like that.
No, of course not. But that little port, it's like the same thing in Vermont.
Yeah.
It's that area around Burlington where you see it's the really scummy looking people and homelessness, and it looks worse than San Francisco or Seattle. It's bad, and they run the state. They've probably taken over the voting apparatus, quite honestly. You know, they just have the control. Detroit has that kind of control over Michigan. It's you know, I don't know if it's because they run the voting machines or what, but they do seem to control that state and that culture, and they do seem to suppress the real Mainers and the real Vermonters.
It's what we
working for
Ben and Jerry effect, right? That if you remember, because you do, Vermont was this conservative place.
Yeah.
It had a population of 200,000, and it was mostly these guys in these Johnson woolen mill jackets going around tapping into maple trees to make syrup. That was Vermont, okay? But then the New Yorkers moved up.
You had Howard Dean and Bernie Sanders, and all of these leftist New Yorkers from Brooklyn. They went up there they're buying up big estates, and they just basically, you know, that whole state is like it's like a plantation. It's like, you know, they own it, lock, stock, and barrel. Ben and Jerry, right? They all moved up there. They're all New Yorkers. They all moved up there and they took over.
Well, now they're complaining. I've got one of my sons lives in Phoenix, and he's complaining about all the California people came out. And I said, well, you're almost correct. It's not just the California people came out. It was the worst California people came out.
I mean, I think that Californians are leaving California because it's become so far left. I mean, I think that Bill Maher, with all of his faults, he's actually a pretty good example of that California liberal mentality that is kind of rejecting the left. I mean, he's like, it takes 300 regulations to do one little thing out here. It took me 10 years to put in a downspout on my gutter because of regulations. You can't do anything.
That's very nice, but how much sympathy should I have for this prodigal son, right? I mean, if Bill Maher were 35 years old, it'd be one thing.
Right.
But for him to now finally come to this realization, what, the guy's 60 years old? Oh,
right. Yeah.
Great.
But he reflects a certain California type that is leaving. And I wonder, and they're moving to Texas, they're moving to Idaho, they're moving to Arizona, New Mexico. Are they taking their leftism with them, or are they?
Yeah.
Oh, they really are. That's bad.
Well, I mean, look at what happened in New Hampshire.
I know, that's true.
All the Massachusetts people moved up, and suddenly it wasn't live free or die anymore.
Yeah, it became a Boston suburb. No, it's they commute into the city for work, and then they live in New Hampshire, so they have to pay taxes for the policies that they support. It's bad. Yeah, that's about it. So
I mean, someday, and I hope it doesn't happen, but the day that New Hampshire creates a sales tax, it'll be all lost.
Oh my God. And every 4 years they have busloads of people come up, they register to vote, they vote, and they go back to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They have this law that says that if you intend to move to New Hampshire, you can be a resident for 30 days. That's some weird, obviously right for voter fraud. I think that Trump is making progress on that front. Voter integrity. He hasn't given up on it. It is, I still believe it's one of the key issues that, it has to be addressed. There has to be same-day voting, absentee ballots only if you're really, have a damn good reason for it, like you're in the military, or if you're overseas, or if you really can't vote, in which case you have a signature registered with your town clerk, and it's done right. No, voter ID, so, all of the basic functions, getting rid of all the machines, which is what Elizabeth Warren called for in 2019, because she said they were rigged, and she was right. We don't hear from her anymore about that.
No.
She doesn't talk about that now. I brought it up on her website. I do it regularly. No comments. They don't want to talk about that anymore, because they realize that, hey, they are rigged, and we can do the rigging. So, yeah, I mean, it's still an issue. President Trump is not letting go of it. Even recently, he said they're going to be releasing more information about that fraudulent election. I didn't click YouTube today, so I can say that. Although I am on TikTok. Let's see if I'm taken down on TikTok for that. But, that's still a hard
issue. Go away, just like they don't talk about COVID. Same thing.
Right.
I mean, I found it hard to believe. I got a call yesterday from somebody representing CVS telling me that I'm eligible for a COVID vaccine. Right?
Now?
Yes.
Oh, my.
And are they still flogging that stuff? Oh, yeah. These are all new.
Oh,
And
my God. I have these relatives in New York through marriage who they're way left, and both of them have told me on different occasions that they, quote, love, unquote, Anthony Fauci, and that the vaccine, they hate people who didn't get the vaccine. The last time I saw them, I wish I had asked. It would have been too provocative, but I could have asked them. So, have you gotten your booster lately? Are you up to date on your COVID shots? Because I don't think they are. No one is. No one's doing it anymore.
Why would anyone love Anthony Fauci?
They're
Did
leftists.
they know his history?
You know something? I think that people on the far left have a nostalgic feeling about the pandemic, the lockdowns.
Oh,
It's almost like a fetish. It's like it was the ultimate example of the government coming in and literally controlling everything, telling you had to wipe your groceries down with a antiseptic cloth.
so for a few glorious months, we had Joseph Stalin running the United States then.
Yeah, and I think they have a nostalgic feeling about that. It excites them. And they're still walking around with those friggin' masks, although they were complaining bitterly when ICE put on masks as they arrested that woman at Tufts. Oh my God, why are they wearing masks? Really? They have a reason for wearing masks. That's a legitimate police action. They don't want to have people doxing them and showing up at their house. But anyways, not to digress.
Wow.
The point is that I think that when it comes to the pandemic, I think there's a movement around that. It's like it's really on the left, and it kind of fits in nicely with their worldview. This experience, it's like a child having these strong parents take over and take care of them. It's like the government was. I remember walking around the street with a mask on and going to the other side of the street when somebody was coming and putting on the double mask. I remember Fauci, I think for 1 or 2 days, actually suggested that people put on 2 masks.
Yes.
I know people who did it.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean this is like, and it was exciting for them. They loved it. They look back as if it's a romantic period in their life. So I think that there's that. It's right. It's like a day Stalin took over.
Love in the time of cholera, right? Oh man.
But anyways, go back
Are we
to
still on TikTok?
Yeah, we are still on TikTok. Let's see what happens.
Good.
I'm getting comments on TikTok. Well, let's just see. I'll put that aside. You have the deep state fighting back, and they are tough. They are entrenched. They're not taking it lying down. They're international. They are stopping Trump whenever they can. You have this conspiracy, and I do use the word conspiracy, of judges who are openly and brazenly defying the U.S. Constitution by telling Trump he can't fire people, telling Trump he has to continue money going to radical groups. Nope, here's the violation warning. Thank you, TikTok. Okay, so I've gotten the warning. It's basically. I would suggest maybe it was a conspiracy comment. I'm going to shut TikTok off. I don't want to lose the whole channel. Okay. All right, I'll put that away. Enough with TikTok.
We made it for nearly half an hour.
I made it almost through. Yeah. They are openly and brazenly violating the law, violating the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. You have legal professors and legal experts not saying a goddamn thing about it. They're going to go to the Supreme Court because they're going to meet the head of the snake, John Roberts. Now, it turns out that he was part of the secret society in Washington, the Inn of Courts, which is actually a British tradition, where lawyers and judges get together and hobnob in secret. And at that society, he is there hobnobbing with that really rotten judge who tried to turn back the Tren de Agua plane, the Boasberg. And that same judge, by the way, is now handling every Trump case that comes into his jurisdiction, which is illegal. They're supposed to be rotated. There's supposed to be a lottery system. So you don't have you can't shop for a judge. It has, it goes random. He's now handling 4 cases where Trump is being sued, including a group that's suing over this chat GPT conversation, with Hegseth and that. They're suing for that. So this, and he's buddy with John Roberts at this Inn of. Have you heard about this?
Well, Roberts was a very bad choice from
Yeah.
the get-go. And he's got a lot of people trying to control him based on the hardly secret story of his illicit adoption of those two kids.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, this is public knowledge. I don't know why he's worried about it anymore.
On the
So-
other hand, I mean, those two kids probably at this point might be adults by now, so it's not an issue. They're not going to be able to take them back. You know, there was,
No.
I think, I mean, I get the fact that him and his wife might have felt threatened that those kids they could be removed. That's a legitimate fear. I get it, but I don't think that that's an issue any longer. They were adopted, I think, in the 1980s.
Well, that was always the excuse. All right.
Right.
But I just figured at the time that he was a bad guy. And I came to that conclusion because I've met a few people in my life like this, where their entire existence is all about polishing their resume.
Mm. He
And-
does seem to care about how he's going to look in history. Everything seems to be hinged on that. What appearance I mean, that's right. He does seem to be, and it's like, in a way, if that is his motivation, then that really shows what a weak, rotten person
No,
he
he's
is.
terrible. I mean,
He's the head of the Supreme Court. I mean, it's a lifetime appointment.
he
He's
gave it away with the Obamacare thing when he said, I didn't want to be the guy who ruled against this. And I'm thinking,
right.
but that's your job. Right?
And by the way, everybody shook their head on that because the decision that he wrote was so convoluted and so twisted into knots, and that this thing is a tax, and therefore under Article 5, nobody understood it. And, you know, that's when the rumor started that he was being blackmailed by Obama.
Well, he's being blackmailed by somebody.
And then there's the Jeffrey Epstein business. I'm not going to even go there, but
No, he's blackmailing himself because if every step you take in your life is how you're going to be judged by history, okay, then you just got no balls. I mean, you can't do anything.
yeah,
So-
but if he looks beyond that little box, I hope he realizes that he's not going to be judged well by history by doing this. It's ultimately going to accrue to him in a very bad way, and that he and his wingman Coney are going to screw this country when those cases eventually make their way to the Supreme Court. And that's why I'm calling it a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy the way Whittaker Chambers defined conspiracy, a conspiracy of gentlemen. It's not like they're sitting around in a smoke-filled room, although that Inns of Court looks like a smoke-filled room to me. But either way, it's like, and by the way, he's sitting in there with Brown Jackson and Boasberg and these other real demons. But they all think alike. I mean, they did it during the 2020 election. They threw out the case, the class action suit brought by the state of Texas, Ken Paxton, and six other states against the so-called battleground states because they had engaged in election chicanery that devalued the votes of those states. A legitimate case that should have been heard. According to sources that I can't confirm this, but that Roberts, when that case arrived at the Supreme Court, he had a meeting in his office where he was heard screaming at the top of his lungs by people who were outside the door at the three Trump appointees that they had better get in line and use every kind of expletive and vote against this, that this can't go
Well,
forward.
that story made the rounds, and there were two things that convinced me that the judiciary isn't worth a bucket of piss. All right. One was when I did an article, I don't know, 15 plus years ago, and I looked into so-called landmark cases. They were all crap. They were all crap. If you looked at what the arguments were, I mean, Roe v. Wade being a classic, but Brown versus the board
Right.
was based on the fact that some psychologists determined that black little girls have lower self-esteem when they play with black dolls compared to white dolls.
Yeah, they brought in sociologist Gunnar Myrdal from
Yeah, well, there you go.
Sweden. He's the one that masterminded that decision. And
So
yeah,
you look at these cases, and when you're a high school student and you hear about landmark cases, but when you start looking at them and
actually
seeing
reading them.
how awful they are and how stupid they are and how they were decided, these
Oh yeah. I
it
mean,
just
Roe versus Wade, I think Blackmun found emanations and penumbras in the
yeah,
Constitution. What the hell that means? I mean, this is, I mean, even I just finished an assignment for my sociology class. We were to pick a topic, and one of the topics to criticize was President Trump's executive order dismantling DEI, which of course is the one I picked.
right,
And what I came to view is that his executive order basically dismantled Biden's executive order, which he signed in the first day of his administration, assuming he signed anything, but it was signed by him, that created DEI. And if you read this thing, it is the most totalitarian, fascist thing you can imagine. They're going to set up a whole new bureaucracy to regulate DEI as it's defined on any given day, and that includes transgendered and everything else. And they're going to have this bureaucracy accompanied by a new agency that's going to do data processing and using artificial intelligence. You want to? I mean, this is Michel Foucault's panopticon theory, that the panopticon was. We were studying this in sociology. It's interesting. It was a design of prisons that was created by British thinker Jeremy Bentham, where you have one column in the middle of the prison, and then there's spokes going out from that column, with the guards being in the top of the column in a glass room. And the belief is every prisoner believes that they're being constantly observed. They may be, they may not be, but the very design of the place opens the possibility that they might be, so they assume that they are. And that the idea was that would reduce prison problems.
right.
And Foucault brought that into social theory, saying that this is the surveillance state, that everyone comes to believe that they're being observed, which is something that's happening. I mean, he was very prescient, right? You have, I mean, Internet of Things, you've got algorithms, you've got Siri, people that's listening to us. And this part of Biden's DEI program would have brought that kind of granular control over every, not just public agency, but every corporation. And of course, the corporations were already in the bag because they had capitulated to communist China in their development of, equity? Yeah, the social credits. And it would have been the most authoritarian thing. It would have been a level of government control, and it would be all to address so-called inequities, which exist, but to have it, obviously they've reduced over time. I mean, this country's made a lot of progress. We're not Jim Crow anymore. This is a great time if you're Black in America, and if you want to accomplish something. The doors are open. I mean, this is, how about looking at some positive developments instead of at this late date coming in with this unbelievable octopus of control. And it was funded by USAID with billions of dollars of taxpayer money going into creating this edifice. It is so rotten. And as I read into this thing, you got to read this. It's online. Biden signed it on day one, and then he signed another one in 2004 that was even worse, that added to it. And all Trump did on day one was simply get rid of it. And he named it in his document. This is, we're not going to have airline pilots who are chosen because they're a woman, and then you had that crash over New York, right? I mean, it's insane. And, and then people were reporting, there were whistleblowers all around the country saying, hey, I was told by my boss, we can't hire any white people because we have to meet this quota. It was really, really bad. And then they have the nerve, and I pointed this out in my piece. I'm sure my professor's head is going to explode when she reads this. They have the nerve to say that Trump is the fascist, that Trump is a threat to democracy. I mean, this thing, besides these direct orders to establish these entities of control over both public and private sector, it's also filled with all of this language of authoritarianism, this kind of what French scholar Elaine Benescon called the language of totalitarianism, where you have these wiggle words and these indirect double talk and sophistries that can be interpreted any way people want them interpreted. And it all sounds kind of warm and fuzzy, which is what it is, fuzzy. It doesn't really make sense. So Trump got rid of that on day one. If that's the one thing that he did as president, we owe him an eternal debt for just that one act, getting rid of that goddamn thing, that DEI thing.
Well, what I think happened, and I must admit, I didn't know it was as bad as you describe it now. Yeah. But that proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that Biden didn't know what the hell he was signing even on day one.
Oh, yeah. Well, Biden was not competent. I mean, now you have Jake Tapper, a left-wing, apparatchik of the deep state. He's written a book about this, noting that Biden did not know what was going on. And he's being attacked. He's being assaulted. He was assaulted at an airport by a bunch of angry young women. You're a traitor. You're criticizing Biden. Showing how crazy they've become. Well,
it may interest you to know that the only demographic in the United States that supports DEI is college-educated white women.
Yeah, the people that look a lot like Jocelyn Benson, I know I pick on her, but and underneath that very pretty veneer with the blonde hair is a really corrupt soul, and it's George Soros goes out and he selects people like Benson because they look like your white bread, all American, sister down the street. I mean, how could they do anything wrong? And they've been deluded. She went to Wellesley College. She's probably deluded herself early on. And then she's, of course, put in office with support from Soros and also from the Southern Poverty Law Center. And she's stealing elections. See, I can say this because TikTok is off. Stealing elections in Michigan openly and violating the law. And she just keeps going on. Now she's running for governor. Oh, and she has these commercials out. It's that's who Trump struck down when he got rid of DEI. And all I can say is that if anyone listening to this or watching this, judge it for yourself. Just go online and look it up. It reminded me of some of these UN documents, like the Rights of the Child, which was rejected by the United States, and which my professor complained about in another class. She said, the United States, and only 2 countries in the world rejected this document, the United States and Somalia. I'm like, good. Thank you, Somalia. Great. At least there's somebody out there. But if you read that document, it talks about children having to mandate cultural rights, whatever the hell that means. In other words, this unelected international police bureaucracy can take your child away if your child sues because their cultural rights have been somehow violated. It is anything that Stalin or Hitler couldn't have dreamed up. Anyway, that's what this DEI thing was about. The DEI expresses the very essence of the Biden rotten regime, and that Trump struck it down on day one. That's why they're going after him. This was something that I think even most liberals didn't feel comfortable with. It was this direct interference into people, into business, into communities, into government, so they can place people in places of position simply because of various categories, like their race or their sexuality or their gender. And that's, it's un-American. It's not based on freedom. And I ended my piece by saying, look, if we want to promote improving people who have less and improving the condition of people who are underserved, follow Trump's example by improving education so that people can think on their own, having policies that protect American industry and labor from foreign trade problems, support institutions that encourage success, like marriage, like faith, like family, and like property, and other things like that create organic change. You don't do change by simply swooping in like a bunch of dictators and declaring these laws and putting gun-backed, action behind enforcing them.
Well,
That's
you're exactly right. Where I disagree with you a little bit is that when you said earlier that even liberals are uncomfortable with this, but that's the problem. All right. I noticed even back in the 60s and 70s, there were older liberals that were uncomfortable with, let's say, affirmative action or whatever it happened to be, but they stayed in, man, and they kept voting Democrat.
Yeah.
And they just swallowed hard because that's what Comrade Stalin told them to do. So I don't have quite the sympathy.
No, no. I mean, you mentioned affirmative action. Originally, the whole idea was started by Nixon, and it was simply an outreach to minority communities to get apply for jobs in the government. They were running ads in Jet magazine and black publications. That's all it was. And that was, to me, that's a good and honest approach. Let's help people get into the job market by letting them know how to do it, by maybe helping them. But it turned into, once the left got their hands on it, it became this mandated authoritarian agenda to overthrow the system, right? I mean, the Cloward-Piven approach, overwhelm the system as a way to create socialism. So, and I don't think that's what Nixon had in mind, but that's what happened.
No, that wasn't, well, I mean, in fairness to Nixon, what he had in mind for the DEA isn't the way it turned out either.
Yeah, I don't think Kennedy had that in mind for the USAID when he established it. He actually thought that I think he had some genuinely idealistic ideas. He was copying an Israeli system that was put in place where they would go into African countries and help them build water wells and help them build infrastructure and help bring, humanitarian aid during crisis. That's what it was supposed to be, not becoming basically a laundering system for billions of dollars to go into George Soros's pocket so he could create color revolutions and, force transgenderism and birth control on third world countries. No, that's not what it's supposed to be.
Well, I mean, you and I can say that, but the problem is you take any of these institutions, it's not a very powerful argument anymore to say, well, no, that's not what he was intended. And in fact, that actually happened to your old buddy, Hubert Horatio Humphrey. Toward the end of his life, when he saw what happened with affirmative action, and he was one of the original guys on the Civil Rights Act, he said, no, this is not what we intended. And he was shouted out, sorry, old man, this is what it's become. And
a lot of these people later on, I mean, Truman realized at the end of his life that the national security state, I mean, Michael Glennon talks about this in his book, Double Government, that it was not what he intended. And he came out publicly and wrote an essay about it, and it was not published. I mean, he was just, shut up, go back to independence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, exactly. I mean, there's an agenda behind all these things. And Trump is dismantling it piece by piece. And the only thing stopping him is people like Boasberg and these judges. Do you think that, I mean, I'm worried about that. They seem to have, as I say, it does seem to me to be at least an informal conspiracy. They are shutting down everything they can get their hands on.
Well, but that was to be expected. Okay, when you come in
like this, I mean, and also you've got the very coordinated ACLU. You've got Act Blue, which is funding these attacks on on Musk's the Teslas and other organizations. They are shopping. They get people. They shop around. They find the right judge. I mean, this isn't new. I mean, the ACLU did this the Scopes case. I mean, which of evolution in Tennessee. They found this young teacher at a high school, Scopes, and they basically hired him to bring this case, and then they paid for it. Anyway, they are doing this, and they're shopping these judges, and they have been very successful. And as I said, the top of the snake is John Roberts and his wingman, Coney Barrett.
One of the things that Speaker Johnson has talked about is defunding the courts.
Yeah, but I don't know how. I mean, I worry that he's a lot like Jim Jordan, right? Oh, they sound tremendous, and
That's the trouble with all these guys.
I mean, he shoots his mouth off he likes to see his fat face up on Fox, shooting his mouth off. They're not doing anything. I don't get the sense that Johnson has a lot of backbone. I mean, I just, something about him. I just, I wouldn't, I mean, I think he means well, but I think he's weak. Maybe I have a prejudice because of what he looks like. He looks like a 16-year-old boy. I don't know. It's like weird.
Well, I mean, you have to some extent, lower your expectations because this isn't like playing football, It was possible for John Elway to carry the whole team on his back. Not even so much Tom Brady, to be honest, but that's not what you have now. You have Donald Trump and a lot of other very fallible individuals who are being exposed. This stupid thing with the Signal chat business.
Right. Yeah.
Not that anything bad happened because it was still a successful mission, but you don't get the best and the brightest going into government. All right. And Trump proves that because he wasn't in government. All right. And then you're fighting up against the people that are careerists. So it's a tough deal, but you're definitely changing the attitude, and it's a victory as far as I'm concerned that the left is trying to fight it rather than controlling it.
Well, it is a victory, but the head of the spear are these conspiracy of judges, and they do seem to be. I mean, on the political front, I mean, I noticed that Trump had Elise Stefanik withdraw her nomination for UN, which is good because there was all this backroom crap going on in her district to turn it blue or to put in a rhino. So she's staying, because of that. So they're aware of the threat to Congress. There's a big election in Wisconsin right now. I think it's happening next Tuesday for judgeship, which could determine the future redistricting of the state's congressional districts. And that could be very bad news for Trump if this leftist judge wins, and it's very close. So we need to support, I don't know, is it Kimmel, I think his name is?
I believe so.
We could look it up. But the Republican there, we need to support him because it's one of those elections that could have bigger ramifications. It could affect things going forward. It could result in, I mean, if the Democrats, God forbid, take back Congress, Trump will be impeached the next week. And then if that's not successful, they'll just keep filing impeachments, and they'll put him in prison when he leaves office. I mean, it's that serious. It's very bad. They really mean what they're playing for keeps.
Well, but I mean, the good news to me is that they're in a position now where they have to fight like this. And let's face it, these people have no lives. All right. I mean, who the hell would volunteer to be a 30-year-old grad student to come in and fight this cause? Don't most people want to get married, have a family, have a normal life? You know what? Saul Alinsky, his life didn't end well. It's just, the trouble is that the left attracts misfits like this.
Yeah, but these are dangerous, unscrupulous street fighters, and we need to understand that it's a knife fight, and that Trump understands it. But he can't be alone. I mean, he can't shoulder this. And I think he's put together a pretty solid administration. If I look at some of these people, I mean, Kash Patel is no pushover.
Yeah.
Even Pam Bondi is turning out pretty well. I mean, and some of these other people, RFK, these are excellent. This is probably the best cabinet since Lincoln, I think, maybe even better. And they're in place and they're fighting back and they're planning. I mean, that signal conversation, if you actually read it, it's actually pretty impressive. They were debating, and J.D. Vance is not some mugwump who goes along either. He was like pushing back, and they were actually having a substantive debate over whether or not to do something, unlike in the past, probably, where everybody just goose steps along. They were really going over substantive issues. And it was actually a pretty good glimpse into the inner workings of the administration, which is impressive. So I think that these are all good people. And they're not effing around either. But the problem is that it is a street fight. It is a knife fight. And there's a lot going on in that fight that is out of the view of the public. It is very fierce and very.
Well, let me ask you this, all right, this Jeffrey Goldberg guy, for whatever reason, got on this chat.
Well, that's something that needs to be investigated, how he got in there, because he's a real scumbag.
But here's the thing, all right? There have been times, I've been on the internet since the 90s, that through some misadventure, I was getting people's emails. So what are you going to do? Be some sort of creep that keeps doing this? Or do you advise them, hey, you know what? You spelled the name of your company, you missed a letter. I'm getting all your email traffic. Like, stop doing this.
Right.
No, this guy, whether he got on by misadventure or he was put on purpose, don't you say, hey, you know what? I shouldn't be on this thing.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, he's a reporter, and I actually get it. He gathered the information, and he's an enemy of Trump. He made up a lot of these hoaxes.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is a real dangerous guy, and he's supported by big insider media, the Atlantic, and this is the establishment. This is the CIA. This is the internationalists. And so he grabbed everything he could. The question is, how did he get into that system? Apparently, he's been involved in the past in some of these kind of computer shenanigans, getting into. I'm not suggesting he hacked, but using other names, using other things, using other letters. Somehow he got into it, and it should be investigated. I think it is being investigated. And then he gets in, he lies about it, and it's bad news.
And of course, within 30 seconds, the usual suspects called for everybody to resign.
Oh, of course.
Never mind that you had 4 years of an illegitimate president who was run by God knows who.
Yeah.
And
not to mention the fact that they installed that system and they were using it. Blinken and them, they all use that same system. I mean, the whole thing, I think, is dissipating. It's not good. It's embarrassing that this guy got into that system. But, this is going to be, I mean, they're going to make this into the next, perfect phone call. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
No, I think it's going to fall apart because I don't understand why they think it's a good idea to be on that side.
It's not really working. I mean, and so I think it's going to dissipate. But they are capable of all this stuff. I mean, Trump went in on day one and he fired as many of these people as he could. The Vindmans, people like there's snakes waiting in the grass for the right minute. But now you have these corrupt judges putting them back. I mean, I don't know. It's going to take a long time to clean up the judiciary. I think it's going to probably be long after you and I have shuffled off the mortal coil. It's going to be, these people are going to have to die.
Oh, it got perverted. I don't know how far back you want to go. I can remember when I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge, and that meant something. And even then I knew, okay, Irving Hill was a man of the left, and all this stuff, but it didn't seem to be so awful back then.
Right.
But it's become a pure joke. If you just watch on YouTube these hearings, well, they'll put these lunatics up to be federal judge.
Well, that's who's all over the DC court, and they run it, and a third of them aren't even Americans.
Yeah.
I know. I just saw one with Ted Cruz interviewing this judicial nominee. I mean, she had put a violent sex, a rapist and sex abuser into a woman's prison because he had declared himself to be a woman. And he racked her over the coals, but you know something? She was confirmed.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is and her smug, arrogant attitude. And there's several, I mean, you can watch these things on YouTube.
No, I will tell you that I've had the misfortune of being involved in a couple of federal cases. The judges are scum. That's all I can tell you.
No, it's true. I mean, I think that the revelation of this whole thing with YouTube and showing this to the American public, people now see it. But the problem is they're there and they have this fiat power and they're using it now and blatantly using it in a way that is obviously unconstitutional. And I am not sure that Trump can do anything about that.
Well, one thing he can do is just finally cause the constitutional crisis.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And maybe Johnson will make good on his comment about defunding some of them. They don't. The only thing the Constitution calls for is a Supreme Court. All of these federal districts were created afterwards. I mean, there have been presidents who have gone after that. I mean, Jefferson, he warned. I mean, you look at some of his writings. He warned about this judicial power. He wanted to arrest John Marshall. John Marshall had to leave town. That's why they called him a circuit judge. He got on his horse and he went up to another. He kept throughout those 8 years. He kept moving from town to town so he wouldn't get arrested. So I mean, this isn't new. This goes back. I mean, and he was an activist in his day, and he's revered by the establishment. He created this, in a sense, this powerful judiciary.
Well, that's right. The powerful judiciary is a complete fascist organization because it doesn't answer to the people.
And it doesn't answer to the Constitution. Their job is, we're talking about this in my sociology and law class, how to use the courts to create social change. No, the courts are not in the business of creating social change. That is something that's, if any government agency is, and they really, be very careful, it's legislators, state, local, and federal legislators. And the judiciary then examines these things and decides whether or not they're constitutional, whether or not they've overstepped their bounds. That's the separation of powers. They're not supposed to do these things from the bench. I mean, this is a philosophy that's become accepted, that they are. And look what happens. You have Roe versus Wade. You have Plessy versus Ferguson, where the government comes in and declares that it's okay to have Black people get separate treatment. You have Dred Scott, where they declared slavery legal. There was nothing in the Constitution that allowed that. Those are activist judges. And look what they did. I mean, they created a civil war in that case. I mean, it's, that's fiat power. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I had that piece come out yesterday on Snow White. And, I've gotten some good notices on that.
Yes, what a disaster that is. Good for them.
Well, I mean, but this is a disaster beyond measurement. How do you start off with a beloved classic? First of all, no one wanted a live-action remake anyway.
Yeah, right.
You have a case where everything they did was wrong. Everything. Okay? The two leads, number one, can't act. The only thing that Rachel brings to the table is she can sing, but so what? And all the DEI crap that was shoehorned into the movie, it's going to lose them hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And as I referred to in the article, in 2009, no one remembers this, A.P. Giannini's granddaughter. Giannini was the guy who founded Bank of America.
Mhm.
All right. And she came out in 2009 and just criticized the hell out of the current management of B of A, which was justified. Okay. Where are the Disney heirs complaining about how this entire thing has been trashed? Snow White 1937 made Disney. He risked everything. Okay.
Right,
And
to
for
make
them
they made a fortune.
to take their most beloved classic and trash it like this, these cultural vandals,
Mm.
it just defies any kind of logic. And if the company goes under, you know what? It was richly deserved.
Well, they're blowing everything that Disney made from the
Yeah.
first one. The second one comes along and it's going to sink the whole ship.
Yeah.
I mean, already I think it opened at it was like less than 50 million, which is a disaster for a movie that cost $500 million to make.
So what did Rachel Zegler say? Well, look, we're the #1 movie this week. Well, yeah, #1. First of all, nothing else was released that anyone was watching. But they don't know the basic arithmetic of the movie industry.
Right.
All right. That film would probably have to do $600-700 million to break even. It ain't going to do that. All right.
Right. No, it's a disaster.
And she's too stupid to realize she's destroyed her career in Hollywood. All right.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, you talk
And,
about
you know, I do remark that say what you want about Sam Goldwyn, Lou B. Mayer, and Harry Cohn. They wouldn't have tolerated this crap.
No, of course
not. The movie.
They were tough as nails. I mean, they wanted things that were excellent. They didn't have this kind of garbage. So yeah, the whole thing, the whole town has seems to be sinking. And as you say, richly deserved. I don't know if they'll ever straighten up after this. They want to stay in business. I don't know. I doubt it.
No, here's the problem. They keep doubling down. Okay. Yeah. Because they haven't done it quite well enough. All right.
Oh my God. Yeah, that reminds me of a high school teacher who once said that the reason why communism failed is because they didn't quite do it well enough. Right. Yeah. Stalin didn't quite get it right. Right. Let's try it again. Let's do it more this time.
No, Stalin didn't quite get it right, and it was 70 years of bad weather.
It's always an excuse.
Yeah.
So anyway, Mike, but as always, thanks for joining me.
Okay, and congratulations on staying on TikTok for nearly half an hour.
I know. Well, I shut it off before they could suspend me. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Thanks a lot, Mike.
All right, take care.
All right. All right, Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Michael D. Shaw is here, of course, on our Thursday edition. And
first day of spring. First day of spring.
First day of spring. Hallelujah, in the golden era of Trump.
Is it the first spring day, though, in New England?
I don't know how you describe it, but it's still pretty cold here. The judicial insurrection, as it were, it seems like the last stand for the elites, and I would expect them to do something. You know, they're not going to just sit down and accept this dawning of a new era, which is what we're looking at right now. Really a taking on of these people. The whole election was predicated on our assumption that, here, I actually have a great quote here. Moses Coit Tyler, late 19th century American historian, he wrote a book called The Literary History of the American Revolution, where he notes that the American patriots during the American Revolution, they harnessed Enlightenment ideas not in reaction to injustice, because they were pretty prosperous, but in anticipation of British tyranny. And I think that describes the Trump era and the Trump victory. We are anticipating and we are witnessing the encroachments on liberty that have been going on for certainly the last couple of decades, if not going back to Wilson.
And it's not that we're like, we're not oppressed, but we're concerned enough to try to seize the control of our ability to govern ourselves through our elections, and to then take measures to reassert our sovereign rights under God. That's what I think this election
Well,
was
that's
about.
absolutely right. And the what you're calling the judicial insurrection is sort of their last stand. I mean,
Agreed.
uh, it was no doubt. I don't know how many hundreds of federal judges there are. I think 700, and they know where each and every liberal stooge is, and they've
Oh, they
acted.
filed they're filing cases by the minute, and
Yeah.
it's very preordained. I mean, you have radical groups like the ACLU and others, and George Soros's groups, basically finding people shopping for the right judges. They tried it here in Boston, by the way, and they failed because Boston's judiciary is pretty good, even if they're liberal. And then they bring these crazy cases that basically are trying to usurp the constitutional power of the executive branch. Now, I saw an interesting article by Professor John Yoo from University of California at Berkeley, of all places, and he noted that as a reaction to Watergate, there was a serious encroachment and redefinition of the executive branch and of the presidency. There was an overreaction. Don't forget, at that time, liberal Democrats took over both houses of Congress. There was, this is when they stabbed South Vietnam in the back by pulling all aid out, and then it helped the North Vietnamese come in and conquer the country. And they were doing other things, and it was headed up by Ted Kennedy and by Leahy over in Vermont and by the new senator from Delaware, Joe Biden. And and a bunch of other people. And what they did was they hamstrung the presidency. He makes this point because he's an expert on presidential history. By turning the various departments of the executive into almost semi-sovereign entities, like, for example, the Department of Justice would operate separate from the president, and that the president couldn't actually go in and get the attorney general to do anything. It would all be sort of quasi-independent, sort of like the way the Federal Reserve works. And that they also created this rule by bureaucracy. They enhanced these departments to the point where they could make rules and laws, actually, they call them other things, without either accountability to the executive or to Congress, that they actually became somewhat sovereign. And that the result is that the presidency was seriously compromised in terms of the actual presidential powers, because the founding fathers envisioned a strong president. They wanted to have a strong executive, and that was kind of undone. And now Trump is reasserting those constitutional powers that reside in the executive. He is, they couldn't, after Watergate, the president couldn't fire people. They couldn't, all these people would get some kind of immunity. They would have quasi civil service status, so because the civil service, which was created in the 1880s, it's difficult to fire those people, but they weren't high level. It basically expanded that entity to cover, people at all levels of these agencies, and that the president would have the power to appoint people, but once they were appointed, they had their own deal and they could do their own thing. And it kind of goes hand in glove with what Michael Lennon talks about with the double government, the national security state. So what Trump is doing is he's reasserting constitutional prerogatives for the president. It's that simple.
Absolutely. And the trouble is that ever since Nixon, this hasn't been the case. And it causes me, and probably you, to wonder how much of Watergate was orchestrated, in that nobody really cared about breaking into the stupid DNC office.
Nixon didn't even know about it.
Yeah, bringing down Nixon. And, we always say glibly, it was payback for Alger Hiss, but I think it was more than that.
Right.
This was a way of undermining the presidency,
Exactly.
and it's just starting to come back, it seems.
Exactly. It was an agenda to redefine the presidency, and it was a further step in the direction of what Wilson envisioned, which was government by bureaucracy,
Yeah.
government by what Steve Bannon accurately calls the administrative state, unelected, appointed, faceless bureaucrats making laws and basically ruling in a similar way that King George III ruled. This is what the American Revolution was about, stopping this encroachment on the sovereign rights of the citizen by this distant power that had no accountability, no legitimacy, frankly. And the other historian I saw an interesting comment, and he's been a guest on my show, is Larry Schweikart, the author of The Patriot History of the United States, a great counterpart to Howard Zinn's Treasonous People's History of the United States. And by the way, late Howard Zinn was a guest on my show years ago.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I wish this was before the internet, so I don't have a tape of it. But what an arrogant, had all the classic leftist affectations, the tics and the moves and the sneers. Anyway, Schweikart has noted that when these rogue federal judges are coming in and saying, you can't fire the people at the USAID, you can't fire the people, from the, that Lee Zeldin can't fire all these hacks, this kind of thing. It's a double-edged sword, because what these decisions are saying, if you look at them, they're not saying you can't fire these people. They're saying you can't get rid of these positions. So what's happening is that President Trump is playing a bit of a long game here, in that he is firing these people, but he's replacing them, since they can't yet abolish the position, he's replacing them with MAGA people, which is something he wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's a win-win for Trump. This is what Larry Schweikart notes. He says, on the one hand, if they're able to keep these positions in place, we're going to have all MAGA people, and they're going to do the agenda that President Trump was elected to do. Or eventually, if you have the Supreme Court, and there's no guarantees there, as we know, looking at the Constitution and realizing that it's settled law, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, the president can fire whoever he wants, and he does fire them, then he wins that way. Either way, it's moving in the right direction. I mean, they might have these little skirmish victories. They're putting some Biden hack in a certain spot, and it's aggravating. But in the bigger picture, they're not going to get away with it. And I think that, in my opinion, I think they jumped the shark with this Boasberg thing.
Absolutely.
The one when he wants planes to stop midair and return the Agua gang.
Yeah, right.
That to me is, the fact, and now you have to have Democrats defending this. It's like, it's actually quite rich. It's quite ironic, because, he's calling for, Julie Kelly is doing a great job as a reporter. She's been on this since the J6, and she knows the score. She says that the reason Boasberg now is trying to get like these minute facts, like the logs of when the planes took off and how many people were there and who was there and who knew about it, is because they're trying to set up a trap. They're trying to do show that there was a defying of the court, because they knew that this decision had come out, even though he did it at Saturday night, and that therefore they are in contempt of court. And she was interviewed by Steve Bannon, and let's not forget, Steve Bannon, they put him in prison for 4 months for a lot less than that. So that might jaundice his opinion, but he's like, they're going to start putting people in prison over this. That's why they want that information, because once they have that, then they can show that there was an inconsistency. And they're going to the court, and they're going to use that to imprison people. I don't know about that, but what is happening is that Attorney General Pam Bondi is telling them to go pump sand. She's not releasing that information, and she's doing it under the guise that this is national security, this is foreign policy,
This is stuff that's none of the business of the courts. This is the function of the government. And that furthermore, there was a ruling years ago that the Alien Enemies Act is the standing law of the country, and that the courts are not allowed to interfere with that. So there's going to be a hearing on this, I think, on Monday, and that is what's going to be presented. So they're going to have to rule on whether or not the Alien Enemies Act is law, and she predicts that there's no way they can do anything but throw it out. Plus, this Boasberg guy is a radical whose wife was working for George Soros. His daughter was working for a radical, group trying to free violent prisoners and abolish prisons. We're talking real commie stuff. So he's seriously compromised. In a way, it's very much like that judge who was presiding over the Stormy Daniels business, with the daughter pulling in millions of dollars from left-wing Democrats because she's, my father is going to put Trump in jail. Send money. And by the way, Bondi's looking into that, and so isn't the FBI.
No, I think this is all going to fail, which is one of the reasons why my head nearly exploded earlier today, because I'm behind on running these columns. And the thing that occurred to me is that if you combine all this crap, the Tesla terrorism, it's despicable that the left has been unmasked now as nothing more than a group of terrorist thugs. When's the last time the left did anything positive? Seriously.
I know, really. Can you imagine they're torching the best electric car ever made? I thought they liked electric cars, and here you have them. Elon Musk is not. He's vilifying him, and they're trying to bankrupt him. And you've got former vice presidential candidate Walz. Is he making a speech about how wonderful it is that his stock is tanking? His stocks are tanking. Ha ha ha.
So I mean, what was funny and infuriating with this Tim Walz, first of all, the guy comes across like a total goofball. He comes across like your eccentric uncle or something. The one we always make fun of at the family gatherings. Why in the world is this moron celebrating an American company's stock going down, who employs thousands of American workers? What in the world is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, not to mention the fact that I think about $500 million of stock is held by the Minnesota Retirement Board.
Yes.
And the Minnesota Pension Fund, where he's governor. So he's going to celebrate that. I mean, the whole thing, and this is what they have. I mean, it's like we're supposed to hate Elon Musk. Why? Because he is trying to cut the size of government. He's trying to get rid of waste and fraud. And he's finding these things that are unbelievable. I mean, in terms of like trying to sneak billions of dollars out the door, not just by Biden, it goes way back, but I mean, particularly with Biden, it's unprecedented. And he's exposing it, and he's cutting their funds off. And so I don't expect them to roll over. It's going to be ugly. They're not going to, take this line down.
They realize they're on the wrong side. I mean,
I think they do, and I think
what comes out of it, first of all, you look at Walz. Never mind that this imbecile was a candidate to be vice president. This guy is a governor of a medium-sized state. Who the hell elected this imbecile?
I know it's that's the head of the party now. That and Kamala guzzling her 3 or 4 vodkas before she gets up to speak. But I mean, it's really crashing. So that's why they're looking to these radical judges, and they're making a hero out of certain people being deported and having their visas revoked because they're involved in un-American activities. Something that is not only is that absolutely the prerogative of the Secretary of State, but the Supreme Court recently, later last year, had an anonymous decision written by Ketanji Brown,
saying that the Secretary of State has the absolute authority to revoke visas for any reason. So, and yet there they are. They're making this guy into some kind of a martyr. He's like Luigi Mangione. This, oh, look at him. He's like so cute, right? We want to support him. How could you put him in prison? I mean, that's what they're about. That's what they have.
But other than this show, how many people come to the obvious conclusion that the left stands for nothing but destruction? Nothing. There's nothing positive.
People are coming to that conclusion. And I think that if you look at generally speaking, I think since throughout the 20th century, the left has never garnered more than at most 30% of support. Now they're down to 18% in the last poll.
Yeah.
So American people are realizing it, and they're really flailing. I mean, they're going to stand on these judicial decisions trying to hamstring Trump. It's not going to work. Trump is moving forward anyways. I hope that people around Trump understand that, and that it's going to get all thrown out at some point. Probably they say toward the end of May, early June, when these cases are going to be decided by the Supreme Court. Now, I don't trust the Supreme Court, certainly not Roberts. I mean, God, that's scary. So you can't totally depend on that. But, I believe in the Constitution. It's going to work out. I hope it doesn't take as long as rescinding Roe versus Wade, but eventually these things do come around.
Yeah. And then what do they have? All right. I mean, where is the adult in the room on that? Where's the Carville a little bit saying, you got to get off these weird positions. But you read formerly responsible newspapers like the Washington Post, whatever. I mean, even the LA Times is backing off a little bit. They'll spin stuff to the left, but they do not advocate for murderers and rapists that are being deported. I just, it makes you wonder.
Well, that's their cause. They want to save the Venezuelan gang, bring them back to the United States. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's like, this is popular. They want that, and they want open borders, and they want sex change for children. What else are they into? I mean, I don't know what else they have.
But how does that help? What's an ultimate progressive agenda about sex change for children? How does that drive the bigger government and the big communist plan to save the world?
Well, I think there are two factors going on with that. Firstly, there's a lot of big money behind that. I think we mentioned that Pritzker's brother, who's now his sister, wearing the dress. We're talking, multi billions of dollars given to Democratic Party, Democratic causes, and that's his thing. I mean, this is what he wants. And I think Soros is probably a big promoter. It's a big insider thing, and the Democratic people, I mean, the candidates, they're afraid to oppose it, even if they do. You had here in Massachusetts, Seth Moulton. He made some mild statements against men in women's sports because his daughters were on the soccer team at the high school. And he was absolutely, he had people like throwing crap at him as he went into his office in Salem, people protesting. It was ugly. And so he backed down. I think he might again be starting to talk about it again. So all the credit to him. But I'm just saying most of these
backing down. Why doesn't he just change parties? How stupid is the guy?
Because he wants to be a big progressive liberal, but he's like, I'm not on board with this. And I think that the people that support it are so nasty. Look at it. I mean, they're firebombing Elon Musk's cars. I mean, this is and it's not some
he's already nabbed 3 of them.
Yes, and I think that she's going to really throw the book at them. So maybe that can help. But
let's talk about this Seth Moulton guy for a minute. All
sure.
right? Go back 40 plus years. Casey of Pennsylvania was a good old fashioned Democrat progressive. And that's when the abortion roller coaster came in.
Right.
And he took a principled stand at first. What he should have done, as the supposed Catholic that he is just switched parties. Okay. And
I think the Corbyn caved, didn't he?
Yeah. He caved. All right.
He changed his position. Ray Flynn, former ambassador to the Vatican, former mayor of Boston. I know him. I mean, his show used to come on right after mine when I was on the Christian station in Quincy, and he told me that the Democratic Party, he was pro-life, the Democratic Party purged all pro-life candidates. They were basically, he didn't change his party though. I mean, you're right. I mean, he should have become a Republican. He just couldn't do that. But they basically drove him out of public life. I mean, he was.
Well, hang on. Okay, I mean, think about what you just said. He couldn't do that. So where was his? Yeah, I mean, where is his Catholic faith? All right.
I know exactly. Yeah, and there he was, ambassador to the Vatican. He was very close to John Paul II. You know, and a high visible spokesman for American Catholic Church. And and yet he couldn't. He couldn't completely walk away.
Well, it was total idolatry at that point, because he even had to admit to himself that his wonderful Democratic Party was crap.
No, he did admit it to me, and I'm not taking out a turn here because I think he was. I'm not saying anything that he wasn't saying publicly, but he was really just very angry and very despairing over the whole course of his of what happened to him. He was literally purged. And he said it happened all over the country. The Democrats purged anyone who didn't lockstep on that issue. And that's what they're doing with the transgender surgeries.
Right.
You disagree with that, you are persona non grata. You become like a non-person. It's like very Stalinistic. They take, the famous picture with Stalin standing on the deck of a boat with 4 other guys. Yeah. And then there's another one. There's only 3 there. And then there's another one. There's only 2 left. It's almost like a Twilight Zone. They're like whited out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens if you go against this agenda. You're going to get whited out. And I don't know, maybe that's what I don't know if that was what concerned Ray Flynn, but that's why Moulton is not going to jump.
That's a big problem. I mean, the people have this desire that they have to belong to something. Okay, because when all this transgender sports thing started, and I think you and I talked about this at the time.
Right.
I said, I really don't get it. Okay. These girls in collegiate swimming, who cares? There's no pro swimming circuit. Quit the team. Who cares?
Well, a lot of them have. I mean, especially with the contact sports. I mean, a lot of it's tragic. I mean, this. I think the Olympics has banned this. By the way, you had that girl who she's going to be getting into a boxing ring with one of these guys. I think 1 minute in, and she said, "I'm out of here. I quit." She'd worked probably for years to get to that point.
Well, why didn't more of them do that?
I'm not going to get my head bashed in here.
Yeah. So I just don't understand sometimes what motivates people.
Well, the other factor, besides the big money from Pritzker's sister, is the fact that ideologically, this is the core idea of the left. It's the core idea of the communist left, that you can transform and change human nature. What could be more of a totem of this kind of fetish than literally transforming someone's sex? It's like, it's so exciting to them, that you can be a male one day and a female the next, and the whole binary thing, you can decide 10, 20 times, 100 times a day what you are and what you're not. Or you could be nothing, you could be neither. I mean, it's just the ultimate manifestation of their philosophical orientation. I mean, this idea that, you know, it's a snubbing your nose at God. It's like, you know, God created men and women in his image, and yet this is saying no. You know, I mean, there was somebody at my synagogue, I've mentioned this, who very learned, I mean, and also happens to be a doctor. I don't want to talk about this too much because I don't want to, you know, if anybody from Boston might know who I'm talking about. But he's giving a sermon. He's been invited. And it so happened that when you do a sermon in the synagogue on the Sabbath, it correlates to the portion of the Torah that is happening that week, right? I think that the church works the same way.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Catholic Church actually created these portions, and Judaism completely embraced it, and rightfully. It was a brilliant redactation of the Torah. So this particular week, you had the story of Adam and Eve. God created men and women in his image, so the book of Genesis says. And he threw in a few comments about that. Well, we now know that that's really not what happened, of course, because there really is no definition of men and women. And, you know, and he went into this. And that's what the left is about. They have to overthrow the Torah. They have to overthrow the basic definitions that emanated from creation. God created all these separations. He created light from darkness, the firmament from the earth, the land from the sea, the animals from, you know, every little species was separated until you finally got to men and women whom he created in his image. That's what made them different than all other beings on the earth. And he gave them language and the ability to reason. So they resent that because they want to be God. They want to decide reality. They want to decide who is men and women and what that means, or that there is no such thing. That's why they can say, well, men can get pregnant. They can say this in congressional testimony. You've probably seen this.
Of course.
You've seen that professor from, I think, UCal San Diego, who was interviewed by Josh Hawley. He's like, it's not so much of, you know, what is a woman, which of course she would not answer, but that men can get pregnant. You know, that's the ultimate expression of the left. You can decide reality. You can make up whatever you say is true. Whatever you say is good is good. And it's man controlling. I mean, Whittaker Chambers talked about this in the introduction to his book, Witness. It's a fight between God and man. God created the universe. God created all of the entities of the world, or the natural world, as a supernatural being. Whereas on the communists, the second oldest religion, they want to replace that with man's ability to create the world. Man decides. A clique of enlightened, how they get enlightened is never described, but somehow they have some kind of cosmic consciousness that gives them the right to decide what is true, what is real. That's why they need to control all the means of communication so they can have that message go out in a pure way, and they cannot be confronted, and there can be no dissent.
Well, right. I mean, that's all correct, but are you surprised how many people fell in line with this? The movie industry, so many people in the Democrat Party. I mean, you can make, for example, I suppose, somewhat of an intellectual argument for abortion, I guess, but it really is pretty thin gruel.
They control the high ground because, I mean, there is something exciting and intoxicating about this idea that you are the king of the universe. You know, these people are out of touch with reality. They're insane. You know, they're privileged. They've got wealth. They feel like I'm now, you know, every day when I wake up, I then descend from the top of Mount Sinai and share my great wisdom with all of man. And that they feel a sense of rightness. Is like, you listen to the way they talk, it's very syrupy, like, oh, it's very kind of exalted. It's almost like they're in some kind of a trance, and that they can decide what they're doing is good. You know, they can decide that
They're going to improve the world literally by using these powers that they've somehow been given and that they've seized and that their clique has seized. And then it's reinforced by the fact that you've got, as they used to say, birds of a feather flock together. They think alike. They communicate with their various codes and their bumper stickers. And it's like when you intone those codes, you're welcomed into this. It's not like a secret society, but it's an informal secret society in that you become one of the beautiful people. You become one of the elect. You're serving for the greater good. And that thus you become one of these people that can reorder the universe, recreate man. We're talking about this in my American Revolution history class. All these American Revolution historians who took a somewhat of a communist view, and they started to reinvent American history because they said, well, a real revolution is one like the French Revolution, where they're going to re-identify and reconnoiter the entire society, redistribute all of the material goods, redistribute reality in the eventual aspect. And the idea of changing somebody's sex is probably one of the ultimate expressions of it. It could be, who knows what the future holds. But as of now, I mean, that's pushing the envelope about as far as it's ever been pushed.
Well, but people fall for it somehow.
Well, people fall for it because they control the high ground of communication, and they give out awards. You know, they give out trophies, and then they give out punishments if you don't fall for it. People internalize that at an early age. These people are thugs. You know, if you play ball, you're going to get all the goodies. You're going to get invited to the cool parties. You're going to get the good girlfriend. You're going to get, trophies. I mean, their shelves are groaning under the weight of all the trophies they give each other. I mean, just a cultural example. If you watch any of these award ceremonies, whether it be the Academy Awards or the other, the Emmys or the Gabbies or whatever the hell they call them, they talk about how amazing, or these late shows like I don't know, not David Letterman, the newer guy, Kimmel, and them. The main topic of conversation is how wonderful each of them are and how they spoke with this person and how they're all as if these people have some kind of magic. I'm part of this world where I hung out with so-and-so and this one, and that one we on a double date, and there was that one. And you feel like, wow, gee, that's so interesting. I would have liked to have been there. Here I am, this kind of peon. I could never hang out with those people. I couldn't afford to, but I'm not one of these.
Are really that pathetic?
Well, it's sort of a subtle message, and that their entire discussion is around how wonderful it is that they know Meryl Streep or whoever whatever it is, and what these people are so amazing. And they go on this world where that's all they talk about is each other and how they know each other and how amazing it is that these people are in the world. I mean, I hung out with De Niro or somebody, wow, oh my God, incredible. And, and how great they are and how talented and how brilliant they are. And when they give the awards, they go on and on. This person, and how much they love this person and how they did this. And they went to this event and I saw them here. And, and it's all because they bow to this agenda, this idolatrous agenda, whatever it may be at any given time. They get all these awards. I mean, I had a conversation actually with a relative of mine who was a far left-wing guy who did pretty well in financially. And I said, look, I mean, if you're such a socialist, as you self-describe, why not redistribute your own wealth? I mean, you're living above your means. Whatever happened from each according to his ability to each according to his means. And his answer was interesting in that he said, well, this is my award for being a good socialist. I get to do this,
Let me think about that for a minute.
Right. I mean, it's like, hey, I was on the right side.
I was advocating all the right things to people all my life, so I'm entitled. That's all. This
And he
is,
really believes that.
oh yeah, and this is, I mean, if you take a look at any of these communist dictators, whether it be Castro or Ho Chi Minh or Kim Il Sung, these people are so rich that they'd make the biggest capitalists blush with embarrassment by the way they live, but they don't actually own anything. It's all stuff that's been expropriated when their communist regime took over, and they're rewarded. I mean, Mao Zedong, I mean, lavish lifestyle. Anything he wanted, he had. Technically, he owned nothing, but it didn't matter because the whole philosophy was if you're on the right side and you're doing the work of the revolution and you're a leftist, you're entitled to this. This is all what, in fact, we want to give you more of everything because you're doing the right thing. So, I mean, that's the mentality.
And people on that side just don't see this, I guess.
Well, I mean, it also has a cult quality to it, and it has a certain informal secret society quality to it, very much like what Michael Glennon talks about with his double government. They have power. It's a game of power, and it's a game of material control, and it's wrapped in this self-righteous attitude that I think they internalize, and they believe in that they have some kind of a mandate to do good. Hitler believed that they were doing good by removing the Jews from Europe. He didn't think he thought it was very humane because it was like going to make this utopian society, and that the Jew was the enemy of the masses, which you could replace Jew with any other category. I mean, you could replace it with MAGA, actually.
Yeah.
Whatever the enemy is, they always have to have somebody that is an obstacle to our great leap into the sunlit future, and that they believed they were doing good by conducting the Holocaust. I mean, they did. So back to the issue of judicial, insurrection.
You think that is going to come to a screeching halt sometime in the late spring?
Yes.
Where they've exhausted all this crap. And I agree with you. So what do they do next?
Well, and also let me just say, even though it's certainly depressing when they come out with these decisions, and
it's horrible.
You have to put back U.S. aid people, and that
he's not going to do that.
But Stacey Abrams is going to get her billions of dollars that Biden was basically throwing off the deck of the Titanic as he was leaving, with probably an auto pen. Putting that aside, it's depressing, but it's not going to fly in the long run. It's just, it's not going to help them. They're not going to, just a couple of decisions and it's going to be over. They're just not going to get that done. I can't believe it that's going to stand in this country. And, it's any more than all of the lawfare stood against Trump when he was out of office. This is just a continuation of the lawfare, except now instead of just going after Trump and trying to have him killed and put in prison, now they're trying to do it to the entire country because they think it's going to hurt the entire movement around Trump. And I would refer people, if they want any evidence of this, to look at Mark Elias's Twitter page. They subscribe to him. I comment back to him. He knows who I am. Because he's one of the architects of this, him and Weissman. But, they're two buddies. I mean, they basically are, working together. But he's a truth teller. He brags about it. We're winning on this case. We're winning on that case. I didn't even know they were bringing this case. You can learn, you can look at his page and know exactly what they're doing and how, they really are convinced that they're going to do it. And he goes, oh, this is just the beginning. The ball is going in our way. We're going to get one over here in California, and we have one going up in Maine. And, he lays it all out. So,
well, speaking of Maine, what is the agenda there?
Oh, you mean with Janet Mills?
Yeah.
Oh, Maine has really been taken over. If you go to Portland. You can see it. That the southern part of that state has been taken over by really, really demented, wacko leftists. And
But what about the average Mainer who
well,
lives
the average Mainer, we're talking about a small. Maine is, I think, it's something like 85% of the population of Maine is in that small triangle between Portland and Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It's just that southernmost part of the state.
Right.
The rest of the state is great. I mean, it's conservative. It's but they don't have any power. It's all in the hands of this. They've built it up since the 60s. A lot of hippies went up there. A lot of alternative types. It's where Bethel, Maine has this institute that was set up by, who was it? Kurt Lewin or something, some Kurt Meisner, who basically trains teachers to be change agents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a factory for the left, and they employ a lot of people up there, and they all went up there, and they just control that state. It's too bad because it's a great state and it's a beautiful place, but it's really, I don't know if it's completely gone. They put in the ranked voting so they could just keep rigging. You can keep voting and voting and voting and voting until they get who they want. And I don't know what's going to come of that.
Yeah. Really sad. Well, what's going to come of this school thing is it's going to, eventually Trump's going to prevail. So what is her point in doing all this crap? To prove her bona fides or what?
Yeah, that's the power base up there.
Yeah.
And she thinks she wants to be a national figure, and she's just also, I think, a former hippie, they're trying to see if they can put together some kind of a national leadership. It's either that or this guy who was lost his passport, who was agitating against Jewish students at Columbia. That's a big cause for them. They're just trying to latch on to some kind of a leftist cause and see if they can get any traction. I don't think they're going to. I don't think she's going anywhere outside that state. And I think that Maine might even change. Who knows? I mean,
but it's so pathetic because there's, some poverty in that state. There's industries that have left. There's positive things that could be done. And for them to harp on this garbage, it is,
look, here in Boston, we just had Mayor Wu deliver her State of the City address, which hasn't even been covered, by the way, by the Globe, because it was so bad, where she's talking about, it's like no one even knew it happened. She's talking about, we're going to defend all of our immigrants, which she means is illegal aliens.
Right.
And she spent $650,000 out of the taxpayers' coffers, so she could testify in Washington about when they called her down to testify, and she very skillfully didn't answer any questions about sanctuary city or anything like that. Instead, it was all like, it's because of too many guns, and that's why there's crime, and we have such a great record. And it's bad news. I don't know, I've heard rumblings that she's not popular, even among liberals. You have, she has a real opponent in Josh Kraft, who's Bob Kraft's son, by the way, and who's liberal, but not crazy like her. Who knows? It could be an upset.
Never a dull moment with this stuff.
And of course, our governor, Maura Healey, she's back to spending huge sums of money on so-called migrants, putting them up in hotels, signing a contract with this local caterer so they get 3 meals a day.
Right. So, but what does the typical blue-collar guy in Worcester think about this?
I don't, I wonder where they are, because Worcester just became a sanctuary city for transgender.
Okay.
You saw this, right? So, it's and anybody who talks about it or criticizes it is creating something that's less than a safe space. people are gonna get violent, right? And if this is something that professor brought up to Josh Hawley, you're naming about the transgender, that creates, don't you know how many murders of transgender people is happening? You're responsible for that by even questioning this thing. I mean, which, by the way, not to get into a subject, but I have a feeling that a lot of those deaths are due to suicide because
without a doubt.
It has nothing to do with whether someone's criticized. It has to do with what's going on. And I think it also has to do with certain unsafe sexual practices, put someone in a position where they could have violence done. So it's not, I mean, I don't say already, I'm like, you're blaming the victim. I'm not blaming anybody. I think if an honest sociologist did a little survey on this, which none of them will do, they're going to find out what's going on with that. Anyway, maybe they might say
that's the other problem too.
They might actually save some lives, which they don't care about.
Is that academia has totally capitulated to this.
I think that might change because I think that the Trump administration is cutting back on funds to these leftist academic institutions. They're actually, apparently, the not the PhD programs, but a lot of these like leftist, like the studies groups.
Yeah.
They were gouging the federal government by inflating grant requests, going way back, because technically the grant requests get a 15% markup when you go to private issuers of grants. And that's what it's supposed to be. But because it was the government, they were asking for exorbitant fees and they were rolling in dough and it was costing a fortune. And now, thanks to Musk and thanks to Doge, they've uncovered this and they're cutting it off. So the money spigot is being tightened. And I think that that combined with the fact that sociology at Boston University and at, I think, Florida State, it's no longer offered as a degree. They're no longer accepting students. Not because there's something wrong with sociology. I'm studying sociology. It's a fantastic science, if it's honest. But because it's become so corrupted by the left, it's such a lapdog for leftist causes and to try to scientize those causes that people aren't applying for it anymore. Students don't want it. They don't want to be part of it. It's like it's just a propaganda machine. And so it's going away. And this happened before Trump. Trump is actually more of a symptom of this. And so I think that they're starting to, these colleges and these leftist controlled entities, I think that's going to start cracking in the next year or two.
Boy, I hope so.
Yeah, because I think that their monopoly is going to get shaky because the money is being cut off and because students are walking away. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I found out it confirms something that I had heard rumors of for years. Talking to some friends the other day, they have a granddaughter who went to some private school and found out that the UC system discriminates against you if you go to a private school. She had a very high grade average and SAT, so it didn't matter. Didn't get into any UC school.
Well, it's that plus DEI, right?
Yeah, well, they were both in play.
Yeah.
And if I look back, even when I went to UCLA, you could see stuff like this going on, but obviously it got much worse over the decades. So I always have these conversations with my oldest son, which one of us hates academia more? Now, where he goes off is on academic medicine because he's a doctor.
Right.
And if you get started on this, he'll just go nuts for hours about how bad it is.
So that even the medical school has been co-opted and infiltrated.
Oh, it's completely co-opted.
We thought that the left cares about science, right?
Well, they care about it in perverting it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's one thing to have critical theory in Harvard Law School, which it completely controls, but to get into Harvard Medical School,
Yeah, Yeah.
That's a problem, because then we're messing around with life and death. That's no longer just a bunch of nincompoops telling you,
Well,
you
even
can,
that doesn't matter. Remember Ethel Rosenberg?
yeah.
More important to die for the cause. So,
Well, yeah, but the problem, if they want to die for the cause, good riddance. But I don't want them to kill me when I go to the
yeah,
hospital.
that's
Yeah. So anyhow, but all I think is, I mean, I'm very optimistic the way things are going. I think that Trump is crushing
I mean,
it.
I haven't seen you this optimistic for so many weeks in a row in a
I
long
know.
time.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I am, and I look at the people around him. They're absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
Stephen Miller is brilliant. I don't know if you watched.
Oh,
He is absolutely, and Cash Patel. You can't get better than that. With Dan Bongino as his wingman, they're going to clean house over there. They're already doing it. I understand. It's not an easy job, but it's going to completely transform the FBI and bring it back to what it should be. I mean, there's so many good signs. The only one that makes me a little nervous is Pam Bondi, but whatever. I think she'll be okay. I just wonder if she's a little weak. Maybe that's because I have a bias against good-looking women. I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, it's not. It would have been better to have Matt Gaetz, but that's the way it
well, I
goes.
think he came with too much baggage, though. That
He
was
did.
the
Unfortunately, he had a little too many, too little rough around the edges. But somebody like that, I mean, I don't know if she quite has that kind of capacity, but she's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. Believe me.
well,
I
she
mean,
hasn't backed down from anything yet.
no, so far so good. And Hegseth, I think, is cleaning house over at the Pentagon. They're howling with rage, but he's doing it. And everyone, I mean, they're all. Lee Zeldin, he's absolutely, crushing it in every sense. They're all good. I haven't seen one bad one in the bunch. And I think that Trump learned his lesson from last time about having snitches and traitors around him. Ain't happening. He got rid of them and he's firing them all.
Well, I really like what Zeldin's doing at the EPA because, as I've said on a couple of different forums, the main problem with the EPA is that by 1985, all the issues with pollution were essentially solved. So then they had to branch out into extreme areas, and it just got worse and worse and worse.
Oh yeah, I mean, problems. It's the same. They're doing the same thing with race, right? That's what DEI is all about. I'm not saying there isn't racism, but I mean, really, I mean, in this country today, being a black man or a black woman, it's gold. If you want to get ahead. I mean, there's no longer this kind of. This isn't the Jim Crow era, and yet they want to kind of codify that and make it into a permanent structure and create an industry around it where they can rake in, billions of dollars and fatten their pockets. It ain't going to happen. It's being dismantled.
Yeah.
And everyone is going to benefit. And that's one of the reasons why I think Trump is ahead with black people in this country. They don't need this. It's I mean, you can look at almost every sector now. This is a revolution economically. The idea of having the tariffs, yeah, there's going to be some short-term pain, but it's a reordering of the entire economy. It's basically, charging a fee to do business in this country, and at the same time reducing the fee on working people. Trump has talked about. I mean, that's a great team. Besant and Russ Voigt at Office of Management and Budget. I mean, and what's his name? The one at Commerce. I forget his name, a Jewish name. Anyway, these guys know what they're doing. Anyway, Rutnick or something.
Lutnick.
Howard Lutnick. They've been planning this for years while Trump was in exile. This isn't something they just cooked up yesterday. And they're reordering the entire economy so that we have labor and industry domestically protected. You have oil and gas exploration and rare earth exploration. And you have a reduction in taxes. I think he's doing this. It's going to be, there's talk about the dividend being that anyone earning less than $150,000 a year, they won't have to pay income tax. That's what the income tax was supposed to be about anyways. Even under Wilson, when they passed the 14th Amendment or the 15th Amendment, it was only supposed to be just very, very high earners. It wasn't supposed to be working people. Getting rid of the taxes on Social Security, that's going to put a lot of money in the pockets of fixed income people. That's money that was already taxed when they put it in. It's a double tax. It's unfair. And it was put in place in the 90s by the U.S. Senate, headed up by Senator Joe Biden. He's the one who authored that. I remember I debated this issue with Barney Frank when I ran against him. It was one of my favorite moments.
Well, how did he justify it?
Oh, he was like, Mr. Morse. He goes, I'll tell you here. And I'm like, Mr. Frank, Congressman Frank, I'll say this. It was just a pure debate. And that's when before I changed my name to Moscowitz. So that's another story. But anyways, economically, it's a major change back to a system that basically supports working people, it reduces regulation, supports small businesses, and basically do what the left always claimed they wanted to do, taxing the rich. Oh, they're going to complain bitterly. And socially, we're moving away from the radical left agenda. Politically, I think that we're making ground on all fronts. There's talk about reforming, and this is an issue that I hope is not forgotten, reforming the electoral system so that we have same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, everything that Elizabeth Warren claimed that she supported, but then forgot about. Getting rid of the machines. It's moving in that direction. I mean, these are all things that are going to ensure the future of one man, one vote, and the sacredness of the elections. So I feel optimistic.
What do you think is the order of how the institutions are going to fall or change? I have a feeling that the media is going to be the last to succumb.
That's like the last bastion. That's the Waterloo.
Yeah.
They're all kind of like in there, holed up, and they'll have to starve them out.
I mean, you almost feel sorry for people like Caitlin Collins that come in with this pre-written talking points and inevitably gets shot down, bing, bing, bing. And then the next day she'll have another similar set of these things. And your argument will fight. She's getting X million dollars a year to do this. So this is the game she's playing. But I don't know. How do you
they got rid of Lester Holt. He's leaving.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that they're not going to pick somebody worse, but I don't think so. I think he's leaving because they're hemorrhaging. Even the New York Times now is laying people off. The Washington Post, I mean, is changing their editorial face. Even Ben and Jerry's is changing. Did you see that?
No.
The Ben and Jerry's, those two old rotten hippies, those two dirty guys. I mean, they sold out a long time ago to corporate America by selling Ben and Jerry's to Unilever. Well, the Unilever now has come in and they're firing the new guy because they're tired of his progressive tweets. They're like, this isn't helpful. So that's big. I mean, that was one of the major linchpins.
I didn't know that, but that doesn't stop Ben and Jerry themselves.
No, but I mean, they already sold out a long time ago. Talk about the two biggest phonies. I remember when they took the $30 million and put it in their fat pockets. They're like, oh, this is such a crisis for us. Poor babies, right? Yeah. Such a crisis. Oh, we should all suffer from that kind of crisis. Anyways, just such a bunch of hypocrites and phonies. And
they still live up in Vermont?
I don't know. But I mean, whatever. They're just a bunch of fakers. So I think that even those people are starting to shake away. This is as I started with, I mean, this is a revolution. This is like, I don't know. I mean, in American history, it's like the Jacksonian democracy. Andrew Jackson came in and he's changed everything. That's what's happening now. And it's going to change things for the next generation and beyond. I don't think that the Democratic Party and I don't think the left is going to come back from this. They don't know it yet, but they are on the losing side of history.
And they keep doubling down. I mean, look at Disney with what the absolute wreck of Snow White is. And they
Yeah,
just
because they pulled away some of the marketing dollars for that. They're
well,
not.
they don't really have premieres as such.
Yeah, but they're not wasting. They were going to do this huge multi-million dollar. They're not doing that because they're tired of throwing good money after bad. You know, ultimately there is a dollar sign. I mean, they don't want to end up like Enron. You know, it's like after a while, I mean, the thing is going to snowball, and they'll wake up one day and it'll be like, sorry, we spent all your pensions. We're going out. You know, so. I mean, they're just not. It's diminishing. I think for them, they're not doing that for that movie because it is so bad.
But they had every chance to do the right thing, and they didn't. I mean, that's what was so astounding to me. That when they were talking about this 2 or 3 years ago, and they were getting 100% negative feedback on every single thing they were doing, and they just plowed ahead. And then the ultimate mistake was they couldn't keep Rachel Zegler quiet. So, of course, she gets into an argument with, well, the whole thing that was bad about that, first of all, I don't know where the hell they got that broad. She's nothing more than a talented high school drama girl. That's right. All she is. I've seen a million of them in LA. All right. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
What she should have done is kept her mouth shut, but she never could.
She is who she is. I mean, it's all it all comes out. It's all exposed in the end.
And meanwhile, Gal Gadot, Israeli, and Zegler keeps talking about the Palestinians, so they have to now separate the two stars of the movie. And by the way, neither of those women can act. I mean, that's the other problem.
Yeah, right.
So who the hell thought it was a good idea? And instead of having real dwarves, you have CGI monstrosities. And, I mean, think about this. $350 million in this movie. And who is in charge? Where's the adult supervision?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that they couldn't hire dwarfs because that would be politically incorrect, right? I mean,
I don't know. 4 factors that will like the job. Why didn't they hire?
It's kind of like, I mean, maybe this is a metaphor for this, but in the late 1960s, it became unfashionable to have like the freak shows and the sideshows.
Yeah.
And the result was that a lot of people who were making a very good living, like the man with the lobster hands,
and
lobster boy and bearded lady, and the one who could stick nails in his, they all lost their jobs and they ended up settling in this community in Florida.
Belglade, Florida. Yeah.
You know about this.
Oh, yeah.
And they resented it. It was bad because they were, it's like, oh, no, we can't have them because it's, not politically correct. And I think that it's maybe that same mentality that's stripping away any kind of realness to these things.
Well, yeah, they're trying to protect them from themselves. At least they were able to be employed,
And they're still pushing a radical agenda and a radical sexual agenda. I don't know. I mean, my wife and I are watching this show, White Lotus. Have you seen this?
Heard about it.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching it and that's an agenda. They're pushing some really dark sexual stuff on that show. Stuff that has in society has been, and rightfully, looked at as bad, going back to
the Bible times. I mean, we're talking like incest.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're making it look fun and glamorous. And they're doing this on the show. Talk about agendas. And look, that show is seen by millions of people. Those things have an impact on society. I mean, it's basically mainstreaming pedophilia, mainstreaming incest, and a bunch of other things by just showing it in a trying to make it look like it's interesting and normal. And yeah, so they're still doing this. They're still trying to pull this crap. They're still doing it's basically doing porn, frankly. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's going to work for them, because I think that the minute somebody touches a child, they're going to end up in the can for life. I hope.
Yeah.
But
well, meanwhile, we watch it all unfold.
Indeed. So, and what's coming up on the Substack?
Well, all the stuff that I haven't finished, but I just can't get over this notion of doubling down, tripling down on stuff that isn't working. I just have to wrap my head around that, because it's so counterintuitive.
We've been talking about this for a while. It's fascinating to watch. It's almost like a double reality, or as Michael Glennon talked about, a double government. All right, so Mike, listen, talk to you next week. As always.
All right, well, you have a good one.
You too. And onward and upward.
Indeed.
Okay, take care.
And I hope spring comes to Boston quickly.
Okay, welcome aboard. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Ari Perlinger is my guest today. He's an author of various books, including American Zealots, Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism. He is a professor at UMass Lowell. He's a criminologist. Ari, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is a serious subject, of course. We're talking about a potential increase in domestic terrorism in the United States, and what to watch for, who's involved, what are their motivations, what is their ideology. So let's go right to your thesis and talk a bit about what makes up a terrorist, and where are we as a society today in terms of the level of potential terrorism.
Yeah, so I think when we are talking about domestic terrorism, usually we are referring to acts of violence that are aimed to promote specific policies, specific political objectives that are aiming to push forward specific social norms, social practices, and so on. So in general, terrorism is a political action, is using violence to promote political objectives. In most cases, terrorism is trying to instill fear, anxiety, hysteria within a specific community in order to put pressure on the leaders of that community or the community itself to concede to the demands of those terrorists. So terrorism is basically a psychological warfare, or a kind of psychological warfare, where violence is being utilized in order to promote political objectives. Mm-hmm. And terrorism is not exclusive to any specific political stream. We've seen throughout American history, we've seen domestic terrorism coming from the right, from the left, from single issue groups. So there's no, I guess, political domain which didn't experimented with terrorism in the American context.
So it seems like you're talking about state-sponsored terrorism at some level, or institutionally sponsored, as a way to weaken, to attack, to degrade a society by creating such horrifying acts that it requires that people react by wanting to have someone come in like a white knight to save the day and restore order. It is a complete undoing of social order. In the Bible, they talk about Amalek as being such a force because he attacked the rear guard of the Israelite caravan, where women and children and the weak and the elderly were. And it was such an abominable act and such a cowardly act that they were condemned forever. And that it seems to me that that's what the terrorist does, whether it be an individual or whether it be a coordinated, planned activity by a state, that they want to weaken a society. They want to create such mayhem in a society that society becomes destabilized and in a way set up for a change that they then try to affect.
Yes, I think I want to emphasize terrorism can be a tool that is being used by state actors, and we are familiar with many state actors who are using terrorism to promote their objectives, their policies. Iran, for example, is known for operating a network of proxies operating all over the world in order to promote Iranian interests,
Right.
whether it's Hezbollah or the Houthis in Yemen or Shia groups in Iraq. They are basically are employing these networks of proxies that are using terrorist tactics to promote Iranian objectives. But especially when we're talking about the American case, about domestic terrorism, for the most part, we're talking about groups that are not state sponsored, usually are not really associated with the states. If you're talking about terrorism from the right, we can talk about the traditional white supremacist groups such as the KKK and various neo-Nazi groups and skinheads and so on and so forth. We can talk we can talk about environmental terrorism. That means environmental activists who are using violence in order to promote awareness to their cause, but also in order to basically put pressure on the government to promote environmental policies. We can also talk about the left, especially in the 60s and the 70s, but also in other times we've seen various left-wing groups operating in the US in order to promote Marxist, Leninist, various left-wing ideas and using violence. Probably one of the most famous terrorist groups that ever operated in the US, the Weathermen, basically, were a classic left-wing groups, mainly consisted of students who, again, believed that they should promote an actual revolution in the
Right.
US in order to change the political system.
Right. And the way they did it was they bombed the US Capitol building.
They bombed
And not that long
FBI offices. They bombed, military recruitment offices. Yeah, they were basically, they literally declared war on the U.S. government because they believe that the U.S. government is corrupt, is promote destructive policies, and also because they believe that there's a need to push to more left-wing socialist, I would even say a little bit Marxist policies.
A little bit, I'd say complete out of
Yeah.
communism. Ari, but your work seems to emphasize what you call right-wing terrorism. And I think that that's obviously there. It's always been there. You still have the Ku Klux Klan, although back in the 19th century, they had a lot of influence. It was sort of the terrorist arm of the Democratic Party. And then under Wilson, they made a sort of a resurgence in the North. But I think they were largely undone by very good work by various FBI agents who infiltrated them and kind of undid them in the 1960s in the same way that they undid the Black Panthers in the 1970s with Operation COINTELPRO. And I think that, the right-wing terrorists, I mean, they're always going to be there. They are there, but that's not really the main thrust of potential terrorism, I don't think, in America today. I think it's on the left. And I would point to the reaction of the genocidal attack on Israel on October 6th, the so-called Al-Aqsa flood, was an emergence of these left-wing groups and their kind of not to be derogatory, but their lapdogs on college campuses, but also some of their leadership who attacked the state of Israel in response. And I recall Alan Dershowitz, I thought, kind of capsulized the situation when he said that these protests may seem like just innocent expressions of free speech today on campuses, but they are breeding grounds for future actions that may reverberate in an unpleasant way in terms of terrorism than the type of terrorism that Israel's had to deal with forever, and that is more common in countries that have been radicalized. Would you comment on that?
So yeah, sure. So first of all, I think it's important to emphasize that I'm a scientist, so I look at the data, and the data is what guides me. And I'll talk in a sec about October 7th and the implication of October 7th. But the data is still very clear. The highest level of violence is still coming from the right, not from the KKK. The KKK today is a marginal.
That's what I mean.
A marginal group with very limited followers, most of them people very elderly. The threat is coming from new variations of neo-Nazi organizations, of anti-government organizations who really promote new variations of far-right ideologies that are focusing on promoting societal collapse, that seeing the federal government as their major threat, but more importantly, they are actually engaged in efforts to produce violent attacks, and also they produce hundreds of violent attacks. So that's one thing. Secondly, October 7th, I think, or what happened after October 7th, I think reflect several trends which are very concerning. And I'm saying that as someone who actually published about the recent trends of anti-Semitism in the US.
Mm-hmm.
The first is what I want to emphasize is the fact that anti-Semitism today, especially acts of violence, are coming from the left, even more than what we see from the right, at least in the last 18 months. That's
Right.
what the data shows us.
Right.
And
right.
we definitely see this is not a new thing. In 2021, when there was an escalation in Gaza, we've seen a dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents. So we've seen that almost every time when there's an escalation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there's an increase in anti-Semitic incidents here in the US. Now, I think there are several things that are really concerning about what we've seen after October 7th. The first is that I reject the argument that what we see is a response to Israel's military intervention in Gaza, for the very simple fact that the protests, including the targeting of Jews, began on October 8th, way before Israel started to operate in Gaza.
It happened even before while they were still attacking. I mean,
the attack was still, and something, by the way, that was not just restricted to extremist movement. It was something that you've seen on university quads. You've seen that on social media when people who are consider themselves my colleagues were openly celebrating, legitimizing, tolerating what happened on October 7th. People, academics who were talk very highly about inclusiveness, about human rights, about all those things were openly celebrating. I think that was a shock for me, as well as to many other people in academia who felt that this is something. But so that's just one point. The second thing I want to emphasize is that the fact that almost systematically, those groups do not target Israelis, they target Jewish institutions. They target Jewish schools, Hillel, Jewish Hillel organizations, Jewish restaurants, Jewish events, synagogues, and so on. If it's about Israel policies, how anyone can explain the fact that the major targets of those protest movements are actually Jewish targets, not Israeli targets?
That's right.
And the last thing I'm going to say is the fact that many of those groups did not just celebrate what happened on October 7th, but continue to basically convey the messages of violent organization, including Hamas, a designated terrorist organization. For all of those reasons, I think those are concerning trends. And I think that the efforts to legitimize those trends, to legitimize those kind of... I have no issues with someone who is criticizing Israel policies. That's
right. That's not the issue.
The problem is that the targets of those movements were consistently Jewish targets, not Israeli targets.
Right. And I want to just drill down a little bit on that because I wasn't surprised. I've been observing this for a long time. And I think that a lot of my very liberal friends were surprised. But, it's not really, I mean, I come at it from a different angle. But I want to just drill down exactly what's going on there, how that happened. I think that the groups like the proxies of Iran and Hamas and all the rest, these are very well-heeled organizations that have learned how to play the right propaganda card for left-wingers around the world to bring them into their camp. And the card that they play is anti-American, America, it's unfair, it exploited people. The theory of exploitation, which is actually a cornerstone of Marxism, that somehow if you have something more than your neighbor, it's because you rip them off. And that therefore you feel entitled to take it from them. That you have that element that, and also there's the Jewish element in the religious sense. Israel's a Jewish state. I mean, they believe in God. I mean, they don't believe in, a world of, an ant colony where everything is fair. It's more of a concept of sovereignty, of Americanism, of capitalism, the startup nation. All of these grievances were exploited, I think, by the mullahs and by the radical Islamists to make a kind of an intersectionality with the international left. And that I think that really became obvious and manifested after October 7th.
So I think what we see is basically intellectual, and sorry for using academic lingo, intellectual reductionism by a lot of people who are considered themselves as liberals, as people who are at the left or the center left. I think the major problem, I think, is the inability to understand complexities, the inability to understand nuance, and the fact that large parts of our political left basically adopted a very simplistic, rigid, binary perspective on political issues. So they cannot really comprehend that that American Jews can be actual minority group, that can be a minority group who is vulnerable, that needs to be protected, and so on and so forth. Because in their own rigid binary perspectives, right, where the world is divided strictly to oppressors and oppressed, there's no place for complexities, there's no place for nuance, there's no place for understanding that even what we call modern minorities, like American Jews, can be under some conditions, they can also be a very vulnerable minority. Now, what happened is that, so that's one element. The second element, of course, is the fact that while there's extreme sensitivity to the action of the Israeli government, Israeli policies, and so on and so forth, there are complete unwillingness to address, to acknowledge, to comprehend with the actions of those who are considered oppressed. Even the oppressed can engage in war crimes, in inhumane policies and behaviors, but the idea is that if you're oppressed, you basically get a carte blanche to do everything. Everything is justified, everything is accepted, everything is tolerated. And the fact is that the left is not able to understand that even people who are oppressed can be engage in illegitimate actions. And so this is how we get to the point where their complete unwillingness to acknowledge, to accept the atrocities that were conducted on October 7th, and on the other end, there's this kind of insistence to delegitimize any kind of Israel's policies. And Charles, just the one thing I want to say is also the idea that those so-called oppressed have no agency. They are not responsible for their situation. Their situation is completely beyond their control, which is not the case. Which is not the case. And I would just urge you to, if you're actually looking at what's going on in Gaza, it's very clear that there is substantial support for Hamas actions. And I think that on some level, the Palestinians also need to take ownership and responsibility on their own situation.
I think that that's going to be very difficult for them because of their leadership, and also that they've embraced and imbibed some of this same propaganda that the left on campus has embraced. And it has nothing to do with someone's minority status. I don't think they care about that. I think it's more the fact that the Jewish people generally are viewed as more successful, more educated. They have more family values. They believe in a God rather than believing in the state. That they're individualistic. They're kind of more out there. It's always created resentment, and I think that as such, the Jews have stood as obstacles to their idea of perfect equality. Everyone has to be absolute equal. We have to have a one world ant colony. And that somehow they resent the fact that the Jew is, obviously, we're not talking about individuals here. We're talking in general. That it's seen as somewhat a little bit outside of this sort of, conformist world. I mean, it's a bit different, and somebody who's a little bit more self-actualized and more self-identified. And so you have these kinds of resentments that then are exploited by powerful people and state players who then are able to marshal people who are otherwise unwitting and otherwise kind of, they want to be trendy. I mean, I know people like this, including Jewish friends and even people in my own family, putting on a keffiyeh. They think it's like trendy. They think that it's going to be and getting them invited to the good parties. They'll have better dates. I don't know. This. I think you get that. And that there's a kind of a mass. There's a word in sociology for this, like a kind of an effervescent phenomena where people just sort of go into something without really understanding it. When they're out chanting "River to the Sea," they don't know what that even means. They don't even know what river they're talking about. They don't know they're calling for the annihilation of the Jewish state. And if they did, they probably wouldn't support it. But they are into it because it's fashionable, because they want to be one of the beautiful people. They want to be part of this.
I'm less forgiving. I think that what especially I met with a lot of students who define themselves as anti-Zionist Jews. Now, I believe that everybody have the right to espouse his own views and beliefs and political views. That's perfectly fine. Right. I just find it curious that they believe that the only polity or the only people who should not have the right for self-determination are the Jewish people. I find that curious, especially from their own. Also, I would just mention the fact that the state of Israel is already exists. And for all practicalities, it doesn't go anywhere. So to hold a position that you believe that there's one state out of the 200 and something states in the world, there's one state that needs to be dismantled, it's just the Jewish state, I find that especially curious and a unique form of anti-Semitism, to be honest. Excluding the Jewish state and believing that there's one group of people who are uniquely do not deserve self-determination, I do think it's a form of anti-Semitism. I think that if you have a general view that nation states should be dismantled, that's something else. But if you believe that there's just one state that should be dismantled, and coincidentally, that state is exactly the Jewish state, I think that's something else. And I think that the fact that this is something that is being legitimized, I think it's interesting. I would also say the fact that despite the fact that many different countries are perpetrating atrocities, I would even say probably more atrocities than the state of Israel, the unique focus and the unique willingness to delegitimizing, to demonizing, to undermine the the right of the state of Israel to exist and defend itself. Again, I find it very curious. I haven't seen anyone going to the street to demonstrate about 1.5 million Uyghurs that are being held in concentration camp in China, or about the several millions of Syrians that were killed in the Syrian civil war, or any other of those atrocities. The unique willingness to demonizing the Jewish state, I find it very curious, and something which sometimes it's difficult to explain unless you are willing to admit that this is a form of Jewish hate.
Well, they don't really care about atrocity. It has more to do with using the atrocity propaganda against one group and not another. I mean, they never complained about the Soviet Union or, as you say, communist China. That's not a problem. It has more to do with a situational rather than a fundamental opposition to atrocity, whereas you and I and most conventional people, we reject atrocity across the board because it's evil and because it's wrong. So that, I think, is the mentality. And as far as their opposition to that one state, I actually think that they are opposed to all sovereign states. They don't like American sovereignty either. That's why they support things like open borders. You know, they want to have this kind of turn all nations into this new kind of provinces of the world. I don't know whatever it is. They all have different weird utopian understandings of it. But getting back to your thesis here, American zealots inside right-wing domestic terrorism. Again, none of these people that we're talking about here are right-wing. They're actually left-wing. But your focus is on right-wingers. And I think that, yes, of course, they're out there, but it needs a little updating, because I don't want to see, this used as a bludgeon against, for example, President Trump, right? Because, there's like a guilt by association. Oh, they're right wing, they're going to be involved with violence when they're not. So I'm concerned about that particular aspect of your focus.
Yeah, so my book, by the way, was published in 2020. So so there is some kind of delay. I would also say most of the research was conducted between 2012, 2013, and 2018. So there is, as every book, it takes some time to digest until. So the situation, of course, changed over time. What I would say is very simple. There are, in every political camp, in every ideological camp, there a spectrum of political groups, political organizations. My research for the last 20-something years focusing on violent political organizations, groups that are using violence to promote their objectives. So when I'm talking about the far right in my book, I'm talking about violent neo-Nazis, violent skinheads, violent Christian identity groups, violent anti-abortionists, and so on and so forth. The book is not focusing. For example, you won't find in the book even one word about the Tea Party, the movement, because that was not a violent movement. It was a political movement, regardless of what you think about its objective. It has. So I'm not.
Okay.
I do not think that conservatives or Republicans should see the book as some kind of efforts to undermine their views. What I'm focusing is understanding the history of those groups and understanding the current trends and processes that leads those groups to use violence. And that's my focus. The same way, by the way, that, in 2009, when I published my book about Jewish terrorism in Israel, I focused on a very specific set of groups. And naturally, I'm myself a Jewish person, so I'm not arguing that Judaism, for some reason, is an extremist religion. I'm arguing that in every religious tradition, in every political camp, for the most part, you find some groups who are on the extremes, on the margins, on the fringe, who are willing to use violence, and I'm trying to understand what leads those groups to use violence.
No, I mean, and I agree with that. I mean, you find extreme on the fringe. My concern isn't that Republicans or Tea Party people are going to take it that way. My concern is that the liberal left-leaning establishment may use it in that way. I mean, because You've got shelves of books and theories and professors talking about Donald Trump as Hitler and that the MAGA movement, they're all Nazis. I mean, even recently, Timothy Snyder over at Yale, an article, Trump was anti-Semitic because, it's almost like it reminds me of the QAnon craziness. They moved his finger this way, not that way. Therefore, he doesn't like Jews. I mean, it's insane. Meanwhile, he's rubbing shoulders with professors at Yale who are calling for the destruction of Israel, which by nature would, I would argue, lead to a second Holocaust.
So that's the problem is that many people, many academics do not do science anymore. What they do is political activism.
Yes.
Many academics basically transitioned to political activism, to political work, and they don't do science anymore. And I'm someone who was very open to my colleagues, to my university leadership, in many different forums. I expressed my concerns about the politizations of academia, and especially the fact that many entire disciplines within the academic domain were basically transformed from science to hubs, enclaves of political activism. Now, how do I know that? Because they will never hire someone who do not conform to their very rigid ideological platform. So you have an entire departments in academia with people which have a very uniform set of views and beliefs. And I think that this is exactly the opposite of what academia should be. Academia is about challenging, it's about debating, it's about providing different perspectives. But first, it's about actually basing your views on actual research and actual data. And that's what I do. I agree with you that way too many parts of academia are completely abandoned what they need to do into political activism. And this is why people do not trust academia anymore. This is why people do not trust the academic institutions anymore, because what they see are basically just political hubs, and people like Timothy Snyder and others, yes, they can say whatever they want, but they really just the symptoms of a much deeper problem, which I've witnessed in the last 10, 15 years, where more and more people are basically exploiting their academic position just to engage in political work. If you want to be a politician, go and get elected.
But yeah, but the issue is broader than that, in that they have taken the high ground of the culture. They've taken the high ground of the mainstream media. I'll give you an example. Lester Holt was at an award ceremony where he said, objective journalism is a thing of the past. That's outdated. We have to advocate. And that's what they do in various levels. And they are very much in sync with these professors and heads of major institutions. And it's become very pervasive. That's what I'm suggesting here. And that pervasiveness not only has led to a lack of confidence in the media, and I think that the election of Trump is just a symptom of it, that the American people are rejecting it, but it also leads to potential violence. It basically incites potential terrorism, is my concern. And that's what the reasons I wanted to talk to you today, because I do think that this kind of general language that's used and this general attempt to monopolize the conversation is a recipe for such violence.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that I think the political polarization and the tendency to present the political process as some kind of a zero-sum game, I think push people to more radical views and potentially to radical actions. And I think that we've seen that throughout American history. And definitely I agree with you that demonizing your political rivals, your political adversaries, and presenting them as illegitimate, as unacceptable, and most importantly, as some kind of an existential threat, eventually intensify this kind of political polarization and eventually doesn't really promote any constructive policies. And I think that you see that, by the way, on both sides of the political spectrum. But I do think, so that I will argue, many of my colleagues tend to see that just from one side. They believe that the right is the one who, I actually think that both sides should be blamed for demonizing and to really transforming our political discourse into some kind of a zero-sum game where there's no center anymore. And by the way, this is why centrists are leaving Congress, right? You see that you look at the last 5-6 years, almost all the senators and congressmen who are retiring are people from the center who basically understand that there's no way to actually promote policies anymore because both parties are really running into the margins. And I think that I completely agree with you. And I think that language and discourse has a huge impact on the way people think. And definitely we've seen that in the last few years when we've seen mass violent protests, both on the left and the right, right? And I was one of those who argued that, yes, we cannot accept violent protests from either side. We should not. And definitely significant parts of academic circles and the media circles felt comfortable to ignore violence when it's coming from the left, which again reflect biases that exist. I think that people like me who are really doing the research, our responsibility is to stick to the facts. I think I can't hear you for some reason.
Okay, can you hear me now, Ari? Okay,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
a little technical glitch. I just think that maybe people are too caught up in confirmation bias that goes beyond the point where you end up creating a false agenda, and that you have a hypothesis that you look to issues that are going to prove that hypothesis, and therefore you glean stuff that supports that agenda and ignore and winnow out stuff that doesn't, and that's what leads to extremism. And I think that we see that, yeah, you're right, it is on both sides. The problem is that today I think that the left dominates the field. If it was the right dominating the field, we would probably have the same criticism. But so Ari, talk about. My guest is Ari Perlinger. He is the author of American Zealots. He's a professor here at UMass Lowell. Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism, which is available at Amazon and other venues. What are you working on now, Ari?
So I'm working on multiple projects, one of them focusing on extremism within police organizations and within the military. These are projects that are actually funded by the government through grants from DHS and DOD. They're trying to understand how they can protect soldiers, police officers from being drawn into those extremist movements. Another very big project, and that's actually my next book that I'm hoping will be out by spring 2026, focusing on violent extremist misogyny. I'm focusing on
violence against women. Right.
Yes, violence against, but I'm talking about ideological violence against women. So I'm talking about groups that are operating and promoting misogynist narratives, focusing on various aspects of misogyny and various aspects of violence. And I'm also focusing on female dominant spaces to promote misogyny. So it's a very interesting project. We collected a lot of data, and this is something that I think will be very interesting. I think there's many people underestimate how popular and how significantly those spaces and groups are growing in the last few years. And this is the book that I'm working on right now, and it will be out very soon.
Excellent. That's going to be a real hot potato. That's excellent. Ari, do you want to mention any websites that you'd like my listeners to go to find out more about you and your work?
I'm a boring academic guy, so they are welcome to go to Amazon author centers, and they can find my books there. And they can also approach me directly if they want to get more information or to get to know more about the interesting things we're doing.
Okay, excellent. Ari Perliger, I want to thank you for joining me today. Excellent talk. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch. Maybe keep me posted on your new book, and we can do more of it. So thanks so much, sir.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. Welcome to the program. My guest is Scott Miller. Scott is the author of The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. Good title, by the way. This book deals with a topic we all went through, one that I think most people now understand was presented at the time with a lot of lies and falsehoods that really resulted in a panic that was certainly worldwide in nature. It was almost like a massive experiment in social engineering, in my opinion. But either way, it's something that we're all still trying to think about and look at so we can take a lesson from it and learn in the future in terms of how to proceed forward. And that is the so-called pandemic of 2020, 2021. Now, Scott, I mean, just as a matter of note, my program, along with thousands of others on YouTube, was penalized at the time because I interviewed a doctor who was one of the most revered in America, who made the mild suggestion that pregnant women and children should not be getting the jab. And I interviewed another doctor who said that there were certain early cures, or at least treatments, for the pandemic, for the COVID-19 virus. I'm even not going to mention their names now because I'm running this show on a pirate YouTube station. So, but you know what I'm talking about.
I think I know exactly who you're talking. I mean, specifically who you're talking about.
That's right. So what we have now is most of the things that we were banned for have now been basically admitted and acknowledged. Even the famous scarf lady, Dr. Birx, has acknowledged that early treatment. Yep. I mean, it could have been saved thousands of lives who unnecessarily were lost. So, Scott, why don't we start with your story, how you got involved in this as a doctor, and how you came across the issue in the early stages.
So I'm a PA, and I was a single owner, single practitioner in I had my own pediatric practice in Southwest Washington. And I'll try and make this part brief, but on March 12th, of 2020, which was my birthday, the country shut down, and Fauci and then later Birx are standing up saying that there's no cure. And not only is there not a cure, there's nothing we can do apart from shelter in place and hide from humanity, which doesn't make any sense, right? He later did an interview in like Vanity Fair or something where he brought up vitamin D when we knew early on how critical, because when you look at latitudinally where people like in the Northwest, I ran thousands of vitamin D panels and most people are deficient, and it's critical for the immune system. So on March 15th of 2020, I came across an article out of Italy, and it said COVID pneumonia and the melatonin connection, which intrigued me because I only knew melatonin as, released from the pineal gland, our sleep aid. Mm-hmm. And I'm reading through this article, and it literally broke down why children didn't get sick, why they're pretty much immune to severe illness, even moderate illness. And again, this is early on, and I'm like, what? If this is being put out, how come no one's talking about it?
Mhm.
So I read through the article. There were like 120 references. So I read I clicked on every single reference. So for the next 2 weeks, I just immersed myself in everything I could find on SARS, MERS, and then what I was reading from this article. And I realized, wow, this is something that we can mitigate. And then about 3 weeks after that, the study out of Australia came out with ivermectin, the in vitro studies,
Mhm.
which I had been using in kids for over 10 years. And I thought,
Right.
well, this is a no-brainer. And then I realized I had already been treating COVID patients in my clinic, the parents, with using budesonide. Dr. Richard Bartlett had talked about using budesonide in the ER, right?
Mhm.
you know, um, and the results I was seeing were astounding. And so it wasn't illegal to treat at the time. So I just started treating people. And what I was seeing was within a day or two, their symptoms were resolving. And I'm like,
Right.
well, so I started sharing this information. And then, and the other aspect was having a pediatric practice. I watched the devastation of the pediatric population when they were sent home from school, isolated. It was such a psychologically traumatic event for them. They weren't allowed to play with friends. They were told they were vectors of disease, and it was
Right.
crippling them. So I ended up being asked to speak in Olympia at the Capitol on a freedom movement and things. I got in a lot of trouble for that. And so anyway, so I had been treating. I think the first person I used ivermectin on was in April 9th of 2020, and it was
Mhm.
immediate. I mean, the next day they were better. And it changed once the rollout of the shots happened, like towards November, December of 2020, January of 21. It became much, much more difficult to treat because Delta, But yeah, so it got to a point again. So I ended up treating thousands of people across the country. They're reaching out from every state, and then I ended up being asked to advocate for people in the hospital. And fairly early on, and I realized the doctors didn't care about facts. I would share information with them. I would email them information, and it hit me like that's when I realized they kept using the word checklist and protocol,
Mhm.
and I'm like, this is a problem. So we had to figure out different ways to get people out of the ICU and out of the COVID wards. And anyways, all in all, what ended up happening was they considered what I was doing to be perpetuating the spread of a worldwide pandemic, and that I needed to be shut up. So they did an emergency suspension
So,
of my license.
so you were accused of spreading a pandemic because you were using ivermectin?
No, my
Oh,
words, my
oh, your
language,
language was, yeah,
my
that's
language.
right.
Yeah, I was
By
cautioning.
advocating an FDA-approved drug that has been on the market since 1970 to treat viruses, your language was somehow spreading the virus.
So in writing the book, because and I've read, probably 10 different books on, like the war on ivermectin, these different books. And I was asked by some colleagues that knew I have a fairly unique experience because I was fighting so many different fronts and trying to, opening schools and critical race theory and hospital management and trying to block mandatory vaccines. I was writing medical exemptions so kids could go to college, parents could go to work. And it was just, Washington state was tyrannical. And so when I was asked to write the book, I initially just went back to I journaled everything. And there was a lot of anger in it because so many people were devastated by it. And what you said, if we would have done early treatment, it wouldn't have been thousands or tens of thousands.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I mean, this now 5 years later, they're admitting this.
yeah.
So I mean, I know of a doctor who she treated her husband with ivermectin, but did so quietly. And a lot of doctors, my own physician, who was at a major hospital here in Boston, where I live, in the initial phase of the virus, she was very open with me about it. And she's like, this is an overreaction. I know patients will probably, and she predicted this, and I've seen it now,
they'll never take off the mask. They'll be locked in their house for the rest of their lives. There are people who have been traumatized in that way. But then later on, she became like a different person. I don't know if the hospital had a conversation with her. I'm not sure what happened, but she was no longer friendly to me and no longer candid about the situation. I think that somehow doctors, you invest 8 years of your life getting a doctor degree and getting a license, and you have a lot at stake, and they just didn't want to risk that. I mean, very few had the courage, and I'm not blaming them. Look, it's easy for me to say, I'm not in that profession, but they just didn't want to step forward and talk about the truth.
Well, the thing is, they were at risk for losing their jobs, right? So
Exactly.
that's one thing. When things were, at one point, I mean, I had so many complaints against me, not from patients, but just the hospitals, because, if I got somebody out of the hospital, they lost, $250,000, $300,000, $400,000. So it was stealing revenue from them. So when they suspended, I had a buddy of mine who was a surgeon. He said, Scott, you're pardon my language. He's like, you're screwed. I'm like, any way out of this? He's like, nope. Like 1%. He's like, no, they're going to take you down. And I thought about that. And this was mid 2021. And I just remember thinking, okay, it's probably true, because the heat was pretty hard. And I'm like, okay, Lord, if that's the case, let the cliff be high enough and my fall be slow enough that I can maximally treat people, before I hit the ground. Because when I didn't lose my job, I had built a medical practice over the last 5 years. They didn't, we lost everything. But in the process of doing that, we helped thousands and thousands of people. And so,
yeah, you and a lot of very courageous doctors who really were able to stand up. But this gets to a real, I mean, and I admire your work. I mean, it's an incredible story, and I hope that people they get your book, which is The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. We're going to get into some more of that, but what you're talking about here gets to a much deeper question. Why was this happening? Why were doctors being threatened to toe this line? Who was behind this? I mean, why, this is obviously some kind of an agenda. I'm not here to weave a conspiracy theory because I have no idea. All I know is that there was something going on in terms of an international effort to control the conversation around this and to present this in a certain way that centered any opinions, including opinions by some of America's most revered and respected medical personnel who might otherwise dissent from this official line. So what was going on here? Who was behind this? Why did they do this?
I'm going to say something first, just for context, where on March 18th of 2020, you wouldn't get reimbursed for a telemedicine visit. On March 19th, you got full reimbursement for a telemedicine visit, where it's like HHS just flipped the script. So which, for all intents and purposes, it allowed all the doctors. I mean, we're talking about pediatricians that do newborn exams that are now doing them over the phone. I mean, like, nobody was in clinic anymore. There was urgent care, emergency. And so, I look at, from a medical industrial complex standpoint, what was the primary agenda from the very beginning? Bill Gates said it, and Anthony Fauci said it. It was to inject all 7 billion people on the planet with the new mRNA technology. I mean, they told us that early on. So what was the agenda?
Well, and this was before they rolled out the mRNA technology.
But they were already telling us that.
So they already had that in the can, so to speak. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautifully, I mean, horrifically but elegantly planned. They had the Agenda 2030. They in 2019 they had that role playing event where the Simpsons talked about it with cat fever. I mean,
yeah, and there were several movies that were made at that time. I remember one. I don't remember who was in it other than Dustin Hoffman. That kind of foreshadowed this. I mean, that this dread disease is going to be breaking out, and they call out the army and his National Guard. And I remember at the time, people on the left side of the political spectrum, like Andrew Cuomo and de Blasio in New York, and the mayor of Chicago, they wanted martial law. They wanted what actually did happen in Australia, which was a complete, fascist seizure of the government, where people would be basically put into camps who didn't agree and who actually strode out into the street without wearing a face covering. And fortunately, Trump did not do that. I fault him for other things. I think he could have stood up to Fauci and Birx, and I certainly think that it was a mistake to roll out that vaccine so quickly. They kind of appealed to his weak point, which is flattered him, I guess. I don't know, but the point is that there was an agenda to really shut down small businesses, churches, mom and pop stores, whereas the big guys stayed open. And it was even more sinister than that, in that all of the so-called blue states, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, Illinois, they placed COVID-19 active people into nursing homes. Now, there's a word for that, and that word is genocide. How did they explain this?
And that's one facet of it. And I have an intimate. I had a skilled nursing facility reach out to me, or the owner of a skilled nursing facility reach out to me on February 5th of 2021. Everyone was sick, 80 to 94 years old, and my office manager, and it was my daughter's birthday. I had been absent for so long, and we're on a ski lift skiing, and I get this text, and I'm like, this is bad. And none of them died. We took care of everyone from a ski lift and a ski slope with my office manager going in. We were able to, I actually wrote a chapter about that, because it was, at the time, I look back and I was like, oh, that was super easy. I mean, that was actually fairly easy to keep all of them alive compared to other things. But what they were doing was literally deliberately killing all of these. I mean, they purposely did it. They knew it would happen. It was
so what you're saying is that Andrew Cuomo, Governor Murphy of New Jersey, Wolf in Pennsylvania, that they consciously and wittingly were trying to kill or cull the herd, maybe, of very elderly people. It's interesting that Levine,
nobody like me knew how to treat, and knew when I heard that, when they had alternatives for where those people could go, when I heard what they were doing, I looked at my wife and I'm like, wow, they're wiping out.
There's no other explanation for it. There really isn't. And also Levine over in Pennsylvania, who became HHS under Biden's regime, he actually pulled his 90-year-old mother out of a nursing home in advance. So obviously he knew what was coming down the pike.
Exactly.
You had, Walsh over in Minnesota. You had, Whitmer in Michigan. I think Newsom, even here in Massachusetts, Baker, in one incident, which was a VA hospital, putting COVID-19 people in the hospital. It's a story that really, really needs to be told, needs to be investigated. And I think in a practical sense, it raised the numbers that they could then point to. I wonder if some statistician could do some research and find out what percentage of Americans who died of the COVID virus were in these nursing homes. I think it's probably more than half.
It's a large number. And what's interesting too is, by summer of 2020, as the numbers were really dropping. So they flipped the script, and so they went with new cases, asymptomatic cases, based on a PCR cycled at 40, right? So they were because they weren't having the deaths, they had to switch it to new cases. And that's how they controlled school openings. That's how they controlled opening up the states, was the manipulation of the PCR test. And
which is not definitive, by the way.
Oh,
it really
no, it's not.
It wasn't even created as something that could detect the virus. It had nothing to do with it.
No. And it was so frustrating because, again, for me, kids had to test to go back to school. I didn't use it. They had Abbott Labs came out with a rapid, and I don't care about the results. It's like, if you're not sick, it's going to come up negative. And I'm like, that's all I need to be able to get these kids to go back to school. So, which I got in a lot of trouble for doing that because they wanted everyone PCR tested and I wouldn't do it. And so the county health department came down on me pretty hard for that. Like, you have to PCR test. I'm like, nope, I won't.
And also the kids were not getting the virus. I mean, it's to have these
kids, it was very, very,
and even if they did get it, it was nothing. It was something they'd get over pretty quickly. And but to have them being locked down and then to come back and wearing those masks, I mean, it's really something that ought to be viewed as a criminal event. I mean, there's no other way. And I still see people today, 5 years later, putting where their masks are strapped to their face. I mean, I know people at the time, the hysteria and the hype was so severe that, I mean, you'd be walking down the street or you'd be in your car with the mask, and there was never any evidence that the mask did anything.
Oh, yeah, I wore one once if I was like, I never wore one until my son's 10th birthday, where my wife said, please don't get arrested or go to jail, because we were flying to San Diego. And I went through the airport. I got pulled out of line. I mean, some things happened, but we get on the plane. So I put it on, but I didn't make my son wear it. So I just had him eat and, like, drink things the whole flight. And he ended up getting what was called a yellow card on Alaska Airlines. And my wife found out, and she lost her mind. So when we land in San Diego, we're deplaning on the tarmac, and there were riot police waiting for us. And I was like, seriously? And her first thing was like, don't get arrested, because I had done some things in Washington and Oregon that ruffled some feathers. And so when we landed, I was like, oh, it was like, I looked at Shelly, I was like, it's because of you. It was like, it's not me. It was beautiful. Like, she went off in a way that only like a mama bear would do when she was like protecting. It was like, I couldn't have loved her more for her protection of what was going on and how they were attacking my son for not wearing a mask. But it was such a tyrannical thing. And, and then it's like, we sweep it under the rug and we move on. And because
you were quite brave in the way you operated. I will acknowledge that I did not have that kind of bravery, only because I was surrounded by people who I love and who are my family, who were complete devotees of this radical agenda, who believed all of it. And so, I mean, I had to kind of work with those people.
I don't consider it brave. I just couldn't, because if so many people were looking, because I had a decent presence in the community. And so if I did that, if I put on a mask and I'm just saying personally for me, and because in my position where there was such a hyperbolic thing on it, that if I put it on for convenience to avoid confrontation and somebody saw me do that, and then I'm speaking out again about truth and freedom and just from a medical standpoint, because I knew it did nothing.
Well, for a while there, I think Fauci was recommending for a couple of days people wear 2 masks.
Oh yeah, and goggles. And
there was a special N92 thing, and there was. I mean, my family was on board with all of it. It was a big problem, and walking outside for a walk with the mask on, it was just crazy. And then we bring it up toward the end of 2020, when and not to get into another subject, I'm not going to go there other than to say that the government did the largest junk mail in history with ballots. Okay, millions of ballots all throughout.
Barack Obama, I forget who the congressman who passed away, and Barack Obama gave a speech in like June or July of 2021 where he was talking about voting and voters' rights and the need for mail-in voting. And I was like, oh my, like when I heard that, I was like,
You knew it was coming down the pipe.
yeah, it was
Right.
like they're going to hijack this with fake mail-in ballots.
Oh, it was the biggest mailing in history. Mail was showing up everywhere. People, I mean, we got half a dozen ballots. It was all over the country, all over the world, probably, that these crazy ballots are just everywhere. And not to get into a subject here, but 15 to 17 million of those ballots did not show up for Harris. Okay, what happened? Where did they go? Were they voters? I don't know. It's never been looked at. But the point of the matter is that at this time, when you had this mass mailing of ballots and where people were told not to go to vote, you had the virus on the wane. I mean, it was already on its way out. Things were starting to get back to normal. The idiocy of it was that people were allowed to go to restaurants and they could eat, but they had to wear the mask as they walked to the table, and they were they were only able to take it off when they were eating and then put it back on in order to get out of the restaurant. I mean, it was so idiotic from a scientific standpoint. But at least people were starting to go out again a little bit. And then the vaccine comes down the pike. Now, the vaccine, even in the best context, it was to deal with a virus that has basically disappeared. So they started talking about like another virus that's milder that was supposed to be there. But this vaccine wasn't even there to deal with that. And yet they launched under the new regime this directive that everybody would have to have the vaccine, and that you would have to prove you had the vaccine with a card that would allow you to go into businesses and restaurants and stores and colleges and banks. And if you didn't have the card, you could be denied entry. And eventually, I think it was fairly open at that point, that this card would become digitized. In other words, you're going to have a digitized health card with who knows what kind of information on it to start with, medical, whether you had the jab, but that could eventually be used to put on anything they want to put on. That is the end of freedom. I mean, Dr. Naomi Wolf got into this on my show, and she did a lot of incredible research on it, and other people as well, that this was the end, and yet it was stopped. And it was stopped by one group of people, the Canadian truckers. They stopped. And at the time, just to get into it, I mean, we just in Boston had a new mayor elected, Mayor Michelle Wu, who one of her first acts was to say that you had to show the COVID card in order to go into a public venue in Boston. And, you know, most people ignored this. And even like some of the liberal suburbs like Somerville, they didn't do it, only Boston. But when the truckers hit the street, that put a stop to it. That ended it because they brought the economy of Canada almost to its knees, and it was spreading. It went to Australia, New Zealand, United States, France, even Israel. People started to, say, we're not going to do this. And so it ended that whole regime. Everybody backed away, and the whole thing was over. Of course, they were demonized. They called them Nazis. They shut their bank accounts. But those people had courage. They stood up to this international fascist regime.
Well, it was a beautiful thing to watch. And, what's interesting when we go back to what you were talking about towards the end of 2020, and Daniel Horowitz and Steve Deace with Blaze TV. So Daniel reached out because he had heard, because I was so, we'll say, passionately, the hill I was willing to die on was to prevent mandatory COVID vaccines for kids. I mean, that was like, I was willing to lose everything for that. They took me down before it got to that point. We achieved that victory in Washington State, but he asked what was Delta, because we're looking at something, the wild type virus, that was super easy to treat. I mean, when I say that, I feel bad for, not feel bad, the tragedy of what took place in 2020. It's genocide. It's horrific. And then all of a sudden it was like, we need to change some tactics. And the only thing that changed in that course was the rollout of the vaccines. And I remember sitting there as my wife was asking, why is it so much more difficult to treat now? Like, why are people getting, like, younger people getting sicker faster? And it's like, the shot. Oh my, like, the Delta was the shot. Like, the whole rollout changed everything. And she's like, I don't know that you're allowed to say that. I'm like, pick whatever, because what usually happens with the virus, it's not trying to kill you. Our government is, but the virus isn't, or the bioweapon that they created. But it was like a switch flipped. And
Now, I've heard all sorts of things about the effects, the negative effects of the mRNA vaccine and the spike protein and all of that. And I'm not a medical person, so I can't speak to it. But what I've heard from various people I've interviewed, including Ed Dowd, who did a lot of good work on this, he's an insurance actuarial who looks at charts, is that the vaccine has caused various ailments, possible infertility in young people, heart disease in young men, these various other spasm type illnesses, a general malaise. If you've already had a tendency toward heart disease and cancer, the vaccine mRNA exacerbated it, didn't cause it, but it didn't help. And other various ailments. It has been the worst vaccine in history. Now, I'm not anti-vax. I think that the polio vaccine is good. It's been around since the 1950s, and it's proven to be effective. It's not.
But hold on, they changed the definition of vaccine. And vaccine, we were told, Joe Biden said 100%. And he said this, it's 100% effective in preventing, right? So if we have a definition, it's like, I cured you, yet you're still sick, then that word cure has no functional meaning, right? The word has to matter. A vaccine is preventative. So when they go, it's 100%, and then 95, then 92, then 87, then 85, as they're changing the metric, then they had to change the definition of what a vaccine is. So it's not a vaccine, and they know it. And when you said probably, I'm in groups with tens of thousands of vaccine injured, and it's far more devastating, the encephalopathies. Like the people that don't die, like clotting, strokes, heart attacks, etc. So the people that don't die are it's so devastating. It breaks my heart to see how it's impacted them. It's not everyone, but so many people that were coerced into doing it for like, there's so many reasons that, I fought against it. I know why people would get it, because they needed to protect their family or their jobs, we trust our doctors, right? It's like, you go to your doctor and you trust them. So it's like, well, sure, I want to do my part. I want to do my part to protect my neighbor.
And also the massive propaganda around that, and the rollout of it, and it never made any sense. First of all, we know they lied about the claim that it creates 95% immunity. It creates no immunity.
Exactly.
Once that became obvious, they then switched gears and they said, well, it'll prevent you from dying, or it'll prevent you from going to the hospital. Now, the Cleveland Clinic, which is one of America's most respected medical institutions, did a very thorough survey of their patients with the vaccine and with COVID, starting right from the very beginning. We're talking about many thousands of people, and they concluded, and it's published online, you can see it, although the media ignored it, that 70% of the people who died from COVID had the vaccine, and 70% of people admitted to the hospital had the vaccine. So that was a lie. It really didn't do anything positive. And even people that I know in my own family who worship the vaccine and they've said, oh, we love Anthony Fauci. They're not getting the boosters, I've noticed, right? The CDC still says, get your booster every 3 months. I don't see them running off to get in. People know that there's no positive element to this thing. It's sheer.
They're still pushing on babies and children. They're pushing it on infants, 6 month, 9 month, 12 month. I think about that I try not to think about it because it breaks my heart. But
It is absolutely the most loathsome thing to, first of all, I mean, to inject a baby anyways. I mean, now they do this. I mean, here in my own state, I mean, when my daughter was born, I said, there'll be no vaccines. I mean, she was prematurely born. I said, we're going to wait a couple of years and then we might do some of them slowly. And I was vilified. I mean, there's a religious exemption, which I took, even though I don't think that's anything real. But I'm a right-wing fanatic. And I mean, I had people coming in and yelling at me at the hospital. I couldn't wait to get her out of there. But I think that has a lot to do. And by the way, I was completely vindicated because one of the vaccines they wanted to give her like 8, turned out was pulled off the market 6 months later because it was creating some sort of a nerve disorder and damage in children. So, you know, my comments on that is not, and they use scare tactics, oh, they're going to die, is, look, I mean, I'm not against vaccines. Eventually, my daughter did have several of them, but you have to be sober about it and make the right choice on your own, using your own intelligence and your own sense of reason.
Well, and informed consent, right? Like, you need, with no informed consent was given for any of the for COVID. No informed consent was given for remdesivir. No informed consent was given for baricitinib, like in the hospitals. No informed consent was given for tocilizumab. No informed consent was given for mechanical ventilation. They were just like, if you don't do this, then you're going to die, or we'll put you on comfort care while you die. Like, no informed consent was ever given to any of these patients at all, period, ever. And that's practicing below the standard of care. And every single one of those physicians, PAs, NPs should lose their license.
Now, to get to the agenda once again, since you brought this up, I understand that there's a couple of whistleblowers on this, that hospitals were getting money every time they admitted a patient with COVID, and they were getting more money every time somebody died of COVID.
Well, and they were getting bonuses for remdesivir as a monotherapy. So they would go in with, and I know this because, again, I took care of thousands and thousands of patients, and there were times where I'd have to send some of them to the hospital for imaging, not to get admitted, but for imaging, and we'd get the imaging back, and they diagnosed them with COVID pneumonia, yet we would see the imaging results and it'd be evident that they had bacterial pneumonia. But if you go into the hospital and they call it bacterial pneumonia, then you have to add an antibiotic. So now it's not a monotherapy. So if remdesivir was given as a single therapy, they would get an extra bonus on top of what they were getting from.
And by the way, remdesivir was proven to be very, at best, experimental, if not deadly.
What had no benefit whatsoever.
Right.
It's an antiviral, and it's given after viral replication has ended. And pretty much, so many people, when I say so many, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that was administered to went into kidney failure.
And also, I mean, if you went into the hospital with a broken arm and you tested positive for COVID, they put you down as a COVID patient.
Yep.
When, that's not why it's not why you were there. And at that point, also COVID itself, which is a real thing, by the way, it was not even in many cases even detectable. I mean, you didn't even know you had it. It was very mild. I think that even the New York Times has now admitted that the COVID vaccine was created in a lab in Wuhan, China.
That's evident. I mean, it's just known. I mean, we knew that 4.5 years ago. It was a no duh. The way that you look at the lock and key mechanism, so to have this zoonotic spread that's able to affect the nervous system, the cardiovascular system, so the blood vessels, the way the spike protein causes damage to the blood vessels, the way it causes damage to the lungs, the heart, the kidneys, the liver. You don't get some zoonotic change that's able to have that kind of broad spectrum damage to your organ systems. It doesn't exist. Like Ebola, it's a hemorrhagic thing, right? You don't have like 18 different mechanisms with which it destroyed the system. This was purposely designed.
Right, and there was something about it about the actual mechanics of it that seemed unnatural, that people felt that there was something unnatural about having COVID. I had COVID. I mean, I felt it was unnatural. There was something weird about it.
So that
And
was a ubiquitous thing. Everyone said this is different across
yeah,
the board. Everyone
oh, yeah,
said I had never experienced anything like this.
right. And so, we now find out recently that the Anthony Fauci, basically even Obama, banned gain of function research at Fort Detrick and other places because he thought it was too dangerous. So Anthony Fauci and the NIH and apparently USAID, with a lot of money, was doing the gain of function research behind the back of two presidents, Obama and Trump, and doing it in China, communist China, our enemy. It's such a weird and strange story that this would have been cooked up there. Now, I guess that brings me, Scott, to the situation today. Are they going to do it again?
Yeah, yeah.
They're still doing gain of function research. In fact, right now, the Boston Globe says that Boston University has a facility where they're doing gain of function research right here in Boston. What's happening with this? I mean, what do they have in mind?
But there was an objective that they didn't reach, and thank God. Like seriously, when I say it's not some euphemistic thing, like thank you God that there are enough Americans that got to a point where they're like, because we had every faction of media, like literally everything that they could employ. I called it the virus of the media because it was putting the fear in everyone, and it was like obey, and the way they did it was, obviously clever, because when it's not. So most of the time, somebody isn't going to be able to say, I did something amazing for somebody else. Like you have to do something amazing for to be that. So when they say, all you have to do is this, all you have to do is stay home, all you have to do is wear a mask, all you have to do is get an injection, and you're a hero. You're a hero, not just for you, but you're a hero for your family. You're a hero for your neighbor. You're a hero for the community. It was brilliant. It was genius because it programmed people to think. And then for people that were like, I don't know about that, the ostracization of that.
Oh my God, they were like Hitler. I mean, you were like a subhuman. It was kind of like what the Nazis called the Untermensch. They were like another class of citizen.
Yeah, but the problem is they didn't win, right? Like there were some objectives that they met, but they haven't won. And when I say they, so whether it's Klaus Schwab, I mean, whoever's pulling the strings, but
right, who knows? But they didn't win this time, but they're waiting. I mean, they're not. I mean, the truckers were able to stop the biometric card. They would have had that, and so they withdrew it for now. But they're not going to give up on that. I mean, that's I mean, the country of Sweden. I did a report on this in one of my classes. I mean, they did not do the COVID thing. They did not wear masks. They did not separate. And their COVID rates were about the same as Belgium, which did completely. It wasn't any different. It didn't matter. But they're still going to go ahead. I don't know what the next one's going to be. They tried monkeypox for a while, but nobody bought that because allegedly that only happened to gay men who engaged in certain practices. And so most people are like, okay, fine. I mean, that's not me. Or they're now talking about like another bird flu coming out of China or something. Some young men ate a bat or something in Africa. And so there's this situation in the Congo. So I'm wondering, do we have enough courage at this point as a society and as citizens to stand up and say, I'm not going to go, I'm not playing ball. I'm not going to do it.
So they took us by surprise. It took me by surprise. I watched, dudes in trucks with a gun in the back window with a Marine sticker get out and put a mask on. I'm like, no, dude, what the, there has been a reawakening, and I mean, they're going to have to hit us a lot harder. And I think there's several things. I mean, if it weren't for my wife and my faith, there's no way I would say, I would say, first of all, if it weren't for my wife, because she supported it, she backed me and she supported me. If she was going against me, or if she thought I was insane, or why are you doing this, then there's no way I could have achieved and helped the people that I was able to help. So it started with having that support, and then just, I'm going to tell a super quick story because I think it highlights it. So I was asked to speak at the Capitol in Olympia in May of 2020, and my wife was like, "Please don't go." I mean, like, we got into an argument about it, and she was in tears. She's like, "You started your practice from, I mean, I built it from nothing. And we're 5 years in, and we were doing well. It was one of the largest private pediatric practices in the county." And she's like, "No good will come from this." And I was thinking, like, only good will come from this in the context that I can share what I know to a large group of people at one time, instead of just writing things down on a piece of paper and handing it to families and telling them to give it to their parents and, you know, their church family. And so I finally was like, okay, I'm not gonna get up and drive to Olympia. So unless God wants me to go and send somebody to take me there, I'm not going. And I go to bed the next morning at about 5:15 in the morning. There's a knock at the door, and a persistent knock at the door. And I get up and I go and answer the door, and two women are standing there. And they go, "Hey, we heard you needed a ride to Olympia." And I'm like, seriously? Like, what? It's like I was angry. You know? I was. Right. I left a sticky note on the fridge. I was like, "Hey, love, went to Olympia." You know, so it's
to Olympia. Yeah.
And so it's not about, you know, it's not what we want to do. It's not, you know, sometimes it's what we're called to do. It's sometimes what we're asked to do for a higher reason.
And sometimes it's hard to do it if you're in different situations like my own and others.
Yeah.
But there are still little things you can do. There are kind and gentle conversations you can have with people without shaking their hologram that they're locked in. You know, and just sort of introducing a couple of kernels of idea to people's minds, give them something to think about without, you know, while working within this matrix that they're existing in. It's very difficult.
There's a song by Zach Bryant called "Smaller Acts," because I've had colleagues say, "Well, we haven't done," I mean, like, with my story is fairly unique. And so they're like, "We haven't done anything remotely close to you." And it's like, it's not a competition. It's not a contest. It's about doing this. It's like, I don't care, like, just one smaller act of kindness, one smaller act of moving the needle forward, one smaller act of gifting somebody that information or sharing something. It's not how much have you done. It's that you choose to do it in truth and faith.
One small act of subversion. Really, I mean, one small act of, like, defiance. And also, I mean, there's a sociological term for it, which I'm not sure. I don't know it right now. I forget it. But if you're, like, at a public meeting and everybody is into some kind of an insane advocacy of something, and you stand up and you make a couple of quiet, kind, easy comments in defiance, it can change the whole complexion of that meeting, and it can get through. And if you do it carefully, you're not going to get too demonized. You might get shunned, so be it. But, you know, it can change the course of history. You can do that.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be just not in alliance with, where you just challenge, you know, it doesn't have to be a defiant act. It's just challenging the narrative.
Something, and do it. I mean, it is defiant by nature, but you can do it in a way that doesn't, you have to be very crafty. It's kind of like the prophet Elijah hearing that small, still voice coming out of the cave. It's a very carefully crafted event that you can pull off without being confrontational. You can get a lot more done. But on the bigger picture, sometimes you have to be confrontational, you know, because everybody's, when you're dealing with people who are fully witting and conscious participants in this evil kind of experiment, you have to call them out in any way you can. I mean, they don't deal in niceties, and that takes a lot of courage. And you know, just
understand what you're getting into and understand what might could happen, and you have to weigh and measure the effects.
Well,
I mean,
you
you
know, my,
probably sacrificed a lot, Scott, to do what you're doing, and it's an extraordinary story, and I admire you. I mean, you know, you've made a big difference in the world, both in terms of saving people's lives as a doctor, as part of your calling, but also the society overall. Writing this book, bringing this out, you know, these things do matter. You know, again, I mean, the book is The Most Dangerous Man in Washington.
I was told it's good. You know, it's, you know, even my wife, who her name is Shelly Don, and there's aspects that she can't read. Like, she's like, I can't read this. I'm like, that's cool. But she was reading a chapter, and she came out as I was sitting here writing, and she was like, what? She's like, Scott, what? I had no idea that's what you were doing. She was just floored. And I was like, really? And but she needed some plausible deniability, because I mean, we had death threats and people had shot holes through my office window. So it's like, you know, like we had to, you know, we were trying to protect, I was trying to protect my family from some of the stuff that I was being asked to do to help, just to help to make sure that innocent people didn't die. And so she was reading part of a chapter, and she's like, I didn't know that, because we got in an argument. She's like, and I withheld that information from her because I didn't want her to be afraid of some of the stuff. And when I say that, I mean, they were risky.
Right, you didn't want to get into it at the time because it's scary stuff. No, I get that. You know, it's, you know,
so when she read it, and she was like, now it makes sense. Like, this all makes sense. And as I was writing about what I was actually doing and how we were kind of subverting some of the systems and helping take care of people, it clarified it for her. And it was just interesting, because that was a couple of years ago, and she was standing right here, and she's like, why didn't you tell me? And it's like, love, you asked me not to. Like, you told me not to. I was just trying to be a good husband. You know?
No, oh no. There are some things that I've never mentioned to my own. I'll take them to the grave. I mean, that I've done in terms of political stuff. You know, it's just the way it is. It's protecting the family. So now, with President Trump elected in office, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the head of the HHS, the author of The Real Anthony Fauci, and people
Brilliant
like Patel, and Dan Bongino, and Pete Hegseth, and this probably
Dr. Bhattacharya at NIH.
Bhattacharya. Yeah, I mean, this is a gathering of probably the most consequential cabinet since Lincoln, possibly more so. And I feel hopeful. You know, I hope that they understand their mandate and what they were elected to do. And it's going to take a lot of courage to go ahead and do it. Believe me. I mean, the people that their opposition, they don't play, you know, they play for keeps. It is a very ugly fight. They still control the media, which is diminishing. The only thing they have working for them is that they're carping about cutting the size of government, as if there's something wrong with that, and demonizing. And it's not flying. I don't think the American people are buying it. It's people are sick and tired of all the lies and the gaslighting that we've had in this country, really starting with COVID. I mean, it goes before that in terms of the.
It's what opened. It's what pulled the curtain back.
It's the big kahuna in terms of lies. I mean, we know they lied about, you know, Trump's perfect phone call impeachment. I mean, that's politics. But this one hurt people, and people died. People couldn't see their grandparents in the nursing home, and you know, people lost their businesses. They've lost their marriages. They've lost their lives over this. And I think this one
children couldn't go to school, right? Like, children.
Yeah, who knows the long-term effect of that? You know, on our children. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that this one, it's not going to be so easy to drop this one down the memory hole. You know, we're not. You know, we're starting. I mean, I think we're just starting to really look at this and find out what the hell happened here. I hope that the heads roll. I mean, just personally, although, if they want to have Anthony Fauci and them just march off with their awards and their money
and let them just go away, that's fine. I'd like to see, I mean, personally, I'd love to see him hang. But, you know, that's whatever. The point is that I think people understand who these people are and what happened more so than ever before.
Well, listen, I look at, like 9/11, never forget, right? And it's like every year, 9/11, never forget.
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden. It's like Fauci,
I
Osama
like
bin
to get
Laden.
the truth behind that
Osama
one.
bin
Too.
Laden is a nobody compared. I mean, as far as a terrorist, Anthony Fauci is the greatest mass murderer. Or it's not just him, but he facilitated. He and Birx, Deborah Birx, is actually like her involvement in getting the states to shut down schools and businesses was far more impacting than Fauci. I mean, she's the devil. She is such a sinister, devilish human being.
Of course, she did have to. I should remind people that she did have to leave in disgrace early because she called for everybody to cancel Thanksgiving. Can't go to Thanksgiving. Right after that, she gets on an airplane, goes to her family Thanksgiving, big party. And fortunately, there was someone at that event that dropped a dime. And so she ended up having to resign the next day. But yes, I mean, these people are satanic, in my opinion, every one of them. I mean, putting people in nursing homes. But the what?
I said there's certainly no light in their soul.
No, these are people who have no conscience. They are dead to, they're like walking zombies. I mean, it's absolutely despicable. And of course, they've always been with us. They've been with us since Mephistopheles. I mean, but the point is that now it's never before have they come out so openly and so brazenly. And I think that enough people see it that they're not going to forget it, and that we're going to continue to expose it because every generation deals with this, and it has to be called out and called out very carefully and very thoroughly. Anyway, Scott.
Yeah. And listen, thank you so much. And
thank you.
So since I'm going to plug the book a little bit.
Please, hold it up.
I didn't mean that way.
No, why not? It's
so The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. And again, that was the Attorney General's office. I was just a regular dude trying to care for my community. So I'm honored that they said that to me. But it's like I said, I've had people say it's like a relation because of how my wife and I had to navigate the challenges and the struggles that we had. And I wrote quite a bit about. It's not a political book. It's not a book against the medical industrial complex. It's a book about a nobody like me that was just simply caring for children that got thrust into a situation that I never could have possibly prepared for, even thought that it was like, God, like seriously, why do you think I can take these on? And the stakes just got higher and higher and more challenging and more challenging. And
I admire, I admire what you've done, and you're like the Minuteman standing in the breach. It's really an incredible story, and it's one that we ought to understand. You're not going to get awards like Fauci. With the left, they always, they weigh each other down with all their awards and their worship. It's because they don't worship God; they worship each other. They hold up idols. And
we don't do it for rewards. We do it because it's right.
Because we can sleep better at night, and we know that in the bigger picture of eternity, we're going to be rewarded. And because we know that we're doing truth, we're talking truths, and that does make a literal difference. Anyways, Scott, stay in touch. I really appreciate your time. Great book. Let's do more programming in the future. Please recommend people to me. I want to get into this more and more. And I have been, but I want to continue. And I just, I'm kind of like speechless. I really appreciate the work you've done. So
thank you. That means a lot to me. Truly.
Thank you very much, Scott.
All
right. You too. Have a great night. Thank you, sir. God bless. All right. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. By the way, we have call-ins on this show. I don't know too many programs online can do that, but we do it the old-fashioned way, like you would do with a radio talk show, where you can literally call in at 508-637-5596. The number's listed here on the screen, 508-637-5596. Not taking TikTok today, mainly because TikTok's canceled the account. So, but I am up on Rumble if you want to send in a chat or whatever. Anyone listening knows I'm really ham-handed when it comes to technical matters. My guest is Thomas Gorenz from the Paranoid American. Thomas is a comic book publisher, a military veteran, an ex-Disney animator. Thomas and I met on Donut's excellent program recently, where we discussed some of the origins and doings of the international web of secret societies that seem to marvel all of our establishment institutions, both political, economic, and cultural. Thomas, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, man. And thank you, Donut, for introducing us. And also, that's dangerous. You just have live call-ins. How does that usually go? I've been flirting with that idea, but I'm not sure if I can handle it.
Well, I mean, I've only gotten a few calls, but I'm just introducing it. I hope to, in the coming year, as I feel more encouraged over what I hope is a lessening of censorship, I think that I'm going to be able to do broadcasting more consistently, maybe even every day at a set time. I think that helps, in which case I'm hoping to get more calls by having people get used to seeing and listening to the program at the same time each day, and covering, current issues. And if someone calls in, I get a beep, I press a button, and off they go. The only thing I ask is community standards within reason. And also, I'm not on YouTube, so I don't have to worry about that.
Same.
But the main station is Rumble for this show. But also, Rockfin is very good. I don't know if you know about them. But there are alternative medias. I think when President Trump was removed from office and they deleted his Twitter account, where he had something like 30 million followers, right after what has now been proven to have been a government inside job, that being the Capitol protest. There was an expectation, I think, on the part of the establishment that they'd be able to really launch a full-bore censorship, and they deleted thousands of programs. They deleted Parler, which at that time was really moving up and taking on Twitter, which was the ultimate in censorship. But it didn't work. It didn't work because people got involved in alternative sites like Getter and Rumble and Rockfin and BitChute and a bunch of others. So, freedom prevailed, and ultimately, because they could not censor, I think that's what led to a huge victory for President Trump and his incredible comeback, which, and I think that the vote there and the level of that was much bigger than we even know. But here we are with the hope as we enter into the new year, and I do feel hopeful that we're going to be entering into a time when more people in this country are aware of the insidious agenda of an establishment that does not have their interests at heart. And so I think that's what this is all about. Now, Thomas, could you talk a little bit about how you got involved in broadcasting, and what were some of the events, if any, that kind of woke you up to realities in our political and social system?
If we're talking specifically broadcast or doing podcasts, the main thing was far less noble. It was just that I've been publishing comics about conspiracies for a decade, and operating it from behind the scenes just wasn't really cutting it as much. And I got to guest on a couple friends' podcasts, and I immediately liked the interactive nature of it. Like, it basically completely replaced my media consumption, where instead of watching a movie or binging a TV series, which you can't ask questions of and you can't really engage with, aside from going online and posting your opinion and getting into arguments over, but actually having long format conversations with friends and new and interesting people, that ended up being the real like motivation to keep me going. But like the original spark was I just needed to promote my wares, you know, I just needed to peddle my tchotchkes, and it turned into something way different than that. So it's it didn't start with noble causes, and even now I don't even consider it really noble. It's just to entertain myself, and almost like a self-fulfilling need to engage with people more directly than just reading an article or reading their bio or something. So those are really the main reasons. But I mean, I've been I guess you would say like awake, I think, since maybe the mid 90s when I first searched for the term Illuminati and came across Secret Teachings of All Ages. I came across Fritz Springmeier's work. I think I was like 12 or 13 at the time. And then right from there, it was just a lifelong fascination with secret societies and occult knowledge and sacred geometry and everything in between.
So then the writing of comic books on conspiracies obviously led you to do some deep research to find out, to develop some interesting themes and characters and storylines. And that led you to a study of the international secretive establishment that in modern times, I think, is exemplified by the Illuminati. And also this long format where you can really stretch out and talk with someone, rather than these canned interviews that we see on the mainstream media. It does lead to a deeper understanding and greater thought and a greater exchange. And it's one of the great powers of this new media. So I certainly get that. Now, you also worked as an animator for Disney. So I need to ask you about this. My daughter was a big fan of Disney growing up. And so obviously I was drawn into a lot of those movies, and we loved them together. We'd watch them. We had a couple of real favorites. Probably our biggest favorite was not a well-known Disney movie called The Aristocats.
Of course.
We loved that. We both could recite passages from it. We thought it was hilarious. And, and since then we kept up with it, and we'd go to the new Disney movies and Frozen and everything else. But I always thought that there was something going on with Disney, and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. I know when we went to Disneyland in Los Angeles, my daughter, I think she was probably about 7 or 8 years old at the time, she was literally terrified over going into certain things. And I didn't totally understand why, but now I kind of do, because there was something going on that her radar picked up on that mine didn't in some of these things. I mean, that when you look at, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I mean, it's horrifying what was going on there. I mean, cutting their heart out and, just the violence of it. And since then, I've seen some videos which show some pretty explicit sexual images and violent images that are worked into the fabric, that are not like openly, but it's the kind of thing that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, is that something that is just put in there because the animators are goofing around and they want to kind of drop, what they call Easter eggs, or, they're just to kind of get a laugh themselves? Or is there something more sinister going on here? I mean, is this something that the management knows about and that they're promoting and that they want? And if so, why?
I mean, I would say yes to both, but not in maybe congruent ways. Like they might not be as directly intertwined in such a simple sort of fashion for that. So let me rewind and just preface this with the term Disney animator is very charged. Like people assume that I was like hand illustrating Lion King sometimes when this comes out. I was known as a tweener, which is an in-betweener, which means that the big illustrators with the big names on the movies and everything, they draw the keyframes. They draw the individual action poses where these big establishing shots. And then all of those frames in between, if someone's like throwing a ball or something, right? The keyframer will show the character holding the ball, making a goofy face, and then they'll draw another keyframe after they've thrown the ball, but all those frames in between, those are sort of up to these other teams of lower tier sort of animators called in-betweeners, or just tweeners for short. So without going on a whole entire diatribe of like the technical aspects, I was essentially a tweener for Disney for a long time, specifically doing digital animation. They had already transitioned to digital. I started working there in 2006, I believe. And at that point, it was a lot of just 3D and 2D sort of software packages. So I did that for about 10 years, a little over 10 years. I got to work with a lot of their IP. And this was on the backlot of Disney World. I went to Disneyland a couple times. Went to the Burbank studios for some like work meetings and stuff. But for the most part, I worked on the backlot in the Roy O. Disney post-production facility, Walt Disney World, directly attached to the animation building. So I've seen a lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of all the different theories. And to directly address what you're getting at, of like the sexual like symbolism that gets worked in, some of the violent stuff. You even mentioned Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All of those things represent vastly different chunks of like Disney's chronology. Just even the difference between LA and Orlando, for example, is like two completely different timelines for Walt Disney. I think he saw what was going on in LA and realized he needed more space, more land, more freedom to do exactly what he had envisioned, and it was just never going to happen in LA.
Right.
Side tangent, your daughter was right to be a little bit creeped out by Disneyland. Aside from all the Disney vibe, that actually is the site of one of the most gruesome theme park fatalities that I've ever read about in existence. It was the Who Framed Roger Rabbit ride. Anyways, if you look into that, it's one of the worst things that have ever happened in a Disney park. Disney World claims that they haven't had any like catastrophic like fatalities that same way. Although I can get into that a little bit later, because that's one of the weird Disney anomaly kind of like fabrications, like one of those illusions.
Okay.
So the sexual stuff here, if we go back to the 1930s, 1940s, like some of the earliest Disney movies, and I've got a series called Occult Disney that we've been watching every single feature-length Disney animation from Snow White all the way up to, I think we're around 2006 right now. We just saw Cars. Every single movie. So yeah, I've absolutely seen Aristocats. Even Aristocats has some of these kind of things worked into it. Fun fact, that was the very first Disney movie, I believe, that took place in the same time period in which it aired. Almost every other Disney movie prior to then kind of took place in the past, and a lot of it was like based around that. So that's an interest. It didn't work out for them as well, so they departed from that a little bit. The other thing that I think, and maybe the most nefarious, we'll get to the sex stuff. The most nefarious thing that Disney does is twofold, and these ones are completely intertwined. One of these is coming from a conspiracy theorist tin hat point of view. It's just trauma-based mind control, trauma-based programming.
Right.
But over the course of watching all these movies for Occult Disney, we've come up with this phrase. I think I heard it somewhere else, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but called the Disney proxy. And the Disney proxy, the reason why I call it a proxy is because very early in every single Disney movie, the protagonist, which is usually going to be a kid, is going to get separated from their authority figure. It might be their parents, might be an older brother, it could be anything, but they get severed from this authority figure. And what happens is once that authority figure is removed from the scene, the first thing that you're going to see on the screen, like clockwork, there's like a formula, is going to be this IP, this intellectual property owned by Disney that's also going to coincidentally be on lunchboxes and T-shirts and Happy Meal toys. So this proxy, it's half trauma-based mind control, and then it's also half NLP anchoring, where, you know, hey, you're in this weird lost state. Your parents have been removed from you. You've been kidnapped. Your parents have died. Whatever, fill in the blank. Right. Whatever tragedy happens. Oh, but guess what? We're gonna make it better. Here's Thumper. Oh, we're gonna make it better. Here's Bambi, or it's like some different version of intellectual property, and that, I think, somewhat nefarious because it's a formula that you can see them play time and time again, but also the sort of Fabian end goal of this is to weaponize nostalgia. It's to like anchor something so deeply in your mind as a child that you will willingly and almost celebratory like pass it on to your kids. Let's go see this Disney movie together. Oh, it's like
Mhm.
it becomes a babysitter to a lot of people, the Disney library. So that's the most nefarious in the shortest amount of time that I can explain, that like the most nefarious aspect of Disney is weaponizing nostalgia. It's why they're willing to spend money on movies that seem like they flop over and over again. It's because it's worth more to them to own real estate inside your brain and all your kids' brains, more so than the short-term gain.
So then you seem to be saying that it's kind of a financial thing. It's, you know, they kind of are institutionalizing their their business as something that's going to perpetrate, and that's going to, through the means of promoting nostalgia. I mean, I think that the idea of separating the child, I mean, I think of Pinocchio as an example of that. And Bambi, of course, the mother's just killed, and they show that's horrible. It's very painful. You hear the gunshot. Um, and then the child is brought into a situation which I don't want to suggest that it opens up the door to pedophilia. However, since we're going there, it's sort of like in a situation that's morally ambiguous. I mean, I think that Pinocchio is a good example where he enters into this world of almost where everything goes. I mean, he walks into this land, and you know, it's at a time when a person is young enough that they haven't yet developed their independent reason abilities. I wonder if there's some kind of an agenda with that. It kind of, first of all, it infantilizes people because you become like permanently childlike. But secondly, you're put into a situation of moral ambiguity where, you know, you're open to who knows what. Am I way off base on that, or what do you think?
No, I mean, even again, if you remove even just the sexualization part of it, which I promise we'll get into because that's one of the biggest claims of all of Disney and the
Right.
hidden message. But let's just take like Pinocchio, which you brought up, and you brought up Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Hmm.
Both of those original stories, Pinocchio was based on, I think, like an Italian activist, like it was political activism. I don't want to conflate it by oversimplifying it, but it was like sympathetic to Italian anarchism in certain
Okay.
circles. But the premise of Pinocchio was that they really were kidnapping children and forcing them to work manual labor. So those scenes where they turn them into donkeys and they turn them into these donkeys that are just like, you know, basically animal labor, that was a very real analogy to what was really happening to Italian children during the time the original Pinocchio was written. There's
Mhm.
also really deep sort of Rosicrucian aspects. You can get into like pineal gland and stuff, but one of the mundane and practical versions of this were actual children being exploited, and the writer of Pinocchio was basically trying to shine a little bit more light on that, and it got adopted almost directly by the Disney movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is another thing that was based on at least 3 different historical accounts, all the way down to the talking mirror. This was an actual item that was said to have existed in 2 or 3 different families' histories, dating back, I think, at least to the 14 or 1500s.
Mhm.
But on top of that, the Seven Dwarves was also sort of this euphemism for sending children into the mines because their tiny little bodies could get into the little nooks and crevices better. So there are a lot of analogies of even darker. I mean, the sexual connotation adds to it, but deep, not even that far beneath the surface of these Disney movies, the original concepts were all about child exploitation. So if you
Well,
just throw the sexual aspect on top of that, it's not like a far skip and a jump from forcing, you know, like kidnapping children and forcing them to live in mines, and then someone saying like, oh, and they had sex with them too. It's like, okay, yeah, no shit, they did.
okay. I mean, look, what you're describing actually doesn't bother me. It's actually good political commentary. You know, children being exploited by in the 19th century, right up till today. But what I see is kind of a more modern aspect to it, which is you know, sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. Do you think that that is something that was a conscious part of this? I mean, I've heard a lot of legends, for example, and I would say legends about Walt Disney himself in that regard, who I always thought was a great man, but I still do. But he was deep, according to all the stuff out there, and that's what we're talking about. And I'm not here to endorse any of it. He was deeply involved with secret societies, and maybe there was some kind of an agenda going on there. What do you think?
So this is probably the one that comes up the most is like Walt Disney being, all of these things. So I've done, I think, a fairly deep dive into this from a bunch of different angles. I've read the most critical, I've read the most complimentary sort of books all about Disney and his biography, and I've talked to people that work directly with him in animation studios and stuff. So quirky guy, workaholic. The secret society angle is a very unique one because Walt Disney, and let me go on just the tiniest of tangents here because it makes the most sense and it gives the most breadth to like how complex this guy was. So Walt Disney, growing up, he actually had a very strained relationship with his dad in particular, and through this, he had convinced himself that he himself was kidnapped as a child, that he must have belonged to royalty or some much more noble family line, and he was kidnapped and forced to live with these oppressors almost. It almost sounds like that archetypal Disney princess locked up in a castle waiting for a Prince Charming aspect, right? So he already had grown up like this, and when he was very young, he joined the Desmoulins, the Order Desmoulins, which is essentially Cub Scouts for Freemasons. That's the best way I can put it.
I'm familiar
You
with
got to
that.
be 12 to 20, I think, 12 to 21 to join
But you have
Desmoulins.
to have parents who are Masons, I think, in order to do that, or maybe not.
Or you have to have some kind of a parental or like authority figure that is registered as a Mason. Well, here, this is way more interesting than just him being Desmoulins. He not only was he Desmoulins, but his direct mentor was the creator of the Desmoulins order, like the original founder. So this would be like if you joined the Boy Scouts, but you would be bearing the lead to not mention, oh, but I was also mentored by the guy that invented the Cub Scouts.
Sure.
So there's that angle to it. From everything that I've ever been able to tell, once he aged out of Desmoulins, he never joined the Freemasons proper. He never joined any other secret order except for Bohemian Grove. He was absolutely a member. There's documented evidence of him drawing sketches and signing stuff, but he also didn't get with the Bohemian Grove crowd as much. Even though it was kind of his crowd, just people that exploited artists. That was like the original DNA. But he had another one called the Rancheros Vistadoras, the visiting ranchers, which he considered to be like a more manly version of Bohemian Grove. He wanted to get like an actual outdoorsy nature experience from it, but he went to Bohemian Grove. He's like, these are just a bunch of rich guys in nice cabins doing, gay stuff all the time.
Well,
So
that's how
he
Nixon described it. He said it was very faggoty.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, it's boys will be boys, and they're all
And
just
also,
naked.
Alex Jones was able to get in there with a camera and show the burning of the this effigy. And there's, I don't know if he actually caught on film the idea that there might have been some human sacrifice. I'm not saying there was, but it's a pretty troubling and pretty weird occultic group, and it tends to attract Republicans, I guess you might say. Rich.
Long, interesting story on how they found it too. I'll stay on track though because these are like my absolute favorite topics. So Disney is this princess in a castle in his own mind. He gets raised into this sort of Freemasonry for kids, sort of secret society in some ways. And then after he exits this, there's no doubt in my mind that he carried those occult and those esoteric views with everything that he did. It was a huge inspiration in how much he adopted and kept true some of the Grimm's fairy tales. All of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs could also be interpreted almost as like Rosicrucianism, which I guess would just be like a much older, more religious version of Desmoulins. So that form of Walt Disney being, in the occult and in secret society is absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
Not to mention Fantasia, right?
But every single movie, honestly, even Aristocats can all sort of be tied into these like esoteric teachings. Although, and this is why I mentioned that there's these different phases of his life, and LA and Orlando is a huge portion of that. That once he starts working on Walt Disney World in Orlando, he kind of has this different vision. He's thinking about Epcot, the experimental protocol community of tomorrow, and like he's trying to do something more than cartoons and more than theme parks at this point. He wants to make his own city, maybe country, maybe who knows where it was going to go after that. But as soon as he starts ultra like hyper focusing on Walt Disney World, he doesn't have as much anymore in the animation wing. And then as time goes on, he just becomes a delegator as opposed to boots on the ground, rolling up his sleeves and doing the things, which is natural for anyone that's at the head of this huge global conglomerate that keeps scaling and scaling and scaling. So when we talk about Aristocats and anything after that, there's really no participation from Walt Disney proper at that point. At this point, and I guess to summarize the whole Occult Disney series, is the movie Fantasia is a literal spell, some literal magical ceremony that creates the world of Disney. It creates an entire universe known as the Walt Disney Universe that will outlive us all because it's now an egregore. It is one of the most powerful egregores. They sort of introduce all the different archetypes, all of the DNA that goes into the rest of the movies. Even characters are introduced in Fantasia that you see recurring out through other Disney movies to come for, over a century at this point, or getting close to it. So just the fact that Fantasia exists is that original magic incantation spell. So yeah, all occult, all the way down, all turtles.
Wow, and plus there was some very frightening scenes in Fantasia involving nuclear activity, and I think the last Disney movie that Walt Disney was directly involved in was Mary Poppins. I think. I could be wrong. But,
also, another movie about child exploitation, because they put so much emphasis on the chimney sweep and how lucky the chimney sweeps are. But if you look at actual chimney sweeps during that time period, they were kids. They were sending kids into these chimneys to sweep them out because adults wouldn't fit.
They could get up there. Yeah, they're wiry. They could fit into the crevices. Interesting. But you don't think that? I mean, it sounds like we're talking about influences on Disney's worldview and kind of this occultic element to it, and this fantasy world that he wanted to create and project into the future with Epcot, which is, as you say, that's City of the Future. Do you think there was a more conscious aspect to this, in that Disney might have been literally coordinating with, secret society people? I mean, was it, kind of like part of a world order element? Was he involved, for example, in the post-World War II Federalist Society movement or anything like that?
It's really hard to pin Disney down in particular on a specific. There is one thing, and this is from Dark Prince, or Hollywood's Dark Prince, I think, is this unauthorized biography that the Disney family absolutely hates, but it presents this case that he was sort of working in like a McCarthyist way to root out communists in the animation industry in particular.
Right.
And I'm glad you brought this up, because this ties into that Disney growing up felt like he was this princess trapped in a castle by his captors. The FBI, or that might have been the FBI, I think FBI, J. Edgar Hoover in particular, basically gave Walt Disney special agent in charge status in exchange for him to give up any sort of communist information or root out commies that he could in the industry. And in exchange for that, they actually told Disney they had found his real father. His real father was royal blood. He was a king of Spain at some point, or his family line were kings of Spain, and that if you just help us out with these FBI matters, we'll put these connections together for you. And we'll give you some of this research that they had uncovered. And I believe that they were just putting a carrot on a string for him. They were exploiting a character flaw, or maybe some deep-rooted issue with him. But this is absolute close to proof, depending on how much you believe the special agent in charge documents. But if that were actually happening, then at a government level, absolutely, Disney was covertly spying on his peers and reporting back to the government in exchange for benefits and secret information that no one else had. I mean, how else would you describe a secret society other than just an intelligence organization? So
Right. I
from
mean,
that very mundane example, you can extrapolate all of the other ones that, if he was in the Rancheros, and if he was in Bohemian Grove, and if he was still an appendant of Desmoulins, he did draw Mickey as Desmoulins numerous times. So he was actively recruiting in that way.
and also, I mean, as you say, I mean, the FBI was kind of the first literal, legal, open enthronement of a secret society into the United States. And then, of course, that was advanced under Truman with the National Security Act, which created the CIA and the National Security Agency and all the rest. An interesting book about this was written by Professor Michael J. Glennon, who wrote the book Double Government. He was a professor emeritus at Fletcher School. He served the Obama administration. He's an insider, but he kind of blew the whistle on a lot of this. Even though I had him on my show, and he didn't like me at all, but yet he admitted that. Right? I mean, he was like, yeah, okay, he didn't deny anything I brought up, but he was unhappy with me for bringing it up, even though it's in his book. Anyway, I recall being also at the Disney Museum in Los Angeles when we visited Disneyland, and I remember that it went through great lengths to show Disney's lineage as going back to the Normans and William the Conqueror. And it traced the name. And so Disney was very concerned with bloodlines and ancestry. I don't know if he was into the Committee of 300. I mean, who knows? But right, going back to the Roman times with which eventually became the Venetian bloodline. But that does seem to be a theme, I think, in his work. It's a very kind of Gothic element of like superpower and magical power being held by certain people who had high positions.
So Disney, this is a really interesting thread to look at it. Like if let's not say literally in the Committee of 300, the Council of 300, but that Disney would if such a thing were in operation during Disney's lifetime, then Disney would represent this massive opportunity to influence the public, not just American public, but the entire globe, right?
Oh yeah.
Disney had a massive surface area in that regard. But when I think of like those shadowy occult figures, like a literal Illuminati at some point, the actual Illuminati members rarely want themselves to be the figurehead, like an actual scapegoat or someone you can point a finger of or draw a picture of. So Disney likely would have been a very useful, I would like say an asset, as opposed to a CIA agent, a CIA asset, as opposed to an FBI agent, he's an FBI asset, so he would clearly be in all those roles. And he made propaganda movies directly for the government. Many of them were top secret. So he was, in every definition of the word, secret societies, if you expand that to include government and military, which I absolutely do. I mean, the Cult of Mithras was essentially the first military, intelligence agency, right? So if you can extrapolate from there, it's really no different. We're just kind of shuffling.
You mean the ancient cult of Mithras during like post-Roman times? Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, the longest thread ever, but all of that ceremonial magic and sexual orgies and child sacrifice, this was state religion in Phoenicia and in Carthage up until the Romans stomped out Carthage. But the Romans didn't completely stomp out ceremonial magic and orgies and child sacrifice. They just said, it's only for the rich people and the male military members at first. And then never again was it supposed to ever be done outside. It was no longer supposed to be exoteric. Now it was permanently esoteric. And I think that's sort of the longest thread that you can tie here.
It went underground after the Romans destroyed Carthage. And there's, according to Roman historians, when the Romans went into Carthage, there was such abominable practices that they literally were throwing up. They were like literally sick over what they were seeing. But of course, this is what the Bible warns us about. This is what, the book of Genesis. I mean, there's a thread all through it about the admonition against idol worship of graven images. It wasn't just worshiping a piece of wood, or like a rock or something. In the case of Moloch, this granite statue, which would have a burning furnace in the belly. You go in and throw your baby into that as a way to appease the gods. It had to do with all the practices around the idol. And all of it was, we can't even imagine what they were doing. But it was all state sponsored. And it was all run by this sort of government that would operate behind the scenes and use this idol as their mouthpiece to manipulate their masses and to keep people docile and to use, sexual vice and moral, all kinds of crap to keep people like kind of off center, infantilized, distracted. And the idea, it's interesting that you say, I mean, that the Romans basically tried to stamp it out and did so with Carthage, but then it went underground. That's interesting.
Literally went underground. They took what was happening above ground, and state sponsored is maybe even underselling it. Maybe state mandated would be a better way of describing the ceremonial magic, sexual orgies, child sacrifice. This wasn't just, hey, if you want to do it, we're cool with it. This was like, you better show up at 7 a.m. with your newborn to throw them into this fire or else. Like, so there was very much a state mandated aspect of this that you could not escape it. So when the Romans came, that literally went from being done out in public where, the neighboring cities could see it happening and saying, well, let's not be like those guys. This is like the biblical aspect of like those Carthaginians, or like they're worshiping Moloch over there. That was basically saying like, don't do what they're doing over the river, in so many words. But then the Romans just stomped that out above ground and literally made them do it in caves underground. Like all the Cult of Mithras original meetings usually happen in underground caverns or under temples or in subterraneous sort of settings. So
there's a lot of that even to this day in Italy with underground Rome. And you find tunnels and catacombs and passages, and even under the Vatican. I mean, they say there's underground, almost an underground city that's as big as a football field, with who knows what's in there. And I'm not pointing a finger at the Vatican. I admire Catholicism. That's not the issue here. But what you're saying here, Thomas, is sensational. You're saying that this cult of practices that was, went underground after the destruction of Carthage. Are you saying that that's still here? I mean, are you suggesting that this?
Oh yeah. I'm not just suggesting. I'm outright, directly claiming it. And Fantasia maybe being the best example. My favorite scene, even growing up, like the scariest one, where they show this huge black demon god with two horns. He literally represents child sacrifice, and he represents pagan gods and the two-horned bull god of agriculture and fertility. The actual name of that god is Chernobog, which means black god, and I think in Serbian or Slovenian. And this happens on Walpurgis Night, which is essentially like an actual pagan ritual in which these witches would get together and they would do orgies and sacrifice in order to basically release their own magic out into the world. And the whole premise of the magical ceremony and ritual is to keep doing that over and over again in that exact same spot and the exact same incantations for centuries, so that it harnesses real magic. So that premise is what Fantasia is. Fantasia is just a animated version of these, ancient rituals to not just Chernobog, but every other two-horned deity that kind of came before it. And through syncretism, it's easy to sort of like oversimplify and just like combine different cultures and religions, but that's kind of what we're doing here, because that's what Fantasia is. Fantasia is syncretism animated all together in like a 2-hour presentation.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, I want to just move history up a little bit here, because maybe I tend to embrace conventional history here, but I do believe that the Israelites were the first attempt to reform some of these practices. The Torah basically laid out moral and ethical laws which emanated from Sinai, according to the Torah, and which rejected these practices, even though the children of Israel struggled with it, and sometimes they were good and sometimes they weren't. At least they began the process rolling. And then, of course, the ministry of Jesus resulted in bringing that to the world, and it was eventually became the official faith of Rome under Constantine. which I, as conventionally looking at history, believe was a good development. It was an attempt to stamp out these practices and an attempt to bring about a more moral order in the universe. But you seem to be suggesting that concurrent with that was a continued underground that continued to operate in this sort of, I guess you might say, satanic practices, and that it involved people at high levels of power, of influence, both in government, culture, and economy. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, this is highly controversial, and I'm aware of that. Although one of the most compelling takes on this particular dynamic I've come across so far is essentially that the Israelites and the Carthaginians or the Canaanites or the Phoenicians or whatever name you would give to that sort of crowd that was into the state mandated magical orgies and sacrifice and everything, that really the Israelites and the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians were worshiping the same God. It's just that the Canaanites were doing it in this abhorrent way. And this is where the Israelites were saying, like, don't do what they're doing across, the river over here. Like, they're having a great time with their agriculture. They're worshiping these agricultural gods and they're making these sacrifices. They're doing sex out in public and business is booming. They've got crops, all over the place that's actually working. And they had just come from the desert. Even if that's just the metaphor, it was really the difference between desperation and abundance. And it was a way of saying, like, just because they're going through a boom right now, do not adopt their particular practices of worship. But that also means that when it gets stamped out, all those people that were doing so well and had accumulated all sorts of capital, not just, wealth, but like political capital, goodwill amongst all the other people that they had spread their riches of agriculture from, they obviously can flex that. And by flexing that, it's to, well, let's preserve this culture that gave us everything that we wanted, but obviously we can't do it out in public anymore. We have to only do it at night, burning charcoal in the middle of the forest or going into these caves, or better yet, join the military, where the military, you could be easily weeded out just depending on not only your physical aptitude, but if you were like in it, if your mind was in the same mentality as everyone else. And they also had the luxury of just killing you if you applied and you didn't get the job. They weren't just like, okay, go home. They could just eliminate you for any number of reasons. So it was a very methodical and powerful way to preserve everything that had been going on above ground and make sure that it maintained itself below ground. And there's a wild tangent we wouldn't even get into, but you can trace this exact practice go through Tunisia, the northern coast of Africa, all the way down into the rest of Africa and make its way through, Haiti and Dominican Republic and all these all these other adaptations of the same sort of fertility rituals, the same orgies and sex magic and black magic and sacrifice. It continued even all the way down to the two-horned gods. So it never really got fully stamped out despite Rome's best efforts.
No, but I maybe I don't know if I'm taking issue with you here, but I think that the Israelite movement, the thing that made them different than all other nations was that they rejected these practices, that they continued with animal sacrifice, but not human sacrifice.
Absolutely. No, I think we're not in disagreement there, that the Israelite was a complete reformation of how they were worshiping. And I guess the contentious part that I injected there, based on other things that I've read, was that a lot of people claim that these Canaanites were worshiping, Satan, or they were worshiping some other deity, but it seems more reasonable and complicated that they were literally worshiping the exact same God. It's just that the Israelites were doing this.
I don't think so. Only in that I think they were worshiping idols. They were worshiping Baal and Molech and Asura, which were man-made idols created by the state, whereas the Israelites were worshiping something more transcendent. I mean, a universal God that was not.
Fair point. I guess the difference being like one of them was doing it the right way and one of them was doing it the wrong way.
Right. Well, I guess you could say that, but the thing is, and I do think that Christianity brought that to the world, this idea that you can't create a God on earth, and it's not a man-made thing that a government or that a group of elites can decide what it is. That there is something that's separate from our own existence that is real and that is, that we can't manipulate, that God is outside of the ability of the human being and the human mind to create or manipulate, that we're images of God, we're not God. That's the sin of the Garden of Eden. I mean, that Adam and Eve thought that they could be as God, they could know everything, they could have cosmic consciousness, eternal life. And but they were going to overthrow God, and that's why they were banished. But because we're not gods, we're just human beings. We're imperfect. Our perceptions are limited, but we have some divine revelation that we can look to craft our lives. So bringing things up to today, and I think this is really interesting, and I agree with this, by the way. I mean, I think you have this continuous cult that's underground, that is involved in these practices, that does attract the highest levels of elite, that has basically become and has formulated into secret societies. I think it started in the Middle Ages. You had the Knights Templar was, I think, infected by it, and that's why they were banished by the Pope. You had in the Carabinari, and in the 18th century, the emergence of the Illuminati and the French Revolution. So I think we could trace the history of it. And what you have are an intricate web of secret societies that sometimes clashed, at other times cooperated, but yet all maintained almost an alternative existence from everyone else, and yet walked amongst us as everyday people.
Well, yeah, the ones that like who's writing the books? If everyone's reading the books and on the same page, someone's got to be writing the books. So there's already going to inherently be some sort of aspect of these like secret societies. Even in Catholicism has Opus Dei, which is their version of Freemason. I mean, that maybe the wrong way of phrasing that, but like they can't be compatible with Freemasonry, but still have the same need to have this internal intelligence structure. So
Right.
every single group seems to form one of these, regardless of what they call themselves and whether they're political or religious or apolitical or what have you. There will always be this like weird pyramid structure that I think the Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think sets the most obvious template, so that if you can understand how the Illuminati worked and why it worked, why people joined, how sort of potent that entire structure was, and then just say, okay, yeah, how do you apply those particular properties to any organization that technically they become a Illuminati in a way. And the Illuminati, Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think the way that explains it the best for me is that they're selling something that never goes out of style. If you're trying to sell something to a priest or a pauper or a pope or anyone, a king, they might already have the resources to own all the material goods that you could possibly want to promise them. They might have all the life experiences, but if you promise them some sort of arcane knowledge that no one else has access to, I found this sea scroll, I found this old book, or God told me in this epiphany about how to interpret these symbols that have been a mystery for ages, right? I've got all those secrets. Now you've got a really good sales pitch that you can ensnare anybody with. And one of the stipulations, again, for the Bavarian Illuminati, okay, well, not only do you have to give us some actual money and your time and all this stuff, brain power, but we also want you to snitch on yourself. We want you to keep a little diary of all the dirty little things that you've done and think about, and everything that your family's doing and your friends. Just take a complete diary on everyone. And what they do is they can slowly form this holographic image of the society that they're living in, like where it's not just people's pretenses, but what's actually going on behind the scenes. And even better, if they can recruit everybody in another group somewhere, let's say the Illuminati infiltrates one of the high Freemason lodges, and they recruit every person in there, but tell them all, you're the only one from this entire lodge that we're recruiting. Don't tell anyone else that we even exist. Take notes on yourself, take notes on others. But they do that to the whole lodge. They do it to like 30 or 40 people, right? And now they're all snitching on themselves and snitching on each other. It becomes this huge cachet of blackmail. And so now you've got the ultimate sales pitch. Someone's on the hook, and they're giving you money and they're giving you time and brain power. They're also snitching on themselves and others, an entire community. And pre-internet, obviously, Bavarian Illuminati, whoever's at the top, which would have been Adam Weishaupt, he could act as this all-knowing sort of God on earth, where you came up to him and you were like, hey, I've got a chemistry question, I've got a religious question, a math question, a science, whatever. He could be the ultimate Renaissance man polymath, where I was already going to expect, like, okay, I write you a letter, it's going to take, a week to get to you and a week to get back to me. I might not hear from you for 2 or 3 weeks. That was the norm. So now Adam Weishaupt can get a question he doesn't know the answer to, but he can consult this vast network of experts that he's recruited from the highest levels everywhere, like the actual authorities on any matter you can think of. So now it seems like this Adam Weishaupt guy's got all the answers. He literally created an intelligence network based on blackmail. And for those that even maybe figured out the game far too in, that fallacy of sunken costs, where it's like, well, now, it's going to be the emperor wears no clothes. Like, now I'm going to look like an idiot if I got swindled by this guy. So keep that thing going, or even better yet, kick Adam Weishaupt out. Maybe he didn't have the greatest intentions, but I know what this thing could be. Let's just keep this thing on track and make it what it could be, which is sort of another false premise, right? The thing
becomes corrupting.
apart. But that particular formula, sell someone knowledge that they can't get otherwise access to, blackmail, and then acting as some sort of an authority. That's, if you read modern CIA recruiting documents on how to secure assets or recruit for other agents, it's this exact same kind of premise. There was something called, I think it was called RATS or something, which was like repertoire and opportunity, or I forgot what the actual acronym was, but this is exactly how you sell anyone on any covert agency.
Well, I suppose when you strip it down to its basic essence, it's the lie of the serpent in the Garden of Eden. We can offer you eternal knowledge. We can offer you eternal life. We can offer you the meaning of life and full understanding of good and evil and everything in the universe. In other words, you can become God. And, it was very alluring, and every generation deals with it. Whittaker Chambers, who was a communist spy in the United States and who then turned state's evidence against Alger Hiss in the famous Hiss trial of 1948, and wrote in his autobiography, Witness, that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it comes from the Garden of Eden, metaphorically, in that it's the rule of the universe by man as opposed to by God. That man will be the highest elite. An elite of man would be the highest level of knowledge, and that they would control others for their own good, and that they would create a utopia. They're offering utopia. They're offering all the answers to the pain of existence, because we live in a vale of tears, as Catholics like to say, and that you can alleviate yourself by seeing this greater knowledge. It's a very alluring sales pitch. Now, having said that, I think we can identify the nature of the Illuminati, and you've done that in, I think, your most recent book, Thomas, right? About the Illuminati.
Donut and I. We just call it Illuminati comic. The cover actually says, "Are you being mind controlled by the Illuminati?" Because it's meant to be something someone will walk by and be like, "Oh, what's that?" and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great concept because it's based on more than some truths. I mean, the Illuminati had an agenda that's well known. They wanted to create a one world order. They wanted to create a one world religion by getting rid of all of the clerical and political entities of their day, by getting rid of all the institutions that promoted those entities, both good and bad. But the good ones were things like private ownership and self-interest and sovereignty and all of the other things that allow humanity to advance and the individual to advance. They wanted to abolish all of it, which Marx then went on to describe as false consciousness. And that the way to get rid of it was, he wants to get rid of the Jews, but that's beside the point. I mean, just whatever, get rid of America, get rid of Christianity, as a way to move man into this one world collective entity where we would all become, lobotomized ants, basically. However, having said that, I don't think it's a complicated situation in that not all secret societies were part of this and still are not. Sometimes I think that there's a necessity for some secretiveness in certain situations. George Washington, for example, was a member of a Masonic lodge in Alexandria, which developed the layout for the city of Washington, D.C. And he received a letter from a minister named Snyder in New York who said, I think that your lodge has been infiltrated by the Illuminati. And, I want to alert you to this. And Washington sent back a letter in response saying, I'm very well aware of what you're talking about with the Illuminati, which he referred to as diabolical. However, I don't believe that they have infiltrated my lodge. I think that, and yet we know in American history that they eventually did get major footholds in this country, and that they developed such organizations as Skull and Bones and others. But I don't think it's quite, you can't throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. I know it's complicated, and we can't know the inner portico because we're not part of it. And we don't know, so it creates a natural, and should create a natural distrust. But there have been, sometimes secretiveness is necessary. I mean, the Sons of Liberty, for example, in Boston, was developed on Masonic lines, and they effected the Boston Tea Party, which led to the American Revolution. They needed secrecy in order to operate, and in order to plan, and in order to figure out how to confront the tyranny of General Gage, who was the British general who was occupying Boston. And they did it. And I think that sometimes when you're in a situation where there's political oppression, people can organize in secret and make plans in terms of how to counter it. So it's not, ultimately when these things become established, they probably are infiltrated by the Illuminati. But, I think we have to be, we have to kind of look at this on a case by case. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, it will just be like saying any intelligence organization can't really be inherently good or evil. Some people have inherent distrust of anything that's secretive, but like you just mentioned, without Sons of Liberty working on the backbone of these Masonic lodges, which at that point a lodge was just somewhere that you met. Most of those, if you've gone to that area, they're just pubs. They would just meet at the bar after they kicked everyone else out. They would hang out and they would make their plot. That was the Masonic lodge, was them hanging out after.
But they did have a society that was built on Masonic lines.
Right. Well, and again, this is like that template where they understand that, okay, here's the Masonic template, is that you have to know the code name of the different people in your lodge, the code name of the city the lodge is in. You wouldn't actually say the building that you're meeting in. There would be like a code name for that. There's going to be a secret handshake.
And maybe that's a way to winnow out people that they couldn't trust, and try to verify people who they could. And sort of, there's a necessity to that, because in a way, I mean, it sort of stops infiltration by people who don't have the right intentions.
Another really practical, I guess, example, if you look at Prohibition era, speakeasy, you would have to know someone that was already kind of in that speakeasy, and they give you the password, and you knock 3 times, and they say, that's essentially what, that may be like this one is just based on gambling and drinking, but all the same, this was a secret society in many ways without maybe even a name to it. So I think that there is always going to be a need for these sort of secret. This might be another contentious point too, but I've heard the most compelling argument against this was like, well, Jesus in the Bible is against secrecy. It's the antithesis of secrecy. But there's one in particular passage, and I'm not a theologian that can quote the exact verses. Hopefully someone else knows this one, but Jesus is going around telling a whole bunch of people, like, I'm not going to go into town today. And he's basically telling everyone that, you're not going to be under my purview. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be busy over here. But then he puts on a disguise and he sneaks into town anyways. And he observes everybody acting, thinking as if he weren't watching, to just see if they were still. And that's one of these interesting examples of even Jesus would put on a costume and like sneak into an area and spy on everyone just to see if they acted differently. So there is a use for secrecy and deception in almost any context.
I mean, I suppose that Jesus's apostles, his disciples, were constituted a society that was somewhat closed, and then, of course, they then had a traitor in their midst in the form of Judas. But I mean, secret societies really affected the Irish Revolution against the British. It affected the plot to assassinate Hitler. It probably affected the overthrow of the Soviet Union. So, you know, China possibly has that too. So I think that there are positive elements to it. The problem is that it also is prone to corruption because not only infiltration, but because it's often the illegitimate and deviant use of power, and that is corrupting, and that can have, you know, especially when you have bad people get involved in it, which inevitably they do, because power, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There are very few political figures that are good people.
I think there's a couple like litmus tests you can give. One of the most obvious is, does your secret society require blackmail? And if so, it might be one of the lesser of them. Or is it straight up just money? Do you just have to pay money in order to be involved? And in that case, it's maybe just any other regular pyramid scheme. So there's a lot of different aspects to like the good or the bad and the actual uses of all these. But just like any other infrastructure or formula or template can all be corrupted by, you know, someone doing bad things, because what they also represent are these intelligence networks. And I guess now the concept of secret societies is sort of dying out in a lot of different ways, because we've got LinkedIn and we've got emails and we've got private email servers and Discord groups and Signal, you know, encrypted Signal chats. So you can put a bunch of people, and that sort of eliminates a lot of that original, like, would the Sons of Liberty had to meet up in person at a pub after hours if they could all just be in an encrypted, you know, Discord chat? Maybe not. Maybe they never would have actually come together that exact same way. It was just the limitation of technology, just the same way that sending letters back and forth in Adam Weishaupt's time by like horseback, that might have been their version of Discord. And if they could have just emailed everyone or just sent like a top secret correspondence, would have had to have still done that? I think it would have changed the shape of all of that. So right now it's harder to say like who's the current Illuminati or who the current secret societies. It's just an email chain. Like the most secret society on the planet is probably just a whole bunch of boring email chains at this point.
Right. Although those emails, once they are put into place, they exist, and it's hard to remove them. And there's a certain amount of transparency around that, even though, like, Hillary was like destroying her emails with the bleach bit. I don't know, boring. But nevertheless, it's still out there, and it's hard to conceal. But I would argue that in modern times, particularly since the launch of the Illuminati in 1776, the secret society infrastructure has become overall corrupted. And that was advanced by the Rhodes Roundtable Group, which was at the turn of the century, the Anglo-American establishment, and that it kind of has grown up in other societies, and oftentimes there's intersection and interaction. The central banking establishment, which also launched in the 19th century, plays a major role in it because they get to decide the value of things. That's a huge power. You know, they decide how much your property is worth by how much currency they emit into the economy. It's a huge power, and that they do informally, and it's been written about. If you read the work of Carroll Quigley, he gets into this in Tragedy and Hope, who was a supporter of it, and he's a professor at Georgetown University, that the interaction and intersection between economic, cultural, and political forces, both in this country and around the world and with each other, has created an atmosphere which can only be described as an informal world government, and that they leave in place the official governments, you know, the official offices, the official ceremonies, but behind the scenes, they increasingly control everything, and that their motives and their means and their agenda is not holy. Let's just put it that way. And it's certainly not wholesome in terms of the right of the individual under God. Anyway, Thomas, I got to run, and this is really an interesting conversation. We've just touched on the surface here. I could do that. We could talk for hours.
Well, let me tag in really quick too, since you asked like the sexual Disney
Yes.
stuff. I just want to tag in here without going on a wild tangent on it, but that an interesting dynamic that people seem to leave out, especially in the earlier Disney movies that they claim get very sexualized. But those artists, when they weren't drawing cartoons for Disney, were pretty much drawing pinup artwork. These are also the same artists that were literally would be working on a feature-length Disney animation, get sent off to war, see combat, see friends die, kill people themselves, return back to the States, and then finish out that Disney animation. So the amount of literal trauma that these people were going through, there's a lot baked into those early classic animations. There's so much more than just one like, hey, let's see if I can sneak a nipple in this scene here. I think it's way deeper than that.
Interesting, and you can kind of tell, but it definitely opens a door, or you might say a portal, to some insights into the Disney animation series, and it's something that I think we all sense. Anyways, Thomas, where can people get a hold of your excellent books? And I know you have a podcast that's up, The Paranoid American, that's available at Apple Podcasts and elsewhere. So let my viewers know where they can find out more about you.
Yeah, if you search for just Paranoid American on any platform, you'll find something of mine, whether it's a podcast, a documentary series. You search it on Amazon, you'll find some of my books, but you'll find all of the stuff that I got at paranoidamerican.com, which includes things that I'll never be able to list on Amazon or elsewhere, like a Hillary Clinton adrenochrome playset, like things like this, a little severed head and like a blinking light. So yeah, I've got every kids books, adult books, stickers, toys, everything. I'm trying to really make conspiracy theory and occult research fun and approachable to everybody.
How to get superpower through the blood of babies. Anyway,
correct. We literally have a book called the Homunculus Owner's Manual.
Yeah.
That maybe not babies, but it's about raising homunculus and then like cutting their head off and spilling their blood on your toes, and you can walk on water for a couple days.
Very important work and great imagination too. All right, Thomas, listen, thanks so much for joining me. Great conversation. An honor. Let's do it again sometime.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Donut, for connecting us.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008. The author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there briefly? What's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay, They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. It is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do the Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
They're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a leverage to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
No. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the Polynesian Islands, so they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way. There's a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern, because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know. And so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry, and that's
industry and also missionaries.
Yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
Missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians. They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities, that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews.
To Israel, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump.
Yeah, isn't that a sweet injustice? Isn't that sweet justice?
Yes, and also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes, look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table. Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to negotiate.
Well, that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
all of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie. It's
not mine, it's Julie Beerling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated are liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in clear, in the broad daylight. So
Yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Beeling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion specifically, the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done, the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
right.
You know, we're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. You know, that we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness, when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God, and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen and have actual their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
And
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
Yeah, and now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in this state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach where they gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado, California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
that's a huge scandal. And they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses, and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see.
Yes, I agree. Exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who stood up and said, we're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable. And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
Oh, absolutely. She is.
Yeah, I mean,
very heavily tied into the communist movement.
You couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah.
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
Yeah.
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. There's going to be, they'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. You know, this is a tough group. And I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
Well, it's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the.
Yes, I think that was the key. Mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in 3 areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election, voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet,
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda. Entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a quote shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general, and they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. Mm-hmm. So he was going on about Russia, 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 and nobody called him for his China, China, China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So is several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
You know, what we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they're not. They are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend.
TrevorLoudon.com on New Zeal blog, yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must-see for everybody too,
Yeah.
People
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. but yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they
they're
get
still trying to steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is
there's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots. And she said, I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway. So even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they can't do it.
You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through.
Yes, they should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018, I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
And I do too, but that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, it's not voters who are
stealing your car or stealing your ballot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized, hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue. And I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government, that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low-level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think, and it'll show how it's done. the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom who lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though at a now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, deporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack.
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence, and I think that's going to be the Trump strategy. But their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda. How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is you don't apologize for it. You said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've committed immigration fraud.
Law and order. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%. Yeah. He's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
No.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us, that only makes sense if it's malicious. These people are not that stupid.
Oh no, it's quite deliberate.
You know, it is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You'll never get rid
getting it.
You never, once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. We could look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So yeah.
You know, people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it, you're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back, that some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, you know, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line. You know,
yeah, and they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh, yeah.
And that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So, Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy. Excellent. There.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation.
Always a pleasure.
And good afternoon. Charles Moscowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security, so that our religions, our customs, our traditions could be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning, so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, well, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies, but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
It seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced, and I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God, and then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door. Nation. Exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it. Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, has instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism, and the whole idea of the supply chain, of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure. Right. You have Macron in France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most conservative demographic, racial demographic on border security are African Americans. They have one of the highest. Yeah, sorry, my phone is.
No, that's all right.
They have one of the highest rejections of immigration of any population, and of course because they're adversely affected by, especially illegal immigration with entry-level jobs.
Well, labor and minorities have always had an interest in reducing immigration because it cheapens the value of labor, and it cuts back on opportunities for minorities who are trying to get a place at the table, so to speak. Right. And I think that we can see from this situation that a nation state has the right to decide who enters the national home in the same way that you and I have a right to decide who enters our private home. It is a normal, natural thing. It's a good thing. You don't have to explain it. It's just one of the basic building blocks of any nation. I mean, you try to enter into a communist country. I mean, if you're not wanted. I mean, it's sort of, the left is now criticizing Trump because they say he didn't do enough in terms of stopping flights from China in the early stages of the pandemic. They're saying, oh, you still let people in. Well, hello, they were citizens. And that at the time, I remember they were screaming about the fact that, he doesn't like Chinese men and women.
Right. That's it's called xenophobia. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all very situational for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, it's just a normal, natural thing for any sovereign nation to do. These are the functions of sovereign nations. And I think it does certainly put globalism on its heels. The latest thing I'm hearing is that now, it's sort of a last-ditch, desperate attempt by the globalists that anyone who criticizes globalism, this is a euphemism for anti-Semitism. Yeah. Hello, I happen to be Jewish, putting that aside, but as a Jew, I mean, Israel is a sovereign nation. I mean, the United States. I mean, this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. It's are Jews supposed to be globalists? Some of them are, some of them aren't. But this isn't something that is inherent in Jewish understanding at all. If anything, it's the nation state is the primary idea.
Exactly. And again, Yoram Hazony has been one of the major voices in that. A wonderful, wonderful scholar. He runs the National Conservative conferences. They just had theirs in Rome right before the pandemic. And of course, they had all those horrible anti-Semites like Viktor Orban and the like speaking there, as they're all, of course, laughing at such an assessment. Yeah, one of the funny things, there's some scholarship on this now, where they're finding that, in point of fact, people like Geert Wilders and a number of nationalist populists in Europe are extremely pro-Israel because they see the danger of Islam, and because Islam, in many respects, the Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho actually argues we have three globalisms going on right now. So the first globalism is the one we're all familiar with, the Western liberal globalism. That tends to be very economically driven. Then you have the Chinese globalism, which of course is Marxist driven, and that's getting hit hard as we speak. Thank God for that. But then you also have a religious globalism, which is the Islamic globalism, particularly via Iran. And their expansionist tendencies. They want to take over the world. They haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But nevertheless, nationalist populists in Europe tend to recognize that. And they tend to see Israel as a beacon. And of course, Israel's probably, when all said and done, the most nationalist nation on the planet right now. In many respects, the commentators are saying the left doesn't even exist in Israel. The best they have is a center. The best is the white and blue party that just got formed. Likud is your consensus party, and then of course you have all the orthodox third parties, as it were. There's not even a left anymore, really, in Israel. So the nationalist populist right, particularly Trump, of course, have looked at Israel as actually inspiration in the midst of all this, especially as they're trying to fight their particular globalist enemy, which is militant Islam.
Right, and I think that Israel has always reached out an olive branch of peace to Arab and Islamic countries, saying, we're an example of a nation that has created our own sovereignty. We got rid of the British occupiers, and we want to urge you to do the same for your own respective nations. So, now you have Trump coming into office, and he's using some of the same rhetoric, of course, that was used by the Bushes and by Obama and Clinton, except he means it. And everyone knows that they didn't. They were full of it. They were just saying it for the bubbas, He talked about, protecting the borders, and he's doing it. He talked about better trade relations with foreign countries, and he's doing that. And economic relations that favor the United States and our labor and our industry, and he's doing that. So that, to me, is the thing that is leading the globalists to really take a very strong-fisted attempt to have him removed from office. And that includes several attempts at impeachment. I think there might be more coming down the pike. I pray for Trump. This is the enemies of Trump are the enemies of our sovereign nation right now. And I think we need to understand that. And I say the same thing to liberals who may not be aware of this, and even leftists who are not cognizant of it, because we all have a life in this country. We all have a family, and we want to have a future. And do we want to have that future under our own? It's sovereign nations. That's democratic. That means that you as an individual, as in a community, have more say and more control over your own life and destiny, not some foreign, unelected, faceless bureaucracy that's either in the form of an international form of governance or an international corporate form of governance. It doesn't matter. The point is that they have to be held accountable by a constitution and by elected officials who we elect to represent our interests.
It's so interesting because even Bill Maher, an ultra leftist like Bill Maher, recognizes that if you actually want to have a conversation a deep, meaningful political conversation, cultural conversation, you have to go to the right. The left is almost, it seems, incapable of doing that today, particularly the media, the mainstream, I like to call Marxist media. If you want to have a reasonable conversation, John Stossel found this out, Stossel being very libertarian. So being a libertarian, he's very liberal in many things, also conservative in others. He found liberals shocked and absolutely offended by the things he was saying, whereas conservatives are like, oh, that's interesting, let's chat about that. That's why we have the talk radio everywhere. I mean, talk radio is by definition 99% conservative, because we love reading and thinking and reflecting, and then conversio, having a conversation, because we're not afraid. We have a sense that there's truth out there. We're all trying to get to it. And we're confident that we feel a certain, sense that we're really pretty close to it here. And when you have an entire political movement that says no, and anything to the right of us is by definition taboo. It's by definition now going to be defined as hateful, bigoted, homophobic, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and on. And therefore, it's to be dismissed, rejected, and excommunicated. The cancel culture. How is that even remotely democratic? How is that not the very authoritarianism they try to denounce us for? We're the ones who want democracy. We're the ones that want referendums. We are the ones who want more say over what happens in our nation. And we want to do it through conversation and a normal democratic discourse. So it's crazy, but that's why we get to have these great conversations.
That's right. I mean, it's a major case, again, of projection, because the left is very solitary and conformist in its views. Their arguments have more to do with degrees of how fast they want to go or personality disputes, but not on ideology. I mean, the ideology, whether they're conscious of it or not, tends to be the same. Their hatred for Trump is that he's actually challenging that view. And the hatred in the media, and you talk about this on your YouTube channel, Steve, and you do so quite eloquently, it is really unprecedented. It's really open to the point where they really are no longer professional. I mean, they'll do a story based upon one anonymous source, which is unthinkable before Trump. And then, of course, the next day when it's disproved, they then take it down and go on to the next one. And it's just this constant barrage. I mean, and the hatred is so palpable. I mean, I was listening to Michael Smerconish, who's a big-time left-of-center radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for about 30 years. And early in the administration, when the atmosphere was almost like Frankensteinian, I mean, people were showing up with torches, and the rage was just on the street. He made one mild comment that praised President Trump about something he had done, and it wasn't even a big deal. It was some technical thing, and he says, we have to give a little credit. And then he got such hate mail, and people were going to boycott his sponsors. I mean, people that had been sponsoring him for 20 years. And it was so bad that he had to back down, and he had almost like retracted. The atmosphere is like it's like a carnival. It is. And I think that it might have lessened a little bit because a lot of people, I mean, the average person who dislikes Trump is not like that. They have legitimate complaints. I get that. Or they don't like his personality. That's fine. But this derangement is something that I think what they're weighing and balancing now is how far do they want to go with that, because if they expose it any further, it's going to sink them. So what do you see happening with the upcoming election? I mean, I'm actually very concerned, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the forces that are arrayed against Trump. I mean, these people aren't going to take no for an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's, I think the way to situate the election, at least the way I'm doing it, is to have a healthy balance between recognizing we are in uncharted territory right now, especially with this pandemic, and we're going to have to see the economic fallout from it over the next few months. So we're going to have to see what's going on there, but also to look at it in terms of the patterns that have been pretty prevalent, certainly over the last 100 years of presidential elections. Now, for that, I tend to be very impressed with what's called the primary model by Helmut Norpoth of the University of Stony Brook, because it's an algorithm that has studied elections since 1912, which is the first year that the candidates had to go through a primary. And what he found is he found a pattern. The pattern he found is that the primary is the election in microcosm. So you look at the candidate who wins the most votes, particularly in the early primaries, you plug that data in to this algorithm, and then out comes the algorithm's determined winner. And he found it lined up with every single winner all the way up to 2016.
Wow.
I think there was one exception. I forget where that was, but that was the pattern. There was that's your ultimate poll, right? Your poll numbers. Who tends to win those elections? Who tends to win those elections are usually the incumbent. It's a twofold pattern. It's usually the incumbent. So if you've had the same party in power for 2 administrations, 9 times out of 10 we go to another party. It's we swing back and forth. Certainly since FDR and Truman, we've been doing that pendulum swing pretty consistently. Jimmy Carter was the one interruption with that. He had one term, and
also Bush Senior.
Well, Bush so what he says is Bush Senior technically is the 3rd term of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
So Bush Senior getting voted in was the disruption of it. That's the interesting thing. So you had 12 years of a Republican administration there. So you almost had a little bit of a going back to the FDR Truman era to a certain extent. So Trump had that going for him. And then when he ran the numbers for the primary, Trump is setting records in terms of voting turnout in Iowa, in the caucus, in New Hampshire. He got 3 times the amount that Obama got the last time an incumbent was running for re-election in 2012. So he ran the numbers for Biden versus Trump in terms of the primaries. And he gives, based on that, plus with the pendulum swing, he gives Trump a 91% chance of winning re-election. Now, he is saying this is unprecedented territory, but if it plays out the way it's been playing out for the last 100 years, we should see Trump in a blowout. We'll have to see. So I know what you mean. I'm with you 1,000%. I'm scared too. There's just so much going against him and everything like that. But Norpoth is standing by his prediction, and he was right in 2016. Yeah.
Did he do this before the pandemic?
So he did it before the pandemic, and then if you go to the website, primarymodel.com, he has a caution on there. He says, now that we had this outbreak, I'm going to be watching to see if there's a massive disruption in Trump's poll numbers. If he goes down to 15%, he'll probably say, all right, forget it. My primary model isn't going to be applicable to this anymore. So he's been watching the poll numbers. And of course, I mean, his polls go up and down, but of course, the Gallup polls have been pretty impressive. Trump has positioned himself as a wartime president, and his support among Republicans has remained absolutely solid. So his support among independents is around that 50%, 60% mark. So he seems to be doing, so Helmut Norpoth has since said, the one thing he said is the last thing we got to watch out for is just the economic data that comes out this summer. If we're going into this election with 20% unemployment, all bets are off. But if he can bring that back down, we can open up the country again, which you've noticed blue states don't want to do, interestingly enough. Right. So I think they know it's going to really hinge on that.
Well, it's all very unknown because the situation is so unprecedented. And I guess the question is, are they going to be able to hang blame for this on Trump? Are they going to parrot the communist Chinese line and do that? I think that in my opinion, we should be grateful. And I pray to God that Trump's president during this thing, because if we had the liberals and the left in office, we'd probably have concentration camps right now for people who step off the lawn.
I can't even imagine.
Take a look at some of these states. I mean, like Oregon is now, moving the opening date up to August 1st. I mean, it's and and they only have like a couple of hundred cases. So it's not, it does show the authoritarian nature here, and we could go through other states. My own state of Massachusetts actually has been somewhat moderate so far.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we have a Republican governor, I don't know, but it's not as bad as Michigan or as some of these other states where they're arresting people for going to church. So, I think that all of it, however, remains to be seen. I think that I don't want to sound too tin hat here, but I wonder if they're trying to damage the economy as a way to stop Trump. I mean, I know that sounds far fetched, but given the lowness of this, I mean, impeaching him and doing all these other things and all these, frankly, these conspiracies, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I just, my way of thinking, I mean, they'll do anything. So, because we're not talking just about Donald Trump. We're talking about, as we started, Steve, a global movement that is, of which people are beginning to wake up. They're getting really woke, to use the term,
in a good way, right?
Yeah, in the real sense, and they're realizing that they want a government that protects their rights, not takes them away and decides to grant them on whim, and that they don't want to have this global entity that doesn't care about the individuals and the communities in their own nations. I mean, these things are basic common sense. And I think that the international community, what we talk about, the globalists, they don't want people to wake up to this, and they want to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past them.
Right. No, I agree with you. I do. Unfortunately, I have to. I mean, just look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that was insane. That
and
was
look at what's happening now.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's the joke.
Elizabeth Warren, always a hypocrite. She's coming out and says,
there you go, Elizabeth.
Thinks
And I'm
Biden
from Connecticut, by the way. I'm a fellow New Englander as well. So, I know. Be careful what you weaponize. It's always going to end up being used back against you. And that's. You just look at what they were willing to do to destroy in order to stop. And, well, I mean, it comes down to exactly what you said, Charles. You had a great distinction. We can disagree. We're all for disagreement. That's fine. It's derangement that we have an issue with.
Exactly. All right, Steve Turley, let my viewers and listeners know where they can read your excellent work, where they can see your excellent YouTube program.
They can go, so if they want to see just the whole panoply of stuff, go to turleytalks.com. It's my last name, T as in Tom, URLEY, talks, like TED Talks, turleytalks.com. And then just all you have to do on YouTube to check out the YouTube channel is just punch in Dr. Steve Turley. It'll take you right to the page.
All right, Steve, listen, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you.
And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right. Charles Moscowitz here. And my guest is Charlie Robinson. And Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh, man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it?" And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of, I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics, and I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are. I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan, and comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it. But, but I felt like, you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of, not me, because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So so for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that, yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had like a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some Bill Hicks, but also Rothschilds and things like that. The format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about. And I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes got, when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book, flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh,
and
my.
When I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she said I was cheating on her by writing the
Now,
book.
did you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started out.
Oh, that's amazing. I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, on a more serious note, writing a book and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. It is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And almost anyone can now write a book with the access to the internet and Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in 1 or 2 cases. and it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
Sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yep.
What do you see as the main nexus of, and in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. It's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchic families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this. We're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in, and he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the economy back and get people out, everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter-of-fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power, and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us. Yeah. And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning, they're sinister. They nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen.
Mm.
You know, it's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, you know, drinking scotch, you know, in some wood paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you know, you hear that when you hear that, it was French scholar Elaine Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. It's not real. And the reason, one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, I mean, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yep.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it.
Yep.
So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishmentese, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, you know, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah. And people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, you know, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, you know, plotting out how to rule the world. It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. There's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't. Right. And I think they practice in front of a mirror how to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
a master communicator. He knew how to, he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft, and then he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing, and it's an emotional. I mean, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It was how to hypnotize people, how to, it's like a form of wizardry. I mean, how to create a mass experience. You know, it's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast. Yeah. He taught women to smoke. You know, I mean, there were these
Portraits
kind of
of
like,
liberty.
Yeah. I mean, to manipulate, you know, it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors. That was, you know, what it was all about. I mean, it's, you know, this is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology, in a way, is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just put his hand, you know, fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very softly.
And they even went so far. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses. Like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, it was kind of like a multimedia experience. And people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean, Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but there was that same phenomena, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies. Yeah. Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly, and, you know, he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, I mean, I've been to a Trump rally and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state. And they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK, where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this. Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO, and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well, who create a culture. And they're, I mean, look, we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
and they do their nightly like fear mongering atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But okay, my guest is Charlie Robinson, And the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But, you know, John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band. And he's the one who said politically, he goes, look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know, and he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit. But he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he was, I mean, he totally was like, you know, like letting the cat out of the bag with all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, I mean, you know, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World. You know, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963 that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, you know, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you know, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah, and the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles. Mark Devlin, who's written 2 books, Musical Truth Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like, Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin incident in Vietnam, which is one of, I mean, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to, like, the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, you know, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, you know, early on, hear that you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, you know, that ritual and, you know, the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into. And it's
Right.
and it matters to. So we can be dismissive of it. My point is, we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
Not at all.
you know, but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening ceremonies of CERN, or, you know, you're like, why are you having all of these? Why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, there's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show, but I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's funny
because
about that
maybe
stuff.
YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never know.
Talk
And
about
I appreciate
unicorns and
YouTube.
rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control.
Yeah.
And I think that the 3 pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money.
Yeah.
You know that, and I suppose the fourth estate is religion, and they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe.
Oh, yeah.
You know, starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition, to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, you know, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You know, you don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know, I mean, I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others. And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. You know, people didn't want to, you know, you're spending 60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. You know, if you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, I mean, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, you know, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, you know, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You know, you give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, you know, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point where you're going to, you know, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
you know, if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's how about I'm anti-insanity. You know, I don't. Yeah. I went to USC, which is, you know, in LA, and I got out of there in '95, and there was none of this stuff, you know. But I don't know why. I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, you know, I don't want her to be in a school that says, oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you, because then you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And like, listen, some of this is like
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were like weeping, and they had to set up like safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
It's crazy.
I mean, and this is a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But
yeah, and I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, like, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And
it's become like, I mean, look at they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning. Yeah. They were like crashing the door down.
Yeah. It's insane to me, but
and this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and the establishment using the means of communication, the media and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it, they are conditioned by it.
Yeah, and when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
What they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes